Yet there can be no doubt whatever that the other group of men, the men who enter marriage without any erotic experiences, run even greater risks. These are often the best of men, both as regards personal character and mental power. It is indeed astonishing to find how ignorant both practically and theoretically very able and highly educated men may be concerning sexual matters. Complete abstinence during youth, says Freud's Sexual Problem, March 1908, is not the best preparation for marriage in a young man. Women divine this, and prefer those of their wooers, who have already proved themselves to be men with other women. Ellen Key, referring to the demand sometimes made by women for purity in men, Huber Lieb, und FP 96, asks whether women realize the effect of their admiration of the experienced and confident man, who knows women on the shy and hesitating youth, who perhaps has been struggling hard for his erotic purity in the hope that a woman's happy smile will be the reward of his conquest, and who is condemned to see how that woman looks down on him with lofty compassion, and gazes with admiration at the leopard spots when the lover in Laura Marholmes was War Ease says to the heroine, "I have never yet touched a woman." The girl turns from him with horror, and it seemed to her that a cold shudder went through her, a chilling deception. The same feeling is manifested in an exaggerated form in the passion, often experienced by vigorous girls of 18 to 24. For old Rouse, this has been discussed by Forel die Sexual Frage, pp. 217, et seq. Other factors may enter in a woman's preference for the man who has conquered other women, even the most religious and moral young woman. Valera remarks, Donna Luz p. 205 likes to marry a man who has loved many women. It gives a greater value to his choice of her. It also offers her an opportunity of converting him to higher ideals. No doubt, when the inexperienced man meets in marriage the equally inexperienced woman, they often succeed in adapting themselves to each other, and a permanent modus vivendi is constituted. But it is by no means so always. If the wife is taught by instinct or experience, she is apt to resent the awkwardness and helplessness of her husband. In the art of love, even if she is ignorant, she may be permanently alienated and become chronically frigid through the brutal inconsiderateness of her ignorant husband in carrying out what he conceives to be his marital duties. It has already been necessary to touch on this point in discussing the sexual impulse in women in Vol. Roman 3 of these studies. Sometimes, indeed, serious physical injury has been inflicted on the bride owing to this ignorance of the husband. I take it that most men have had prematrimonial sex relationships, a correspondent writes, but I have known one man at least who up till the age of 20 had not even a rudimentary idea of sex matters. At 29, a few months before marriage, he came to ask me how coitus was performed, and displayed an ignorance that I could not believe to exist in the mind of an otherwise intelligent man. He had evidently no instinct to guide him, as the brutes have, and his reason was unable to supply the necessary knowledge. It is very curious that man should lose this instinctive knowledge. I have known another man almost equally ignorant. He also came to me for advice in marital duties. Both of these men masturbated, and they were normally passionate. Such cases are not so very rare usually. However, a certain amount of information has been acquired from some, for the most part unsatisfactory source, and the ignorance is only partial, though not on that account less dangerous. Balzac has compared the average husband to an orangutan trying to play the violin. Love, as we instinctively feel, is the most melodious of harmonies. Woman is a delicious instrument of pleasure, but it is necessary to know its quivering string study, the pose of it, its timid keyboard, the changing and capricious fingering. How many orangesmen, I mean, marry without knowing what a woman is? Nearly all men marry in the most profound ignorance of women and of love. Balzac, Physiology, Du Marriage Meditation, Roman 7. Nujabar Monatschrift für Gebertschulf, 1889, BK Roman 9 pp. 221. Et seq. has collected over 150 cases of injury to women in coitus, inflicted by the penis. The causes were brutality, drunkenness of one or both parties, unusual position in coitus, disproportion of the organs, pathological conditions of the woman's organs. Cf. R. W. Taylor, Practical Treatise on Sexual Disorders, ch. Roman 35. Blumreich also discusses the injuries produced by violent coitus. Senator and Kaminer, Health and Disease in Relation to Marriage, Vol. Roman 2, pp. 770,779, Roman 100, Roman 1000, Green, Boston Medical and Surgical Journal 13 App 1893, records 2 cases of rupture of vagina by sexual intercourse in newly married ladies, without evidence of any great violence. Mylott British Medical Journal, Sept. 16, 1899, records a similar case occurring on the wedding night. The amount of force sometimes exerted in coitus is evidenced by the cases occurring from time to time in which intercourse takes place by the urethra. Eulenberg finds sexual neuropathy p. 69, that vaginismus, a condition of spasmodic contraction of the vulva and exaggerated sensibility on the attempt to effect coitus, is due to forcible and unskillful attempts at the first coitus. Adler die Mangelhaft Geschlechtsempfindung des Weibes p. 160, also believes that the scarred remains of the hymen together with painful memories of a violent first coitus are the most frequent cause of vaginismus. The occasional cases, however, of physical injury or of pathological condition produced by violent coitus at the beginning of marriage constitute but a very small portion of the evidence which witnesses to the evil results of the prevalent ignorance. Regarding the art of love, as regards Germany, Furbringer writes, Senator and Kaminer, Health and Disease, in relation to marriage vol. IP 215, I am perfectly satisfied that the number of young married women who have a lasting painful recollection of their first sexual intercourse exceeds by far the number of those who venture to consult a doctor. As regards England, the following experience is instructive. A lady asked 6 married women in succession, privately on the same day, concerning their bridal experiences to all sexual intercourse had come as a shock. 2 had been absolutely ignorant about sexual matters. The others had thought they knew what coitus was, but were none the less shocked. These women were of the middle class, perhaps above the average in intelligence. One was a doctor. Brewer and Freud in their Studien über History, p. 216, pointed out that the bridal night is practically often a rape, and that it sometimes leads to hysteria which is not cured until satisfying sexual relationships are established, even when there is no violence. Kish, Sexual Life of Woman Part 2, regards awkward and inexperienced coitus leading to incomplete excitement of the wife as the chief cause of dyspareunia or absence of sexual gratification, although gross disproportion in the size of the male and female organs or disease in either party may lead to the same result. Dyspareunia, Kish adds, is astonishingly frequent, though sometimes women complain of it, without justification, in order to arouse sympathy for themselves as sacrifices on the altar of marriage. The constant sign is absence of ejaculation on the woman's part. Kish also observes that wedding night deflorations are often really rapes. One young bride known to him was so ignorant of the physical side of love, and so overwhelmed by her husband's first attempt at intercourse, that she fled from the house in the night, and nothing would ever persuade her to return to her husband. It is worth noting that by canon law under such circumstances, the Church might hold the marriage invalid. See Thomas Slater's Moral Theology vol. Roman 2 p. 318, and a case in point both quoted by Rev. Roman 100 J. Sheber, Marriage Law in the Church of England 19th century, Aug. 1909 p. 263. Kish considers also that wedding tour are a mistake, since the fatigue, the excitement, the long journeys, sightseeing, false modesty, bad hotel arrangements often combine to affect the bride unfavorably and produce the germs of serious illness. This is undoubtedly the case. The extreme psychic importance of the manner in which the act of defloration is accomplished is strongly emphasized by Adler. He regards it as a frequent cause of permanent sexual anesthesia. This first moment in which the man's individuality attains its full rights often decides the whole of life. The unskilled, overexcited husband can then implant the seed of feminine insensibility, and by continued awkwardness and coarseness, develop it into permanent anesthesia. The man who takes possession of his rights with reckless, brutal masculine force merely causes his wife anxiety and pain, and with every repetition of the act increases her repulsion. A large proportion of cold-natured women represent a sacrifice by men due either to unconscious awkwardness or occasionally to conscious brutality towards the tender plant which should have been cherished with peculiar art and love, but has been robbed of the splendor of its development. All her life long a wistful and trembling woman will preserve the recollection of a brutal wedding night, and often enough it remains a perpetual source of inhibition every time that the husband seeks anew to gratify his desires without adapting himself to his wife's desires for love. O. Adler die Mangelhaft Geschlechtsempfindung des Weibes, pp. 159, Et sec. 181 et sec. I have seen an honest woman shudder with horror at her husband's approach, wrote Diderot long ago in his essay Sur les Femmes. I have seen her plunge in the bath, and feel herself never sufficiently washed from the stain of duty. The same may still be said of a vast army of women victims of a pernicious system of morality, which has taught them false ideas of conjugal duty, and has failed to teach their husbands the art of love. Women, when their fine natural instincts have not been hopelessly perverted by the pruderies and prejudices which are so diligently instilled into them, understand the art of love more readily than men. Even when little more than children, they can often completely take the cue that is given to them much more than is the case with men at all events under civilized conditions. The art of love is with them, an art that nature makes they always know more of love, as Montaigne long since said, than men can teach them, for it is a discipline that is born in their blood. The extensive inquiries of Sanford Bell Locksit show that the emotions of sex love may appear as early as the 3rd year. It must also be remembered that both physically and psychically girls are more precocious, more mature than boys. See, for example, Havelock, Ellis, Man and Woman, 4th edition, pp. 34 et sec. 200, etc. Thus, by the time she has reached the age of puberty, a girl has had time to become an accomplished mistress of the minor arts of love. That the age of puberty is for girls the age of love seems to be widely recognized by the popular mind. Thus, in a popular song of Bress, a girl sings, "J'y calcule mon age. J'y 14 quins ans. Ni suist pas dans les. D'y un amant." This matter of the sexual precocity of girls has an important bearing on the question of the age of consent, or the age at which it should be legal for a girl to consent to sexual intercourse. Until within the last 25 years, there has been a tendency to set a very low age, even as low as 10 as the age above which a man commits no offense in having sexual intercourse with a girl. In recent years, there has been a tendency to run to the opposite and equally unfortunate extreme of raising it to a very late age in England. By the Criminal Law Amendment Act of 1885, the age of consent was raised to 16, this clause of the bill being carried in the House of Commons by a majority of 108. This seems to be the reasonable age at which the limit should be set, and its extreme high limit in temperate climates. It is the age recognized by the Italian Criminal Code, and in many other parts of the civilized world. Gladstone, however, was in favor of raising it to 18, and Howard, in discussing this question, as regards the United States matrimonial institutions, Vol. Roman 3 pp. 195,203, thinks it ought everywhere to be raised to 21, so coinciding with the age of legal majority, at which a woman can enter into business or political relations. There has been during recent years a wide limit of variation in the legislation of the different American states on this point, the differences of the two limits being as much as 8 years, and in some important states, the act of intercourse with a girl under 18 is declared to be rape and punishable with imprisonment for life. Such enactments as these, however, it must be recognized, are arbitrary, artificial, and unnatural. They do not rest on a sound biological basis, and cannot be enforced by the common sense of the community. There is no proper analogy between the age of legal majority, which is fixed approximately with reference to the ability to comprehend abstract matters of intelligence, and the age of sexual maturity, which occurs much earlier both physically and psychically, and is determined in women by a very precise biological event, the completion of puberty, in the onset of menstruation. Among peoples living under natural conditions in all parts of the world, it is recognized that a girl becomes sexually a woman at puberty. At that epoch, she receives her initiation into adult life, and becomes a wife and a mother. To declare that the act of intercourse with a woman who, by the natural instinct of mankind, generally, is regarded as old enough for all the duties of womanhood, is a criminal act of rape punishable by imprisonment for life, can only be considered an abuse of language, and what is worse, an abuse of law, even if we leave all psychological and moral considerations out of the question, for it deprives the conception of rape of all that renders it naturally and properly revolting. The sound view in this question is clearly the view that it is the girl's puberty which constitutes the criterion of the man's criminality in sexually approaching her. In the temperate regions of Europe and North America, the average age of the appearance of menstruation, the critical moment in the establishment of complete puberty, is 15. See, for example, Havelock, Ellis, Man and Woman, ch. The facts are set forth at length in Kish Sexual Life of Woman 1909. Therefore, it is reasonable that the act of an adult man in having sexual connection with a girl under 16, with or without her consent, should properly be a criminal act severely punishable in those lands where the average age of puberty is higher or lower. The age of consent should be raised or lowered accordingly. Bruno Mayer, arguing against any attempt to raise the age of consent above 16, considers that the proper age of consent is generally 14, for, as he rightly insists, the line of division is between the ripe and the unripe personality, and while the latter should be strictly preserved from the sphere of sexuality, only voluntary, not compulsory influence should be brought to bear on the former sexual problem. App 1909. If we take into our view the wider considerations of psychology, morality, and law, we shall find ample justification for this point of view. We have to remember that a girl during all the years of ordinary school life is always more advanced both physically and psychically than a boy of the same age, and we have to recognize that this precocity covers her sexual development, for even though it is true on the average that active sexual desire is not usually aroused in women until a somewhat later age, there is also truth in the observation of Mr. Thomas Hardy, New Review, June 1894. It has never struck me that the spider is invariably male, and the fly invariably female. Even therefore, when sexual intercourse takes place between a girl and a youth somewhat older than herself, she is likely to be the more mature, the more self-possessed, and the more responsible of the two, and often the one who has taken the more active part in initiating the act. This point has been discussed in the sexual impulse in women in Vol. Roman 3 of these studies. It must also be remembered that when a girl has once reached the age of puberty and put on all the manner and habits, as well as the physical development of a woman, it is no longer possible for a man always to estimate her age. It is easy to see that a girl has not yet reached the age of puberty. It is impossible to tell whether a mature woman is under or over 18. It is therefore, to say the least, unjust to make her male partner's fate for life depend on the recognition of a distinction which has no basis in nature. Such considerations are indeed so obvious that there is no chance of carrying out thoroughly in practice the doctrine that a man should be imprisoned for life for having intercourse with a girl who is over the age of 16. It is better from the legal point of view to cast the net less widely, and to be quite sure that it is adapted to catch the real and conscious offender who may be punished, without offending the common sense of the community. Cf. Block, The Sexual Life of Our Time, ch. Roman 24. He considers that the age of consent should begin with the completion of the 16th year. It may be necessary to add that the establishment of the age of consent on this basis by no means implies that intercourse with girls but little over 16 should be encouraged or even socially and morally tolerated here. However, we are not in the sphere of law. It is the natural tendency of the well-born and well-nurtured girl under civilized conditions to hold herself in reserve, and the pressure whereby that tendency is maintained and furthered must be supplied by the whole of her environment, primarily by the intelligent reflection of the girl herself when she has reached the age of adolescence, to foster in a young woman who has long passed the epoch of puberty the notion that she has no responsibility in the guardianship of her own body and soul is out of harmony with modern feeling, as well as unfavorable to the training of women. For the world, the states which have been induced to adopt the high limit of the age of consent have indeed thereby made an abject confession of their inability to maintain a decent moral level. By more legitimate means, they may profitably serve as a warning rather than as an example. The knowledge of women cannot, however, replace the ignorance of men, but on the contrary, merely serves to reveal it. For in the art of love, the man must necessarily take the initiative. It is he who must first unseal the mystery of the intimacies and audacities which the woman's heart may hold. The risk of meeting with even the shadow of contempt or disgust is too serious to allow a woman, even a wife, to reveal the secrets of love to a man who has not shown himself to be an initiate. Numberless are the jovial and contented husbands who have never suspected and will never know that their wives carry about with them, sometimes with silent resentment, the ache of mysterious tabus, the feeling that there are delicious privacies and privileges which she has never been asked to take or forced to accept. Often, erotically divorces a wife from a husband who never realizes what he has missed. The case of such husbands is all the harder because, for the most part, all that they have done is the result of the morality that has been preached to them. They have been taught from boyhood to be strenuous and manly, and clean-minded to seek by all means to put out of their minds the thought of women or the longing for sensuous indulgence. They have been told on all sides that only in marriage is it right or even safe to approach women. They have acquired the notion that sexual indulgence, and all that appertains to it, is something low and degrading at the worst, a mere natural necessity at the best, a duty to be accomplished in a direct, honorable, and straightforward manner. No one seems to have told them that love is an art, and that to gain real possession of a woman's soul and body is a task that requires the whole of a man's best skill and insight. It may well be that when a man learns his lesson too late, he is inclined to turn ferociously on the society that by its conspiracy of pseudo-morality has done its best to ruin his life, and that of his wife. In some of these cases, husband or wife or both are finally attracted to a third person, and a divorce enables them to start afresh with better experience under happier auspices. But as things are at present, that is a sad and serious process, for many impossible. They are happier, as Milton pointed out, whose trials of love before marriage have been so many divorces to teach them experience. The general ignorance concerning the art of love may be gauged by the fact that perhaps the question in this matter most frequently asked is the crude question, how often sexual intercourse should take place. That is a question, indeed, which has occupied the founders of religion, the lawgivers, and the philosophers of mankind from the earliest times. Zoroaster said it should be once in every 9 days. The laws of Manes allowed intercourse during 14 days of the month. But a famous ancient Hindu physician, Susruta, prescribed it 6 times a month, except during the heat of summer, when it should be once a month, while other Hindu authorities say 3 or 4 times a month. Solon's requirement of the citizen that intercourse should take place 3 times a month fairly agrees with Zoroaster's. Mohammed in the Quran decrees intercourse once a week. The Jewish Talmud is more discriminating and distinguishes between different classes of people. On the vigorous and healthy young man, not compelled to work hard, once a day is imposed on the ordinary working man, twice a week on learned men, once a week. Luther considered twice a week the proper frequency of intercourse. It will be observed that, as we might expect, these estimates tend to allow a greater interval in the earlier ages, when erotic stimulation was probably less, and erotic erethism probably rare, and to involve an increased frequency as we approach modern civilization. It will also be observed that variation occurs within fairly narrow limits. This is probably due to the fact that these lawgivers were in all cases men. Women lawgivers would certainly have shown a much greater tendency to variation, since the variations of the sexual impulse are greater in women. Thus, Zenobia required the approach of her husband once a month, provided that impregnation had not taken place the previous month, while another queen went very far to the other extreme, for we are told that the Queen of Aragon, after mature deliberation, ordained 6 times a day as the proper rule in a legitimate marriage. It may be remarked in passing that the estimates of the proper frequency of sexual intercourse may always be taken to assume that there is a cessation during the menstrual period. This is especially the case as regards early periods of culture, when intercourse at this time is usually regarded as either dangerous or sinful or both. This point has been discussed in the phenomena of periodicity in Volume 1 of these studies. Under civilized conditions, the inhibition is due to aesthetic reasons. The wife, even if she desires intercourse, feeling a repugnance to be approached at a time when she regards herself as disgusting, and the husband easily sharing this attitude. It may, however, be pointed out that the aesthetic objection is very largely the result of the superstitious horror of water, which is still widely felt at this time, and would to some extent disappear if a more scrupulous cleanliness were observed. It remains a good general rule to abstain from sexual intercourse during the menstrual period, but in some cases, there may be adequate reason for breaking it. This is so when desire is specially strong at this time, or when intercourse is physically difficult at other times, but easier during the relaxation of the parts caused by menstruation. It must be remembered also that the time when the menstrual flow is beginning to cease is probably more than any other period of the month the biologically proper time for sexual intercourse, since not only is intercourse easiest then, and also most gratifying to the female, but it affords the most favorable opportunity for securing fertilization. Schurig long since brought together Evidence Parthenologia pp. 302 et seq, showing that coitus is most easy during menstruation. Some of the Catholic theologians like Sanchez, and later Liguori going against the popular opinion, have distinctly permitted intercourse during menstruation, though many earlier theologians regarded it as a mortal sin. From the medical side, Kosman Senator and Kaminer Health and Disease in Relation to Marriage Vol. IP 249 advocates coitus not only at the end of menstruation, but even during the latter part of the period, as being the time when women most usually need it. The marked disagreeableness of temper, often shown by women at this time, he says, being connected with the suppression demanded by custom of a natural desire. It is almost always during menstruation that the first clouds appear on the matrimonial horizon. In modern times, the physiologists and physicians who have expressed any opinion on this subject have usually come very near to Luther's dictum. Haller said that intercourse should not be much more frequent than twice a week. Acton said once a week. And so also Hammond, even for healthy men between the ages of 25 and 40. Furbringer only slightly exceeds this estimate by advocating from 50 to 100 single acts in the year. Forel advises 2 or 3 times a week for a man in the prime of manhood, but he adds that for some healthy and vigorous men, once a month appears to be excess. Mantegazza in his Hygiene of Love also states that, for a man between 20 and 32 or 3 times a week represents the proper amount of intercourse, and between the ages of 30 and 45 twice a week. Guillot recommends every 3 days. It seems, however, quite unnecessary to lay down any general rules regarding the frequency of coitus. Individual desire and individual aptitude, even within the limits of health, vary enormously. Moreover, if we recognize that the restraint of desire is sometimes desirable and often necessary for prolonged periods, it is as well to refrain from any appearance of asserting the necessity of sexual intercourse at frequent and regular intervals. The question is chiefly of importance in order to guard against excess, or even against the attempt to live habitually close to the threshold of excess. Many authorities are therefore careful to point out that it is inadvisable to be too definite. Thus while remarking that for some Luther's dictum represents the extreme maximum, adds that others can go far beyond that amount with impunity, and he considers that such variations are congenital. Ribbing again, while expressing general agreement with Luther's rule, protests against any attempt to lay down laws for everyone, and is inclined to say that as often as one likes is a safe rule so long as there are no bad aftereffects. It seems to be generally agreed that bad effects from excess in coitus, when they do occur, are rare in women. See, for example, Hammond, Sexual Impotence, p. 127. Occasionally, however, evil effects occur in women. The case possibly to be mentioned in this connection has been recorded of a man whose 3 wives all became insane after marriage. Journal of Mental Science, Jan 1879, p. 611. In cases of sexual excess, great physical exhaustion, with suspicion and delusions, is often observed. Hutchinson has recorded 3 cases of temporary blindness, all in men, the result of sexual excess after marriage. Archives of Surgery, Jan 1893. The old medical authors attributed many evil results to excess in coitus, thus Schurig Spermatologia, 1720 pp. 260. Et seq. brings together cases of insanity, apoplexy, syncope, epilepsy, loss of memory, blindness, baldness, unilateral perspiration, gout, and death, attributed to this cause of death. Many cases are given, some in women, but one may easily perceive that post was often mistaken for propter. There is, however, another consideration, which can scarcely escape the reader of the present work. Nearly all the estimates of the desirable frequency of coitus are framed to suit the supposed physiological needs of the husband, and they appear usually to be framed in the same spirit of exclusive attention to those needs, as though the physiological needs of the evacuation of the bowels or the bladder were in question. But sexual needs are the needs of 2 persons, of the husband and of the wife. It is not enough to ascertain the needs of the husband, it is also necessary to ascertain the needs of the wife. The resultant must be a harmonious adjustment of these 2 groups of needs. That consideration alone, in conjunction with the wide variations of individual needs, suffices to render any definite rules of very trifling value. It is important to remember the wide limits of variation in sexual capacity, as well as the fact that such variations in either direction may be healthy and normal, though undoubtedly, when they become extreme variations, may have a pathological significance. In one case, for instance, a man has intercourse once a month and finds this sufficient. He has no nocturnal emissions, nor any strong desires in the interval, yet he leads an idle and luxurious life, and is not restrained by any moral or religious scruples if he much exceeds the frequency which suits him. He suffers from ill health, though otherwise quite healthy, except for a weak digestion at the other extreme. A happily married couple between 45 and 50, much attached to each other, had engaged in sexual intercourse every night for 20 years, except during the menstrual period and advanced pregnancy, which had only occurred once. They are hardy, full-blooded, intellectual people fond of good living, and they attribute their affection and constancy to this frequent indulgence in coitus. The only child, a girl, is not strong though fairly healthy. The cases are numerous in which on special occasions it is possible for people who are passionately attached to each other to repeat the act of coitus, or at all events, the orgasm, an inordinate number of times within a few hours. This usually occurs at the beginning of an intimacy, or after long separation. Thus, in one case, a newly married woman experienced the orgasm 14 times in one night, her husband in the same period experiencing it 7 times. In another case, a woman who had lived a chaste life, when sexual relationships finally began, once experienced orgasm 14 or 15 times to her partners, 3 times. In a case which I have been assured may be accepted as authentic, a young wife of highly erotic, very erratic, slightly abnormal temperament, after a month's absence from her husband, was excited 26 times within an hour and a quarter. Her husband, a much older man, having 2 orgasms during this period. The wife admitted that she felt a complete wreck after this, but it is evident that if this case may be regarded as authentic, the orgasms were of extremely slight intensity. A young woman newly married to a physically robust man once had intercourse with him 8 times in 2 hours, orgasm occurring each time in both parties. Gutsy Drasig Jar Praxis Vol Roman 2 p. 311. In Russia, knew many cases in which young men of 22 to 28 had intercourse more than 10 times in one night, though after the 4th time there is seldom any semen. He had known some men who had masturbated in early boyhood and began to consort with women at 15, yet remained sexually vigorous in old age, while he knew others who began intercourse late and were losing force at 40. Mantegazza, who knew a man who had intercourse 14 times in one day, remarks that the stories of the old Italian novelists show that 12 times was regarded as a rare exception. Burchard Alexander VI's secretary states that the Florentine ambassador's son in Rome in 1489 knew a girl 7 times in 1 hour. J. Burchard Diarium ed Thuesny, Vol. IP 329. Olivier Charlemagne's knight boasted, according to legend, that he could show his virile power 100 times in one night. If allowed to sleep with the Emperor of Constantinople's daughter, he was allowed to try, it is said, and succeeded 30 times. Schultz, Das Hoffisch Leben Vol. IP 581. It will be seen that whenever the sexual act is repeated frequently within a short time, it is very rarely indeed that the husband can keep pace with the wife. It is true that the woman's sexual energy is aroused more slowly and with more difficulty than the man's, but as it becomes aroused, its momentum increases. The man whose energy is easily aroused is easily exhausted. The woman has often scarcely attained her energy until after the first orgasm is over. It is sometimes a surprise to a young husband, happily married, to find that the act of sexual intercourse which completely satisfies him has only served to arouse his wife's ardor. Very many women feel that the repetition of the act several times in succession is needed to, as they may express it, clear the system, and far from producing sleepiness and fatigue, it renders them bright and lively. The young and vigorous woman who has lived a chaste life sometimes feels, when she commences sexual relationships, as though she really required several husbands and needed intercourse at least once a day. Though later, when she becomes adjusted to married life, she reaches the conclusion that her desires are not abnormally excessive. The husband has to adjust himself to his wife's needs through his sexual force when he possesses it, and if not through his skill and consideration. The rare men who possess a genital potency, which they can exert to the gratification of women without injury to themselves, have been by Professor Benedict termed sexual athletes, and he remarks that such men easily dominate women. He rightly regards Casanova as the type of the sexual athlete. Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, Jan 1896. Nacki reports the case of a man whom he regards as a sexual athlete who throughout his life had intercourse once or twice daily with his wife, or if she was unwilling with another woman, until he became insane at the age of 7 to 5 Zeitschrift für Sexualwissenschaft, Aug 1908 p. 507. This should probably, however, be regarded rather as a case of morbid hyperesthesia than of sexual athleticism. At this stage, we reach the fundamental elements of the art of love. We have seen that many moral practices and moral theories which have been widely current in Christendom have developed traditions still, by no means extinct among us, which were profoundly antagonistic to the art of love. The idea grew up of marital duties of conjugal rights. The husband had the right and the duty to perform sexual intercourse with his wife, whatever her wishes in the matter might be, while the wife had the duty and the right, the duty in her case being usually put first to submit to such intercourse, which she was frequently taught to regard as something low and merely physical and unpleasant, an almost degrading necessity, which she would do well to put out of her thoughts as speedily as possible. It is not surprising that such an attitude towards marriage has been highly favorable to conjugal unhappiness, more especially that of the wife, and it has tended to promote adultery and divorce. We might have been more surprised had it been otherwise. The art of love is based on the fundamental natural fact of courtship, and courtship is the effort of the male to make himself acceptable to the female. The art of love, said Vatsyayana, one of the greatest of authorities, is the art of pleasing women. A man must never permit himself a pleasure with his wife, said Balzac in his Physiology. Do marriage which he has not the skill first to make her desire. The whole art of love is there women naturally and instinctively seek to make themselves desirable to men, even to men whom they are supremely indifferent to, and the woman who is in love with a man by an equally natural instinct seeks to shape herself to the measure which individually pleases him. This tendency is not really modified by the fundamental fact that in these matters, it is only the arts that nature makes which are truly effective. It is finally, by what he is, that a man arouses a woman's deepest emotions of sympathy or of antipathy, and he is often pleasing her more by displaying his fitness to play a great part in the world outside than by any acquired accomplishments in the arts of courtship. When, however, the serious and intimate play of physical love begins, the woman's part is even biologically on the surface, the more passive part. She is on the physical side. Inevitably, the instrument in love, it must be his hand and his bow which evoke the music. In speaking of the art of love, however, it is impossible to disentangle completely the spiritual from the physical. The very attempt to do so is indeed a fatal mistake. The man who can only perceive the physical side of the sexual relationship is, as Hinton was accustomed to say, on a level with the man who, in listening to a sonata of Beethoven on the violin, is only conscious of the physical fact that a horse's tail is being scraped against a sheep's entrails. The image of the musical instrument constantly recurs to those who write of the art of love. Balzac's comparison of the unskillful husband to the orangutan attempting to play the violin has already been quoted. Dr. Jules Guillot, in his serious and admirable little book, Breviaire de l'Amour expérimental, falls on to the same comparison. There are an immense number of ignorant, selfish, and brutal men who give themselves no trouble to study the instrument which God has confided to them, and do not so much as suspect that it is necessary to study it in order to draw out its slightest chords. Every direct contact, even with the clitoris, every attempt at coitus when the feminine organism is not aroused, exercises a painful sensation, an instinctive repulsion, a feeling of disgust and aversion. Any man, any husband who is ignorant of this fact is ridiculous and contemptible. Any man, any husband who, knowing it, dares to disregard it, has committed an outrage in the final combination of man and woman, the positive element. The husband has the initiative and the responsibility for the conjugal life. He is the minstrel who will produce harmony or cacophony by his hand, and his bow, the wife, from this point of view, is really the manastringed instrument, who will give out harmonious or discordant sounds, according as she is well or ill handled. Guillot, Breviaire pp. 99, 115, 138. That such love corresponds to the woman's need, there cannot be any doubt. All developed women desire to be loved, says Ellen, qui not en male, but en artiste libre and ep 92, only a man of whom she feels that he has also the artist's joy in her, and who shows this joy through his timid and delicate touch on her soul, as on her body, can keep. The woman of today, she will only belong to a man who continues to long for her even when he holds her locked in his arms. And when such a woman breaks out, "You want me, but you cannot caress me, you cannot tell what I want," then that man is judged love is indeed, as Remy de Guermont remarks, a delicate art, for which as for painting or music only some are apt. It must not be supposed that the demand on the lover and husband to approach a woman in the same spirit, with the same consideration and skillful touch, as a musician takes up his instrument, is merely a demand made by modern women, who are probably neurotic or hysterical. No reader of these studies who has followed the discussions of courtship and of sexual selection in previous volumes can fail to realize that although we have sought to befool ourselves by giving an illegitimate connotation to the word, brutal consideration and respect for the female is all but universal in the sexual relationships of the animals below man. It is only at the furthest remove from the brutes among civilized men that sexual brutality is at all common, and even there it is chiefly the result of ignorance. If we go as low as the insects who have been disciplined by no family life, and are generally counted as careless and wanton, we may sometimes find this attitude towards the female fully developed, and the extreme consideration of the male for the female, whom yet he holds firmly beneath him, the tender preliminaries, the extremely gradual approach to the supreme sexual act, may well furnish an admirable lesson. This greater difficulty and delay on the part of women in responding to the erotic excitation of courtship is really very fundamental and has so often been necessary to point out in previous volumes of these studies. It covers the whole of woman's erotic life from the earliest age, when coyness and modesty develop. A woman's love develops much more slowly than a man's for a much longer period. There is real psychological significance in the fact that a man's desire for a woman tends to arise spontaneously, while a woman's desire for a man tends only to be aroused gradually, in the measure of her complexly developing relationship to him. Hence, her sexual emotion is often less abstract, more intimately associated with the individual lover, in whom it is centered. The way to my senses is through my heart, wrote Mary Wollstonecraft to her lover Imlay. But forgive me, I think there is sometimes a shorter cut to yours. She spoke for the best, if not for the largest part of her sex. A man often reaches the full limit of his physical capacity for love at a single step, and it would appear that his psychic limits are often not more difficult to reach. This is the solid fact underlying the more hazardous statement, so often made, that woman is monogamic and man polygamic. On the more physical side, Gutseat states that a month after marriage, not more than 2 women out of 10 have experienced the full pleasure of sexual intercourse, and it may not be for 6 months, a year, or even till after the birth of several children that a woman experiences the full enjoyment of the physical relationship, and even then only with a man she completely loves, so that the conditions of sexual gratification are much more complex in women than in men. Similarly, on the psychic side, Ellen Key remarks Über Liebe und p. 111, it is certainly true that a woman desires sexual gratification from a man, but while in her this desire not seldom only appears after she has begun to love a man enough to give her life for him, a man often desires to possess a woman physically before he loves her enough to give even his little finger for her. The fact that love in a woman mostly goes from the soul to the senses, and often fails to reach them, and that in a man it mostly goes from the senses to the soul, and frequently never reaches that goal, is of all the existing differences between men and women that which causes most torture to both. It will of course be apparent to the reader of the 4th volume of these studies on sexual selection in man that the method of stating the difference, which has commended itself to Mary Wollstonecraft, Ellen Key, and others, is not strictly correct, and the chastest woman, after, for example, taking too hot a bath, may find that her heart is not the only path through which her senses may be affected. The senses are the only channels to the external world which we possess, and love must come through these channels, or not at all. The difference, however, seems to be a real one, if we translate it to mean that, as we have seen reason to believe in previous volumes of these studies, there are in women 1 preferential sensory paths of sexual stimuli, such as apparently a predominance of tactile and auditory paths, as compared with men, 2 a more massive, complex, and delicately poised sexual mechanism, and as a result of this 3, eventually, a greater amount of nervous and cerebral sexual irradiation. It must be remembered at the same time that while this distinction represents a real tendency in sexual differentiation, with an organic and not merely traditional basis, it has about it nothing whatever that is absolute. There are a vast number of women whose sexual facility, again by natural tendency, and not merely by acquired habits, is as marked as that of any man, if not more so in the sexual field, as we have seen in a previous volume analysis of the sexual impulse. The range of variability is greater in women than in men. The fact that love is an art, a method of drawing music from an instrument, and not the mere commission of an act by mutual consent, makes any verbal agreement to love of little moment. If love were a matter of contract, of simple intellectual consent of question, an answer it would never have come into the world. At all, love appeared as art from the first, and the subsequent developments of the summary methods of reason and speech cannot abolish that fundamental fact. This is scarcely realized by those ill-advised lovers, who consider that the first step in courtship, and perhaps even the whole of courtship, is for a man to ask a woman to be his wife. That is so far from being the case that it constantly happens that the premature exhibition of so large a demand at once and forever damns all the wooer's chances. It is lamentable, no doubt, that so grave and fateful a matter as that of marriage should so often be decided without calm deliberation and reasonable forethought. But sexual relationships can never and should never be merely a matter of cold calculation when a woman is suddenly confronted by the demand that she should yield herself up as a wife to a man who has not yet succeeded in gaining her affections. She will not fail to find, provided she is lifted above the cold-hearted motives of self-interest, that there are many sound reasons why she should not do so, and having thus squarely faced the question in cool blood, and decided it, she will henceforth probably meet that wooer with a tunic of steel enclosing her breast. Love must be revealed by acts, and not betrayed by words. I regard as abnormal the extraordinary method of a hasty avowal beforehand, for that represents not the direct, but the reflex path of transmission, however sweet and normal the avowal may be. When once reciprocity has been realized as a method of conquest, I consider it dangerous, and likely to produce the reverse of the result desired. I take these wise words from a thoughtful essay, Sir Ellimore Archives to Psychology, 1904, by a non-psychological Swiss writer, who is recording his own experiences, and who insists much on the predominance of the spiritual and mental element in. It is worthy of note that this recognition that direct speech is out of place in courtship must not be regarded as a refinement of civilization among primitive peoples. Everywhere it is perfectly well recognized that the offer of love and its acceptance or its refusal must be made by actions symbolically, and not by the crude method of question and answer among the Indians of Paraguay, who allow much sexual freedom to their women, but never buy or sell love. Mantegaza states, Rio de la Plata y Tenerife, 1867 p. 225, that a girl of the people will come to your door or window, and timidly with a confused air ask you in the Guarani tongue for a drink of water, but she will smile if you innocently offer her water. Among the Tarahumari Indians of Mexico, with whom the initiative in courting belongs to the women, the girl takes the first step through her parents. Then she throws small pebbles at the young man. If he throws them back, the matter is concluded. Karl Lumholtz, Scribner's Magazine, Sept. 1894 p. 299. In many parts of the world, it is the woman who chooses her husband. See, for example, Roman 1000 A. Potter Soreb, and Rustum pp. 169 et seq. And she very frequently adopts a symbolical method of proposal. Except when the commercial element predominates in marriage, a similar method is frequently adopted by men, also in making proposals of marriage. It is not only at the beginning of courtship that the act of love has little room for formal declarations, for the demands and the avowals that can be clearly defined in speech. The same rule holds even in the most intimate relationships of old lovers throughout the married life, the permanent element in modesty which survives every sexual initiation to become intertwined with all the exquisite impudicities of love, combines with a true erotic instinct to rebel against formal demands, against verbal affirmations, or denials. Love's requests cannot be made in words, nor truthfully answered in words. A fine divination is still needed as long as love lasts. The fact that the needs of love cannot be expressed, but must be divined, has long been recognized by those who have written of the art of love, alike by writers within and without the European Christian traditions. Thus Zacchaeus, in his great medicogal treatise, points out that a husband must be attentive to the signs of sexual desire in his wife. Women, he says, when sexual desire arises within them, are accustomed to ask their husbands questions on matters of love. They flatter and caress them. They allow some part of their body to be uncovered, as if by accident their breasts appear to swell. They show unusual alacrity. they blush, their eyes are bright. And if they experience unusual ardor, they stammer, talk beside the mark, and are scarcely mistress of themselves. At the same time, their private parts become hot and swell. All these signs should convince a husband, however inattentive he may be, that his wife craves for satisfaction. Zacchae Questionum Medical Gallium, Opus Lib Roman 7 Tit, Roman 3 Quist I Vol Roman 2 p. 624, in ed. of 1688. The old Hindu erotic writers attributed great importance alike to the man's attentiveness to the woman's erotic needs, and to his skill and consideration in all the preliminaries of the sexual act. He must do all that he can to procure her pleasure, says Vatsyayana, when she is on her bed, and perhaps absorbed in conversation. He gently unfastens the knot of her lower garment. If she protests, he closes her mouth with kisses. Some authors, Vatsyayana remarks, hold that the lover should begin by sucking the nipples of her breasts. When erection occurs, he touches her with his hands, softly caressing the various parts of her body. He should always press those parts of her body towards which she turns her eyes if she is shy, and it is the first time he will place his hands between her thighs, which she will instinctively press together. If she is young, he will put his hands on her breasts, and she will no doubt cover them with her own. If she is mature, he will do all that may seem fitting and agreeable to both parties. Then he will take her hair and her chin between his fingers, and kiss them. If she is very young, she will blush, and close her eyes by the way in which she receives his caresses. He will divine what pleases her most in union. The signs of her enjoyment are that her body becomes limp, her eyes close. She loses all timidity and takes part in the movements which bring her most closely to him. If on the other hand she feels no pleasure, she strikes the bed with her hands, will not allow the man to continue, is sullen, even bites or kicks, and continues the movements of coitus when the man has finished. In such cases, Vatsyayana adds, it is his duty to rub the vulva with his hand before union, until it is moist, and he should perform the same movements afterwards, if his own orgasm has occurred first. With regard to Indian erotic art generally, and more especially Vatsyayana, who appears to have lived some 1600 years ago, information will be found in Valentino Elhygien Conjugale, Chez Les Hindus Archives Generales de Médecine App, 25 1905, Iwan Block Indische, Medicine Pushmans Handbuch der Geschichte der Medizin Vol I Hymen, and Stefan Beitridge zur Erhygien, nach der Lehren des Kamasutrams für Sexualwissenschaft, Sept 1908. Also, a review of Richard Schmidt's German translation of the Kamashastra of Vatsyayana in Zeitschrift für Ethnologie 1902, Heft 2. There has long existed an English translation of this work. In the lengthy preface to the French translation, Lemaitre points out the superiority of Indian erotic art to that of the Latin poets by its loftier spirit and greater purity and idealism. It is throughout marked by respect for women, and its spirit is expressed in the well-known proverb, "Thou shalt not strike a woman even with a flower." See also Margaret Noble's Web of Indian Life, especially ch. Roman 3 on the Hindu woman as wife, and ch. Roman 4 Love Strong as Death. The advice given to husbands by Guillaume Brevière de Elamore Experimental p. 422 closely conforms to that given under very different social conditions by Zacchae and Vatsyayana. In a state of sexual need and desire, the woman's lips are firm and vibrant, the breasts are swollen, and the nipples erect. The intelligent husband cannot be deceived by these signs. If they do not exist, it is his part to provoke them by his kisses and caresses. And if in spite of his tender and delicate excitations, the lips show no heat, and the breasts no swelling, and especially if the nipples are disagreeably irritated by slight suction, he must arrest his transports and abstain from all contact with the organs of generation, for he would certainly find them in a state of exhaustion and disposed to repulsion. If on the contrary, the accessory organs are animated or become animated beneath his caresses, he must extend them to the generative organs, and especially to the clitoris, which beneath his touch will become full of appetite and ardor. The importance of the preliminary titillation of the sexual organs has been emphasized by a long succession alike of erotic writers and physicians, from Ovid Ars Amatoria end of BK Roman 2 onwards. Eulenberg Die Sexuelle Neuropathie, p. 79, considers that titillation is sometimes necessary, and Adler likewise, insisting on the preliminaries of psychic and physical courtship. Die Mangelhaft Geschlechtliche Empfindung des Weibes, p. 188, observes that the man who is gifted with insight and skill in these matters possesses a charm which will draw sparks of sensibility from the coldest feminine heart. The advice of the physician is at one in this matter with the maxims of the erotic artist, and with the needs of the loving woman in making love, there must be no haste, wrote Ovid. Creed mihi non est veneris properanda voluptas. Sed sensum tarda, prolation demora. Husbands like spoiled children, a woman has written too often miss the pleasure which might otherwise be theirs by clamoring for it at the wrong time. The man who thinks this prolonged courtship previous to the act of sex union wearisome has never given it a trial. It is the approach to the marital embrace, as well as the embrace itself, which constitutes the charm of the relation between the sexes. It not seldom happens, remarks Adler op. Cit. p. 186, that the insensibility of the wife must be treated in the husband, and Guillot, bringing forward the same point, writes op. Cit. p. 130, if by a delay of tender study the husband has understood his young bride, if he is able to realize for her the ineffable happiness and dreams of youth, he will be beloved. Forever he will be her master and sovereign lord. If he has failed to understand her, he will fatigue and exhaust himself in vain efforts and finally class her among the indifferent and cold women. She will be his wife by duty, the mother of his children. He will take his pleasure elsewhere, for man is ever in pursuit of the woman who experiences the genesic spasm. Thus the vague and unintelligent search for a half who can unite in that delirious finale is the chief cause of all conjugal dissolutions. In such a case, a man resembles a bad musician who changes his violin in the hope that a new instrument will bring the melody he is unable to play. The fact that there is thus an art in love, and that sexual intercourse is not a mere physical act to be executed by force of muscles, may help to explain why it is that in so many parts of the world defloration is not immediately effected on marriage. No doubt religious or magic reasons may also intervene here, but as so often happens, they harmonize with the biological process. This is the case even among uncivilized peoples, who marry early. The need for delay and considerate skill is far greater, when as among ourselves, a woman's marriage is delayed long past the establishment of puberty to a period when it is more difficult to break down the psychic, and perhaps even physical barriers of personality. It has to be added that the art of love in the act of courtship is not confined to the preliminaries to the single act of coitus. In a sense, the life of love is a continuous courtship, with a constant progression. The establishment of physical intercourse is but the beginning of it. This is especially true of women. The consummation of love, says Seneca, which is often the end of love with man, is only the beginning of love with woman, a test of trust, a gauge of future pleasure, a sort of engagement for an intimacy to come. A woman's soul and body, says another writer, are not given at one stroke at a given moment, but only slowly, little by little, through many stages, are both delivered to the beloved, instead of abandoning the young woman to the bridegroom on the wedding night. As an entrapped mouse is flung to the cat to be devoured, it would be better to let the young bridal couple live side by side like two friends and comrades until they gradually learn how to develop and use their sexual consciousness. The conventional wedding is out of place as a preliminary to the consummation of marriage, if only on the ground that it is impossible to say at what stage in the endless process of courtship it ought to take place. A woman, unlike a man, is prepared by nature to play a skillful part in the art of love. The man's part in courtship, which is that of the male throughout the zoological series, may be difficult and hazardous, but it is in a straight line fairly simple and direct. The woman's part, having to follow at the same moment two quite different impulses, is necessarily always in a zigzag or a curve. That is to say that at every erotic moment her action is the resultant of the combined force of her desire, conscious or unconscious, and her modesty. She must sail through a tortuous channel with Scylla on the one side and Charybdis on the other, and to avoid either danger too anxiously may mean risking shipwreck on the other side. She must be impenetrable to all the world, but it must be an impenetrability not too obscure for the divination of the right man. Her speech must be honest, but yet on no account tell everything. Her actions must be the outcome of her impulses, and on that very account be capable of two interpretations. It is only in the last resort of complete intimacy that she can become the perfect woman, whose speech truth knows not from her thought, nor love her body from her soul. For many a woman, the conditions for that final erotic avatar, that splendid shamelessness, which, as Rafford Pike says, is the finest thing in perfect love, never present themselves at all. She is compelled to be to the end of her erotic life what she must always be at the beginning, a complex and duplex personality, naturally artful, Therewith, she is better prepared than man to play her part in the art of love. The man's part in the art of love is, however, by no means easy. That is not always realized by the women who complain of his lack of skill in playing it. Although a man has not to cultivate the same natural duplicity as a woman, it is necessary that he should possess a considerable power of divination. He is not well prepared for that because the traditional masculine virtue is force, rather than insight. The male's work in the world, we are told, is domination. And it is by such domination that the female is attracted. There is an element of truth in that doctrine, an element of truth which may well lead astray the man who too exclusively relies upon it in the art of love. Violence is bad in every art, and in the erotic art, the female desires to be won to love, and not to be ordered to love. That is fundamental. We sometimes see the matter so stated as if the objection to force and domination in love constituted some quite new and revolutionary demand of the modern woman. That is, it needs scarcely be said the result of ignorance. The art of love, being an art that nature makes, is the same now as in essentials it has always been, and it was well established before woman came into existence. That it has not always been very skillfully played is another matter, and so far as the man is concerned, it is this very tradition of masculine predominance which has contributed to the difficulty of playing it skillfully. The woman admires the male's force. She even wishes herself to be forced to the things that she altogether desires, and yet she revolts from any exertion of force outside that narrow circle, either before the boundary of it is reached or after the boundary is passed. Thus the man's position is really more difficult than the women who complain of his awkwardness in love are always ready to admit. He must cultivate force not only in the world, but even for display in the erotic field. He must be able to divine the moments when in love force is no longer force, because his own will is his partner's, while he must at the same time hold himself in complete restraint lest he should fall into the fatal error of yielding to his own impulse of domination. And all this at the very moment when his emotions are least under control. We need scarcely be surprised that of the myriads who embark on the sea of love, so few women, so very few men come safely into port. It may still seem to some that in dwelling on the laws that guide the erotic life, if that life is to be healthy and complete, we have wandered away from the consideration of the sexual instinct in its relationship to society. It may therefore be desirable to return to first principles and to point out that we are still clinging to the fundamental facts of the personal and social life. Marriage, as we have seen reason to believe, is a great social institution. Procreation, which is on the public side, its supreme function, is a great social end. But marriage and procreation are both based on the erotic life. If the erotic life is not sound, then marriage is broken up practically, if not always formally, and the process of procreation is carried out under unfavorable conditions, or not at all. This social and personal importance of the erotic life, though under the influence of a false morality and an equally false modesty, it has sometimes been allowed to fall into the background in stages of artificial civilization, has always been clearly realized by those peoples who have vitally grasped the relationships of life. Among most uncivilized races, there appear to be few or no sexually frigid women. It is little to the credit of our own civilization that it should be possible for physicians today to assert, even with the faintest plausibility, that there are some 25% of women who may thus be described. The whole sexual structure of the world is built up on the general fact that the intimate contact of the male and female who have chosen each other is mutually pleasurable. Below this general fact is the more specific fact that in the normal accomplishment of the act of sexual consummation, the two partners experience the acute gratification of simultaneous orgasm. Herein, it has been said, lies the secret of love. It is the very basis of love, the condition of the healthy exercise of the sexual functions, and in many cases, it seems probable the condition also of fertilization. Even savages in a very low degree of culture are sometimes patient and considerate in evoking and waiting for the signs of sexual desire in their females. I may refer to the significant case of the Caroline Islanders, as described by Kubery in his ethnographic study of that people, and quoted in Volume 4 of these studies, Sexual Selection, in Man's Sect Roman 3, in Catholic Days. Theological influence worked wholesomely in the same direction. Although the theologians were so keen to detect the mortal sin of lust, it is true that the Catholic insistence on the desirability of simultaneous orgasm was largely due to the mistaken notion that to secure conception, it was necessary that there should be insemination on the part of the wife as well as of the husband. But that was not the sole source of the theological view. Thus, Zacchaeus discusses whether a man ought to continue with his wife until she has the orgasm and feels satisfied, and he decides that that is the husband's duty, otherwise the wife falls into danger, either of experiencing the orgasm during sleep or more probably, by self-excitation for many women, when their desires have not been satisfied by coitus place one thigh on the other pressing, and rubbing them together, until the orgasm occurs in the belief that if they abstain from using the hands they have committed no sin. Some theologians he adds favor that belief, notably Hurtado de Mendoza and Sanchez, and he further quotes the opinion of the latter that women who have not been satisfied in coitus are liable to become hysterical or melancholic. Zacchae Questionum Medical Gallium Opus, Lib Roman 7 tit, Roman 3, Quist Roman 6, in the same spirit. Some theologians seem to have permitted irrumatio without ejaculation, so long as it is only the preliminary to the normal sexual act. Nowadays physicians have fully confirmed the belief of Sanchez. It is well recognized that women in whom from whatever cause acute sexual excitement occurs with frequency, without being followed by the due natural relief of orgasm, are liable to various nervous and congestive symptoms, which diminish their vital effectiveness, and very possibly lead to a breakdown in health. Kish has described as a cardiac neurosis of sexual origin, a pathological tachycardia, which is an exaggeration of the physiological quick heart of sexual excitement. J. Inglis Parsons, British Medical Journal, Oct. 22 1904 p. 1062, refers to the ovarian pain produced by strong unsatisfied sexual excitement, often in vigorous unmarried women, and sometimes a cause of great distress. An experienced Austrian gynecologist told Herth-Weege zur Heimat p. 613 that of every 100 women who come to him with uterine troubles, 70 suffered from congestion of the womb, which he regarded as due to incomplete coitus. It is frequently stated that the evil of incomplete gratification and absence of orgasm in women is chiefly due to male withdrawal, that is to say coitus interruptus, in which the penis is hastily withdrawn as soon as involuntary ejaculation is impending, and it is sometimes said that the same widely prevalent practice is also productive of slight or serious results in the male. See, for example, Roman 50b Bangs, Transactions, New York Academy of Medicine, Vol. Roman 9, 1893, Roman 500. S. Booth, Coitus interruptus and Coitus reservatus, as causes of profound neurosis and psychosis. Alienist and neurologist, Nov. 1906, also alienist and neurologist, Oct. 1897 p. 588. It is undoubtedly true that coitus interruptus, since it involves sudden withdrawal on the part of the man, without reference to the stage of sexual excitation, which his partner may have reached, cannot fail to produce frequently an injurious nervous effect on the woman, though the injurious effect on the man who obtains ejaculation is little or none, but the practice is so widespread that it cannot be regarded as necessarily involving this evil result. There can, I am assured, be no doubt whatever that Blumreich is justified in his statement, Senator, and Camner Health and Disease, in relation to marriage, Vol. Roman 2 p. 783, that interrupted coitus is injurious to the genital system of those women only who are disturbed in their sensation of delight by this form of cohabitation, in whom the orgasm is not produced, and who continue for hours subsequently to be tormented by feelings of an unsatisfied desire, equally injurious. Effects follow in normal coitus, when the man's orgasm occurs too soon. These phenomena, therefore, he concludes, are not characteristic of interrupted coitus, but consequences of an imperfectly concluded sexual cohabitation. As such, Kish, likewise, in his elaborate and authoritative work on the sexual life of woman, also states that the question of the evil results of coitus interruptus in women is simply a question of whether or not they receive sexual satisfaction. Cf. also Furbringer Health and Disease, in relation to marriage, Vol. IPP 232. Et sec. This is clearly the most reasonable view to take concerning what is the simplest, the most widespread, and certainly the most ancient of the methods of preventing conception in the Book of Genesis. We find it practiced by Onan. And to come down to modern times in the 16th century, it seems to have been familiar to French ladies, who, according to Brantome, enjoined it on their lovers. Coitus reservatusen, which intercourse is maintained even for very long periods, during which the woman may have orgasms several times, while the man succeeds in holding back orgasm. So, far from being injurious to the woman, is probably the form of coitus, which gives her the maximum of gratification and relief for most men. However, it seems probable that this self-control over the processes leading to the involuntary act of detumescence is difficult to acquire while in weak nervous and erethic persons. It is impossible. It is, however, a desirable condition for completely adequate coitus, and in the East this is fully recognized, and the aptitude carefully cultivated. Thus W. Roman 500 Sutherland states einiges über das Alltagsleben und die Volksmedizin unter den Bauern, Britiskustindiens Münchener medizinische Wochenschrift, No. 12 1906, that the Hindu smokes and talks during intercourse in order to delay orgasm, and sometimes applies an opium paste to the glands of the penis for the same purpose. See also Vol. Roman 3 of these studies, the sexual impulse in women. Some authorities have indeed stated that the prolongation of the act of coitus is injurious in its effect on the male. Thus R. W. Taylor Practical Treatise on Sexual Disorders, 3rd ed. p. 121, states that it tends to cause atonic impotence, and Lowenfeld Sexualleben und Nervenleiden p. 74 thinks that the swift and unimpeded culmination of the sexual act is necessary in order to preserve the vigor of the reflex reactions. This is probably true of extreme and often repeated cases of indefinite prolongation of pronounced erection without detumescence, but it is not true within fairly wide limits. In the case of healthy persons, prolonged coitus reservatus was a practice of the complex marriage system of the Oneida community, and I was assured by the late Noyes Miller, who had spent the greater part of his life in the community, that the practice had no sort of evil result. Coitus reservatus was erected into a principle in the Oneida community. Every man in the community was theoretically the husband of every woman, but every man was not free to have children with every woman. Sexual initiation took place soon after puberty in the case of boys, some years later in the case of girls by a much older person of the opposite sex. In intercourse, the male inserted his penis into the vagina and retained it there for even an hour without emission. Though orgasm took place in the woman, there was usually no emission in the case of the man even after withdrawal, and he felt no need of emission. The social feeling of the community was a force on the side of this practice, the careless, unskillful men being avoided by women, while the general romantic sentiment of affection for all the women in the community was also a force. Masturbation was unknown, and no irregular relations took place with persons outside the community. The practice was maintained for 30 years and was finally abandoned, not on its demerits, but in deference to the opinions of the outside world. Mr. Miller admitted that the practice became more difficult in ordinary marriage, which favors a more mechanical habit of intercourse. The information received from Mr. Miller is supplemented in a pamphlet entitled Male Continence, the name given to coitus reservatus in the community, written in 1872 by the founder John Humphrey Noyes. The practice is based, he says, on the fact that sexual intercourse consists of two acts, a social and a propagative, and that if propagation is to be scientific, there must be no confusion of these two acts, and procreation must never be involuntary. It was, in 1844, he states that this idea occurred to him as a result of a resolve to abstain from sexual intercourse in consequence of his wife's delicate health and inability to bear healthy children, and in his own case he found the practice a great deliverance. It made a happy household. He points out that the chief members of the Oneida community belonged to the most respectable families in Vermont, had been educated in the best schools of New England morality and refinement, and were by the ordinary standards irreproachable in their conduct so far as sexual matters are concerned, till they deliberately commenced in 1846 the experiment of a new state of society on principles which they had been long maturing, and were prepared to defend before the world in relation to male continence. Therefore Noyes thought the community might fairly be considered the committee of Providence to test its value in actual life. He states that a careful medical comparison of the statistics of the community had shown that the rate of nervous disease in the community was considerably below the average outside, and that only 2 cases of nervous disorder had occurred which could be traced with any probability to a misuse of male continence. This has been confirmed by Van de Worker, who studied 42 women of the community, without finding any undue prevalence of reproductive diseases, nor could he find any diseased condition attributable to the sexual habits of the community cf. Roman 100 Reed Textbook of Gynecology, 1901 p. 9. Noyes believed that male continence had never previously been a definitely recognized practice, based on theory, though there might have been occasional approximation to it. This is probably true if the coitus is reservatus in the full sense, with complete absence of emission. Prolonged coitus, however, permitting the woman to have orgasm more than once while the man has none, has long been recognized. Thus, in the 17th century, Zacchia discussed whether such a practice is legitimate. Zacchae Questionum Opus ed. of 1688, Lib Roman 7 tit, Roman 3 quist Roman 6. In modern times, it is occasionally practiced without any theory and is always appreciated by the woman. While it appears to have no bad effect on the man in such a case, it will happen that the act of coitus may last for an hour, and a quarter or even longer, the maximum of the woman's pleasure not being reached, until 3/4 of an hour have passed. During this period, the woman will experience orgasm some 4 or 5 times, the man only at the end. It may occasionally happen that a little later the woman again experiences desire, and intercourse begins afresh in the same way. But after that she is satisfied, and there is no recurrence of desire. It may be desirable at this point to refer briefly to the chief variations in the method of effecting coitus, in their relationship to the art of love, and the attainment of adequate and satisfying detumescence. The primary and essential characteristic of the specifically human method of coitus is the fact that it takes place face to face. The fact that in what is usually considered the typically normal method of coitus, the woman lies supine and the man above her is secondary psychically. This front-to-front attitude represents a great advance over the quadrupedal method. The two partners reveal to each other the most important, the most beautiful, the most expressive sides of themselves, and thus multiply the mutual pleasure and harmony of the intimate act of union. Moreover, this face-to-face attitude possesses a great significance in the fact that it is the outward sign that the human couple has outgrown the animal sexual attitude of the hunter, seizing his prey in the act of flight and content to enjoy it in that attitude from behind. The human male may be said to retain the same attitude, but the female has turned round, she has faced her partner and approached him, and so symbolizes her deliberate consent to the act of union. The human variations in the exercise of coitus, both individual and national, are however extremely numerous. To be quite frank, says Furbringer Senator, and Kaminer Health and Disease, in relation to marriage vol. IP 213, I can hardly think of any combination which does not figure among my case notes as having been practiced by my patients. We must not too hastily conclude that such variations are due to vicious training. That is far from being the case. They often occur naturally and spontaneously. Freud has properly pointed out in the second series of his Beiträge zur Neurosenlicher Bruchstück etc., that we must not be too shocked even when the idea of fellatio spontaneously presents itself to a woman, for that idea has a harmless origin in the resemblance between the penis and the nipple. Similarly, it may be added the desire for cunnilingus, which seems to be much more often latently present in women than is the desire for its performance in men, has a natural analogy in the pleasure of suckling a pleasure, which is itself, indeed, often erotically tinged. See vol. Roman 4 of these studies, Sexual Selection, in Man Touch Sect Roman 3. Every variation in this matter, remarks Remy de Guermont Physique de Elamore p. 264, partakes of the sin of luxury, and some of the theologians have indeed considered any position in coitus, but that which is usually called normal in Europe, as a mortal sin. Other theologians, however, regarded such variations as only venial sins provided ejaculation took place in the vagina, just as some theologians would permit irrumatio as a preliminary to coitus, provided there was no ejaculation. Aquinas took a serious view of the deviations from normal intercourse. Sanchez was more indulgent, especially in view of his doctrine, derived from the Greek and Arabic natural philosophers, that the womb can attract the sperm, so that the natural end may be attained even in unusual positions. Whatever difference of opinion there may have been among ancient theologians, it is well recognized by modern physicians that variations from the ordinary method of coitus are desirable in special cases. Thus Kish points out Sterilität des Weibes p. 107, that in some cases it is only possible for the woman to experience sexual excitement when coitus takes place in the lateral position, or in the posteriori position, or when the usual position is reversed. And in his Sexual Life of Woman, also Kish recommends several variations of position for coitus. Adler points out op. Cit. pp. 151-186, the value of the same positions in some cases, and remarks that such variations often call forth latent sexual feelings, as by a charm. Such cases are indeed by no means infrequent, the advantage of the unusual position being due either to physical or psychic causes, and the discovery of the right variation is sometimes found in a merely playful attempt. It has occasionally happened also that when intercourse has habitually taken place in an abnormal position, no satisfaction is experienced by the woman until the normal position is adopted. The only fairly common variation of coitus, which meets with unqualified disapproval, is that in the erect posture. See for example Hammond op. Cit. pp. 257, et seq. Lucretius specially recommended the quadrupedal variation of coitus. BK Roman 4 1258, and Ovid describes end of BK Roman 3 of the Ars Amatoria, what he regards as agreeable variations, giving the preference as the easiest and simplest method to that in which the woman lies half supine on her side, perhaps, however, the variation which is nearest to the normal attitude, and which has most often and most completely commended itself, is that apparently known to Arabic erotic writers as dak el-ars, in which the man is seated, and his partner is astride his thighs, embracing his body with her legs, and his neck with her arms, while he embraces her waist. This is stated in the Arabic Perfumed Garden to be the method preferred by most women. The other most usual variation is the inverse normal position, in which the man is supine, and the woman adapts herself to this position, which permits of several modifications obviously advantageous, especially when the man is much larger than his partner. The Christian, as well as the Mahometan theologians, appear indeed to have been generally opposed to this superior position of the female, apparently it would seem, because they regarded the literal subjection of the male, which it involves, as symbolic of a moral subjection. The testimony of many people today, however, is decidedly in favor of this position, more especially as regards the woman, since it enables her to obtain a better adjustment and greater control of the process, and so frequently to secure sexual satisfaction, which she may find difficult or impossible in the normal position. The theologians seem to have been less unfavorably disposed to the position normal among quadrupeds a posteriori, though the old penitentials were inclined to treat it severely, the penitential of Angers prescribing 40 days penance, and Egbert's 3 years, if practiced habitually. It is discussed by J. Peterman Venus Aversa Sexual Problem, Feb. 1909. There are good reasons why in many cases this position should be desirable, more especially from the point of view of women, who indeed not infrequently prefer it. It must be always remembered, as has already been pointed out, that in the progress from anthropoid to man, it is the female, not the male, whose method of coitus has been revolutionized. While, however, the obverse human position represents a psychic advance, there has never been a complete physical readjustment of the female organs to the obverse method, more especially in Adler's opinion op. Cit. pp. 117,119. The position of the clitoris is such that as a rule it is more easily excited by coitus from behind than from in front. A more recent writer, Klotz, in his book Der Mensch, ein Vierfüßler 1908, even takes the too extreme position that the quadrupedal method of coitus, being the only method that ensures due contact with the clitoris, is the natural human method. It must, however, be admitted that the posterior mode of coitus is not only a widespread, but a very important variation in either of its two most important forms, the Pompeian method, in which the woman bends forwards and the man approaches behind, or the method described by Boccaccio, in which the man is supine and the woman astride. Fellatio and cunnilingus, while they are not strictly methods of coitus, insofar as they do not involve the penetration of the penis into the vagina, are very widespread as preliminaries, or as vicarious forms of coitus alike, among civilized and uncivilized peoples. Thus, in India, I am told that fellatio is almost universal in households, and regarded as a natural duty towards the paterfamilias. As regards cunnilingus, Max Dissoir has stated Allgemeine Zeitschrift für Psychiatrie 1894 Heft 5, that the superior Berlin prostitutes say that about a quarter of their clients desire to exercise this, and that in France and Italy, the proportion is higher. The number of women who find cunnilingus agreeable is without doubt much greater. Intercourse per annum must also be regarded as a vicarious form of coitus. It appears to be not uncommon, especially among the lower social classes, and while most often due to the wish to avoid conception, it is also sometimes practiced as a sexual aberration at the wish either of the man or the woman, the anus being to some extent an erogenous zone. The ethnic variations in method of coitus were briefly discussed in Volume 5 of these studies, the mechanism of detumescence, section Roman II. In all civilized countries, from the earliest times, writers on the erotic art have formally and systematically set forth the different positions for coitus. The earliest writing of this kind, now extant, seems to be an Egyptian papyrus, preserved at Turin of the date B. Roman 100. In this 14 different positions are represented. The Indians, according to Ewan Block, recognize altogether 48 different positions. The Ananga Ranga describes 32 main forms. The Mohammedan perfumed garden describes 40 forms as well as 6 different kinds of movement. During coitus, the Eastern books of this kind are on the whole superior to those that have been produced by the Western world, not only by their greater thoroughness, but by the higher spirit by which they have often been inspired. The ancient Greek erotic writings, now all lost, in which the modes of coitus were described, were nearly all attributed to women, according to a legend recorded by Suidas. The earliest writer of this kind was Astyanaxa, the maid of Helen of Troy Elephantes. The poetess is supposed to have enumerated 9 different postures. Numerous women of later date wrote on these subjects, and one book is attributed to Polycrates the sophist. Eratostheno wrote after the influence of Christianity had degraded erotic matters, perilously near to that region of pornography, from which they are only today beginning to be rescued. In his Sonetti Lussuriosi, described 26 different methods of coitus, each one accompanied by an illustrative design by Giulio Romano. The chief among Raphael's pupils, Viniero, in his Patana Errante, described 32 positions. More recently, Forberg, the chief modern authority, has enumerated 90 positions, but it is said only 48 can, even on the most liberal estimate, be regarded as coming within the range of normal variation. The disgrace which has overtaken the sexual act and rendered it a deed of darkness is doubtless largely responsible for the fact that the chief time for its consummation among modern civilized peoples is the darkness of the early night in stuffy bedrooms, when the fatigue of the day's labors is struggling with the artificial stimulation produced by heavy meals and alcoholic drinks. This habit is partly responsible for the indifference or even disgust with which women sometimes view coitus. Many more primitive peoples are wiser. The New Guinea Papuans of Astrolabe Bay, according to Vanas Zeitschrift, Für Ethnologie 1900 Heft 5 p. 414, though it must be remembered that the association of the sexual act with darkness is much older than Christianity and connected with early religious notions. Cf. Hesiod works and days BK Roman II always have sexual intercourse in the open air. The hardworking women of the Jebvuka and Buru Islands, again, are too tired for coitus at night. It is carried out in the daytime under the trees. And the Serang Islanders also have coitus in the woods. Ploss and Bartels des Weib BK ICH Roman 17. It is obviously impracticable to follow these examples in modern cities. Even if avocation and climate permitted, it is also agreed that sexual intercourse should be followed by repose. There seems to be little doubt, however, that the early morning and the daylight are more favorable time than the early night. Conception should take place in the light, said Michelet Elamor p. 153. Sexual intercourse in the darkness of night is an act committed with a mere female animal. In the daytime, it is union with a loving and beloved individual person. This has been widely recognized. The Greeks, as we gather from Aristophanes in the Archarnians, regarded sunrise as the appropriate time for coitus. The South Slavs also say that dawn is the time for coitus. Many modern authorities have urged the advantages of early morning. Coitus morning, said Rabaud Trait de l'Impuissance pp. 1513, is the time for coitus. And even if desire is greater in the evening, pleasure is greater in the morning. Osiander also advised early morning coitus, and Venet, in an earlier century, discussing at what hour a man should amorously embrace his wife. La Generation de Elham Part 2 CHV, while thinking it is best to follow inclination, remarks that a beautiful woman looks better by sunlight than by candlelight. A few authorities like Burdach have been content to accept the custom of night. Coitus and Bush des Geschlechtsleben des Weibes, Vol. IP 214, was inclined to think the darkness of night the most natural time, while Furbringer Senator and Kaminer Health and Disease, in relation to marriage Vol. IP 217, thinks that early morning is occasionally the best time. To some, on the other hand, the exercise of sexual intercourse in the sunlight and the open air seems so important that they are inclined to elevate it to the rank of a religious exercise. I quote from a communication on this point received from Australia. This shameful thing that must not be spoken of or done, except in the dark, will someday, I believe, become the one religious ceremony of the human race in the spring. Oh, what springs people will have become very sane, well-bred, aristocratic, all of them aristocrats, and on the whole opposed to rites and superstitions, for they will have a perfect knowledge of the past. The coition of lovers in the springtime will be the one religious ceremony they will allow themselves. I have a vision sometimes of the holy scene, but I am afraid it is too beautiful to describe the intercourse of the sexes I have dreamed. Is ineffably beautiful, too fair to be remembered, wrote the chaste Thoreau. Verily human beauty, joy, and love will reach their divinest height during those inaugural days of springtide coupling when the world is one paradise. The consummation of the lovers, the youngest and most beautiful, will take place in certain sacred valleys, in sight of thousands, assembled to witness it. For days, it will take place in these valleys, where the sun will rise on a dream of passionate voices of clinging human forms of flowers and waters, and the purple and gold of the sunrise are reflected on hills illumined with pansies. I know not if the writer recalled George Chapman's enameled pansies used at nuptials still and repeated on golden human flesh and human hair in these sacred valleys. The subtle perfume of the pansies will mingle with the divine fragrance of healthy naked young women and men in the spring coupling. You and I shall not see that, but we may help to make it possible. This rhapsody, an unconscious repetition of St. Lambert's at Emile Quinault's table in the 18th century, serves to illustrate the revolt which tends to take place against the unnatural and artificial degradation of the sexual act. In some parts of the world, it has seemed perfectly natural and reasonable that so great and significant an act as that of coitus should be consecrated to the divinity, and hence arose the custom of prayer before sexual intercourse. Thus Zoroaster ordained that a married couple should pray before coitus, and after the act they should say together, O Sapindamad, I trust this seed to thee, preserve it for me, for it is a man in the Gorong archipelago. It is customary also for husband and wife to pray together before the sexual act plus, and Bartels does YBDICH Roman 17. The civilized man, however, has come to regard his stomach as the most important of his organs, and he utters his conventional grace not before love, but only before food. Even the degraded ritual vestiges of the religious recognition of coitus are difficult to find in Europe. We may perhaps detect it among the Spaniards with their tenacious instinct for ritual in the solemn etiquette, with which in the 17th century it was customary, according to Madame d'Aulne, for the king to enter the bedchamber of the queen. He has on his slippers, his black mantle over his shoulder, his shield on one arm, a bottle hanging by a cord over the other arm. This bottle is not to drink from, but for a quite opposite purpose, which you will guess. With all this, the king must also have his great sword in one hand, and a dark lantern in the other. In this way, he must enter alone the queen's chamber. Madame d'Aulne, Relation du Voyage d'Espagne, 1692, Vol. Roman 3 p. 221. In discussing the art of love, it is necessary to give a primary place to the central fact of coitus, on account of the ignorance that widely prevails concerning it, and the unfortunate prejudices which in their fungus broods flourish in the noisome obscurity around it. The traditions of the Christian Church, which overspread the whole of Europe, and set up for worship a divine Virgin and her divine Son, both of whom it elaborately disengaged from personal contact with sexuality, effectually crushed any attempt to find a sacred and avowable ideal in married love. Even the Church's own efforts to elevate matrimony were negatived by its own ideals that influence depresses our civilization. Even today, when Walt Whitman wrote his Children of Adam, he was giving imperfect expression to conceptions of the religious nature of sexual love, which have existed wholesomely and naturally in all parts of the world, but had not yet penetrated the darkness of Christendom, where they still seemed strange and new, if not terrible, and the refusal to recognize the solemnity of sex had involved the placing of a pall of blackness and disrepute on the supreme sexual act itself. It was shut out from the sunshine and excluded from the sphere of worship. The sexual act is important from the point of view of erotic art, not only from the ignorance and prejudices which surround it, but also because it has a real value even in regard to the psychic side of married life. These organs, according to the oft-quoted saying of the old French physician, Ambrose Père make peace in the household. How this comes about we see illustrated from time to time in Pepys' diary. At the same time, it is scarcely necessary to say after all that has gone before that this ancient source of domestic peace tends to be indefinitely complicated by the infinite variety in erotic needs, which become ever more pronounced with the growth of civilization. The art of love is indeed only beginning with the establishment of sexual intercourse. In the adjustment of that relationship, all the forces of nature are so strongly engaged that under completely favorable conditions which, indeed very rarely occur in our civilization, knowledge of the art, and a possible skill in its exercise, come almost of themselves. The real test of the artist in love is in the skill to carry it beyond the period when the interests of nature having been really or seemingly secured, begin to slacken the whole art of love. It has been well said lies, in forever finding something new in the same person. The art of love is even more the art of retaining love than of arousing it, otherwise it tends to degenerate towards the Shakespearean lust. Past reason hunted, and no sooner had past reason hated. Though it must be remembered that even from the most strictly natural point of view, the transitions of passion are not normally towards repulsion, but towards affection. The young man and woman who are brought into the complete unrestraint of marriage, after a prolonged and unnatural separation, during which desire and the satisfactions of desire have been artificially disconnected, are certainly not under the best conditions for learning the art of love. They are tempted by reckless and promiscuous indulgence in the intimacies of marriage to fling carelessly aside all the reasons that make that art worth learning. There are married people, as Ellen Key remarks, who might have loved each other all their lives, if they had not been compelled every day and all the year to direct their habits, wills and inclinations towards each other. All the tendencies of our civilized life are in personal matters, towards individualism. They involve the specialization, and they ensure the sacredness of personal habits, and even peculiarities. This individualism cannot be broken down suddenly at the arbitrary dictation of a tradition, or even by the force of passion, from which the restraints have been removed out of deference to the conventions and prejudices of their friends, or out of the reckless abandonment of young love, or merely out of a fear of hurting each other's feelings. Young couples have often plunged prematurely into an unbroken intimacy, which is even more disastrous to the permanency of marriage than the failure ever to reach a complete intimacy at all. That is one of the chief reasons why most writers on the moral hygiene of marriage nowadays recommend separate beds for the married couple, if possible separate bedrooms, and even sometimes, with Ellen Key, no objection to their living in separate houses. Certainly, the happiest marriages have often involved the closest and most unbroken intimacy in persons peculiarly fitted for such intimacy. It is far from true that, as Bloch has affirmed, familiarity is fatal to love. It is deadly to a love that has no roots, but it is the nourishment of the deeply rooted love. Yet it remains true that absence is needed to maintain the keen freshness and fine idealism of love. Absence, as Landor said, is the invisible and incorporeal mother of ideal beauty. The married lovers, who are only able to meet for comparatively brief periods between long absences, have often experienced in these meetings a lifelong succession of honeymoons. There can be no question that as presence has its risks for love, so also has absence. Absence, like presence in the end, if too prolonged, effaces the memory of love and absence. Further, by the multiplied points of contact with the world, which it frequently involves, introduces the problem of jealousy. Although it must be added, it is difficult indeed to secure a degree of association which excludes jealousy, or even the opportunities for motives of jealousy. The problem of jealousy is so fundamental in the art of love that it is necessary at this point to devote to it a brief discussion. Jealousy is based on fundamental instincts, which are visible at the beginning of animal life. Descartes defined jealousy as a kind of fear related to a desire to preserve a possession. Every impulse of acquisition in the animal world is stimulated into greater activity by the presence of a rival who may snatch beforehand the coveted object. This seems to be a fundamental fact in the animal world. It has been a life-conserving tendency, for it has been said an animal that stood aside while its fellows were gorging themselves with food, and experienced nothing but pure satisfaction in the spectacle would speedily perish. But in this fact, we have the natural basis of jealousy. It is in reference to food that this impulse appears first, and most conspicuously among animals. It is a well-known fact that association with other animals induces an animal to eat much more than when kept by himself. He ceases to eat from hunger, but eats as it has been put. In order to preserve his food from rivals in the only strong box, he knows the same feeling is transferred among animals to the field of sex, and further in the relations of dogs and other domesticated animals to their masters. The emotion of jealousy is often very keenly marked. Jealousy is an emotion which is at its maximum among animals, among savages, among children, in the senile, in the degenerate, and very specially in chronic alcoholics. It is worthy of note that the supreme artists and masters of the human heart, who have most consummately represented the tragedy of jealousy, clearly recognized that it is either atavistic or pathological. Shakespeare made his Othello a barbarian, and Tolstoy made the Posdnichev of his Kreutzer Sonata a lunatic. It is an antisocial emotion, though it has been maintained by some that it has been the cause of chastity and fidelity. Jessel, for instance, while admitting its antisocial character and accumulating quotations in evidence of the torture and disaster it occasions, seems to think that it still ought to be encouraged in order to foster sexual virtues. Very decided opinions have been expressed in the opposite sense. Jealousy, like other shadows, says Ellen Key, belongs only to the dawn, and the setting of love, and a man should feel that it is a miracle, and not his right if the sun stands still at the zenith. Even therefore, if jealousy has been a beneficial influence at the beginning of civilization, as well as among animalses, may probably be admitted, though on the whole it seems rather to be the byproduct of a beneficial influence, then such an influence itself it is still by no means clear that it therefore becomes a desirable emotion. In advanced stages of civilization, there are many primitive emotions like anger and fear, which we do not think it desirable to encourage in complex civilized societies, but rather seek to restrain and control. And even if we are inclined to attribute an original value to jealousy, it seems to be among these emotions that it ought to be placed. Miss Clapperton, in discussing this problem, Scientific Meliorism, pp. 129,137, follows Darwin Descent of Man Part 1 ch. Roman 4, in thinking that jealousy led to the inculcation of female virtue, but she adds that it has also been a cause of woman's subjection, and now needs to be eliminated to rid ourselves as rapidly as may be of jealousy, is essential. Otherwise, the great movement in favor of equality of sex will necessarily meet with checks and grave obstruction. Ribat la logique des sentiments, pp. 75 et sec. Essai sur les passions, pp. 91-175, while stating that subjectively the estimate of jealousy must differ in accordance with the ideal of life held, considers that objectively we must incline to an unfavorable estimate. Even a brief passion is a rupture in the normal life. It is an abnormal, if not a pathological state, an excrescence, a parasitism. Foral die sexual frage, CHV, speaks very strongly in the same sense, and considers that it is necessary to eliminate jealousy by non-procreation of the jealous. Jealousy is, he declares, the worst and, unfortunately, the most deeply rooted of the irradiations, or better, the contrast reactions of sexual love inherited from our animal ancestors. An old German saying, Eifersucht ist eine Leidenschaft, die mit Eifersucht was later. Schaft says, by no means too much jealousy is a heritage of animality and barbarism. I would recall this to those who, under the name of injured honor, attempt to justify it and place it on a high pedestal. An unfaithful husband is 10 times more to be wished for a woman than a jealous husband. We often hear of justifiable jealousy. I believe, however, that there is no justifiable jealousy. It is always atavistic, or else pathological at the best. It is nothing more. Brutal animal stupidity. A man who by nature, that is, by his hereditary constitution, is jealous, is certain to poison his own life, and that of his wife. Such men ought on no account to marry. Both education and selection should work together to eliminate jealousy as far as possible from the human brain. Eric Gillard, in an article on Jealousy Free Review, Sept. 1896, in opposition to those who believe that jealousy makes the home, declares that, on the contrary, it is the chief force that unmakes the home so long as egotism waters it with the tears of sentiment, and shields it from the cold blasts of scientific inquiry so long. Will it thrive? But the time will come when it will be burned in the garden of love, as a noxious weed. Its mephitic influence in society is too palpable to be overlooked. It turns homes that might be sanctuaries of love into hells of discord, and hate it causes suicides, and it drives thousands to drink reckless excesses, and madness makes the home one of your married men friends, sees a probable seducer in every man who smiles at his wife another, is jealous of his wife's, women, acquaintances a third is wounded, because his wife shows so much attention to the children. Some of the women you know display jealousy of every other woman of their husband's acquaintances, and some of his very dog you must be completely monopolized, or you do not thoroughly love you must admire no one, but the person with whom you have immured yourself for life. Old friendships must be dissolved. New friendships must not be formed for fear of invoking the beautiful emotion that makes the home. Even if jealousy in matters of sex could be admitted to be an emotion working on the side of civilized progress, it must still be pointed out that it merely acts externally. It can have little or no real influence. The jealous person seldom makes himself more lovable by his jealousy, and frequently much less lovable. The main effect of his jealousy is to increase and not seldom to excite the causes for jealousy, and at the same time to encourage hypocrisy. All the circumstances, accompaniments, and results of domestic jealousy in their completely typical form are well illustrated by a very serious episode in the history of the Pepys household, and have been fully and faithfully set down by the great diarist. The offensive embrace of his wife's lady help, as she might now be termed, was a slight one, but as Pepys himself admits, quite inexcusable. He is writing, being in his 36th year, on the 25th of Oct 1668, Lord's Day, after supper, to have my hair combed by Deb, which occasioned the greatest sorrow to me that ever I knew in this world, for my wife coming up suddenly, did find me embracing the girl. I was at a wonderful loss upon it, and the girl also, and I endeavored to put it off, but my wife was struck mute, and grew angry, heartily afflicted for this folly of mine. So ends this month. He writes a few days later, with some quiet to my mind, though not perfect, after the greatest falling out with my poor wife, and through my folly with the girl, that ever I had, and I have reason to be sorry and ashamed of it, and more to be troubled for the poor girl's sake. 6th November up, and presently my wife up with me, which she professedly now do every day to dress me, that I may not see Willet Deb, and do eye me, whether I cast my eye upon her or no, and do keep me from going into the room where she is. 9th November up, and I did by a little note, which I flung to Deb, advise her that I did continue to deny that ever I kissed her, and so she might govern herself. The truth is that I did adventure upon God's pardoning me this lie, knowing how heavy a thing it would be for me to the ruin of the poor girl, and next knowing that if my wife should know all, it would be impossible for her ever to be at peace with me again, and so our whole lives would be uncomfortable. The girl read, and as I bid her return me the note, flinging it to me in passing. By next day, however, he is mightily troubled for his wife, has obtained a confession from the girl of the kissing. For some nights, Mr. and Mrs. Pepys are both sleepless, with much weeping on either side. Deb gets another place, leaving on the 14th of November, and Pepys is never able to see her before she leaves the house, his wife keeping him always under her eye. It is evident that Pepys now feels strongly attracted to Deb, though there is no evidence of this before she became the subject of the quarrel on the 13th of November hearing. She was to leave. Next day he writes, the truth is I have a good mind to have the maidenhead of this girl. He was, however, the more troubled to see how my wife is, by this means, likely forever to have her hand over me, and that I shall forever be a slave to her, that is to say, only in matters of pleasure. At the same time his love for his wife was by no means diminished, nor hers for him. I must here remark, he says that I have lain with my moher Roman one emuger wife as a husband more times since this falling out than in, I believe, 12 months before, and with more pleasure to her than in all the time of our marriage before. The next day was Sunday. On Monday Pepys at once begins to make inquiries, which will put him on the track of Deb. On the 18th, he finds her, she gets up into the coach with him, and he kisses her, and takes liberties with her, at the same time advising her to have a care of her honor, and to fear God, allowing no one else to do what he has done. He also tells her how she can find him if she desires. Pepys now feels that everything is settled satisfactorily, and his heart is full of joy. But his joy is short-lived, for Mrs. Pepys discovers this interview with Deb. On the following day Pepys denies it at first, then confesses, And there is a more furious scene than ever. Pepys is now really alarmed for his wife threatens to leave him. He definitely abandons Deb, and with prayers to God resolves never to do the like again. Mrs. Pepys is not satisfied, however, till she makes her husband write a letter to Deb telling her that she is little better than a whore, and that he hates her, though Deb is spared this not by any stratagem of Pepys, but by the considerateness of the friend to whom the letter was entrusted for delivery. Moreover, Mrs. Pepys arranges with her husband that in future, whenever he goes abroad, he shall be accompanied everywhere by his clerk. We see that Mrs. Pepys plays with what appears to be triumphant skill and success the part of the jealous and avenging wife, and digs her little French heels remorselessly into her prostrate husband and her rival. Unfortunately, we do not know what the final outcome was, for a little later, owing to trouble with his eyesight, Pepys was compelled to bring his diary to an end. It is evident, however, when we survey the whole of this perhaps typical episode, that neither husband nor wife were in the slightest degree prepared for the commonplace position into which they were thrown, that each of them appears in a painful, undignified, and humiliating light, that as a result of it, the husband acquires almost a genuine and strong affection for the girl who is the cause of the quarrel, and finally that even though he is compelled for the time at all events to yield to his wife, he remains at the end exactly what he was at the beginning, nor had husband or wife the very slightest wish to leave each other. The bond of marriage remained firm, but it had been degraded by insincerity on one side and the jealous endeavor on the other to secure fidelity by compulsion. Apart altogether, however, from the question of its effectiveness, or even of the misery that it causes to all concerned, it is evident that jealousy is incompatible with all the tendencies of civilization. We have seen that a certain degree of variation is involved in the sexual relationship, as in all other relationships, and unless we are to continue to perpetuate many evils and injustices, that fact has to be faced and recognized. We have also seen that the line of our advance involves a constant increase in moral responsibility and self-government, and that in its turn implies not only a high degree of sincerity, but also the recognition that no person has any right, or indeed any power, to control the emotions and actions of another person. If our sun of love stands still at midday, according to Ellen Key's phrase, that is a miracle to be greeted with awe and gratitude, and by no means a right to be demanded. The claim of jealousy falls with the claim of conjugal rights. It is quite possible, Bloch remarks, the sexual life of our time ch. to love more than one person at the same time, with nearly equal tenderness, and to be honestly able to assure each of the passion felt for her or him. Bloch adds that the vast psychic differentiation involved by modern civilization increases the possibility of this double love, for it is difficult for anyone to find his complement in a single person, and that this applies to women as well as to men. Jorg Hirth likewise points out, Weij zur Heimat, pp. 540-3552, that it is important to remember that women as well as men can love two persons at the same time. Men flatter themselves, he remarks, with the prejudice that the female heart, or rather brain, can only hold one man at a time, and that if there is a second man, it is by a kind of prostitution. Nearly all erotic writers, poets, and novelists, even physicians and psychologists, belong to this class. He says they look on a woman as property, and of course two men cannot possess a woman. Regarding novelists, however, the remark may be interpolated that there are many exceptions, and Thomas Hardy, for instance, frequently represents a woman as more or less in love with two men at the same time, as against this desire to depreciate women's psychic capacity. Hirth maintains that a woman is not necessarily obliged to be untrue to one man because she has conceived a passion for another man today. Hirth truly declares only love and justice can count as honorable motives in marriage. The modern man accords to the beloved wife and life companion the same freedom which he himself took before marriage, and perhaps still takes in marriage, if she makes no use of it, as is to be hoped, so much the better. But let there be no lies, no deception. The indispensable foundation of modern marriage is boundless sincerity and friendship, the deepest trust, affectionate devotion, and consideration. This is the best safeguard against adultery. Let him, however, who is nevertheless overtaken by the outbreak of it, console himself with the undoubted fact that of two real lovers the most noble-minded and deep-seeing friend will always have the preference. These wise words cannot be too deeply meditated. The policy of jealousy is only successful when it is successful in the hands of the man who counts the external husk of love more precious than the kernel. It seems to some that the recognition of variations in sexual relationships of the tendency of the monogamic to overpass its self-imposed bounds is at best a sad necessity, and a lamentable fall from a high ideal that, however, is the reverse of the truth. The great evil of monogamy, and its most seriously weak point, is its tendency to self-concentration at the expense of the outer world. Devil always comes to a man in the shape of his wife and children, said Hinton. The family is a great social influence, insofar as it is the best instrument for creating children who will make the future citizens. But in a certain sense, the family is an antisocial influence, for it tends to absorb unduly the energy that is needed for the invigoration of society. It is possible, indeed, that fact led to the modification of the monogamic system in early developing periods of human history, when social expansion and cohesion were the primary necessities. The family, too, often tends to resemble, as someone has said, the secluded collection of grubs, sometimes revealed in their narrow home. When we casually raise a flat stone in our gardens, great as are the problems of love, and great as should be our attention to them, it must always be remembered that love is not a little circle that is complete in itself. It is the nature of love to irradiate, just as family life exists mainly for the social end of breeding the future race, so family love has its social ends in the extension of sympathy and affection to those outside it, and even in ends that go beyond love altogether. The question is debated from time to time as to how far it is possible for men and women to have intimate friendships with each other outside the erotic sphere. There can be no doubt whatever that it is perfectly possible for a man and a woman to experience for each other a friendship which never intrudes into the sexual sphere. As a rule, however, this only happens under special conditions, and those are generally conditions which exclude the closest and most intimate friendship, if, as we have seen, love may be defined as a synthesis of lust and friendship. Friendship inevitably enters into the erotic sphere just as sexual emotion tends to merge into friendship, so friendship between persons of opposite sex, if young, healthy, and attractive, tends to involve sexual emotion. The two feelings are too closely allied for an artificial barrier to be permanently placed between them. Without protest, men who offer a woman friendship usually find that it is not received with much satisfaction, except as the first installment of a warmer emotion, and women who offer friendship to a man usually find that he responds with an offer of love. Very often, the friendship is from the first simply love or flirtation masquerading under another name. In the long run, a woman writes in a letter published in Geschlecht und Gesellschaft BD I Heft 7, the senses become discontented at their complete exclusion, and I believe that a man can only come into the closest mutual association with a woman by whom, consciously or unconsciously, he is physically attracted. He cannot enter into the closest psychic intercourse with a woman with whom he could not imagine himself in physical intercourse. His prevailing wish is for the possession of a woman, of the whole woman, her soul as well as her body. And a woman also cannot imagine an intimate relation to a man in which the heart and the body as well as the mind are not involved naturally. I am thinking of people with sound nerves and healthy blood. Can a woman carry on a platonic relation with a man from year to year, without the thought sometimes coming to her, "Why does he never kiss me? Have I no charm for him?" And in the most concealed corner of her heart, will it not happen that she uses that word kiss in the more comprehensive sense in which the French sometimes employ it? There is undoubtedly an element of truth in this statement. The frontier between erotic love and friendship is vague, and an intimate psychic intercourse that is sternly debarred from ever manifesting itself in a caress or other physical manifestation of tender intimacy tends to be constrained and arouses unspoken and unspeakable thoughts and desires, which are fatal to any complete friendship. Undoubtedly, the only perfect platonic friendships are those which have been reached through the portal of a preliminary erotic intimacy. In such a case, bad lovers, when they have resolutely traversed the erotic stage, may become exceedingly good friends. A satisfactory friendship is possible between brother and sister, because they have been physically intimate in childhood, and all erotic curiosities are absent. The most admirable platonic friendship may often be attained by husband and wife, in whom sympathy and affection and common interests have outlived passion. In nearly all the most famous friendships of distinguished men and women, as we know in some cases and divine in others, an hour's passion, in St. Beuve's words, has served as the golden key to unlock the most precious and intimate secrets of friendship. The friendships that have been entered through the erotic portal possess an intimacy and retain a spiritually erotic character, which could not be attained on the basis of a normal friendship between persons of the same sex. This is true in a far higher degree of the ultimate relationship under fortunate circumstances of husband and wife. In the years after passion has become impossible, they have ceased to be passionate lovers, but they have not become mere friends and comrades. More especially, their relationship takes on elements borrowed from the attitude of child to parent, of parent to child. Everyone from his first years retains something of the child which cannot be revealed to all the world. Everyone acquires something of the guardian paternal or maternal spirit. Husband and wife are each child to the other, and are indeed parent and child by turn. And here still, the woman retains a certain erotic supremacy, for she is to the last more of a child than it is ever easy for the man to be, and much more essentially a mother than he is a father. Gruz der Ästhetisch Genus p. 249 has pointed out that love is really made up of both sexual instinct and parental instinct. So-called happy marriages, says Professor W. Thomas Sex, and Society p. 246, represent an equilibrium reached through an extension of the maternal interest of the woman to the man, whereby she looks after his personal needs, as she does after those of the children, cherishing him, in fact as a child, or, in an extension to woman, on the part of man of the nurture and affection which is in his nature to give to pets, and all helpless and preferably dumb creatures. When the devotion in the tie between mother and son, a woman writes, is added to the relation of husband and wife, the union of marriage is raised to the high and beautiful dignity it deserves, and can attain in this world. It comprehends sympathy, love, and perfect understanding, even of the faults and weaknesses of both sides. The foundation of every true woman's love, another woman writes, is a mother's tenderness. He whom she loves is a child of larger growth, although she may at the same time have a deep respect for him. See also for similar opinion of another woman of distinguished intellectual ability. Footnote, at beginning of the psychic state, in pregnancy, in Volume 5 of these studies. It is on the basis of these elemental human facts that the permanently seductive and inspiring relationships of sex are developed, and not by the emergence of personalities who combine impossibly exalted characteristics. The task is extremely difficult, says Kish in his Sexual Life of Woman, but a clever and virtuous modern wife must endeavor to combine in her single personality the sensuous attractiveness of an Aspasia, the chastity of a Lucrece, and the intellectual greatness of a Cornelia. And in an earlier century, we are told in the novel of La Tia Fingida, which has sometimes been attributed to Cervantes, that a woman should be an angel in the street, a saint in church, beautiful at the window, honest in the house, and a demon in bed. The demands made of men by women, on the other hand, have been almost too lofty to bear definite formulation at all. 99 out of 100 loving women, says Helene Stalker, certainly believe that if 1,000 other men have behaved ignobly and forsaken a lust, and deceived the woman they love, the man they love is an exception marked out from all other men. That is the reason they love him. It may be doubted, however, if the great lovers have ever stood very far above the ordinary level of humanity. By their possession of perfection, they have been human, and their art of love has not always excluded the possession of human frailties. Perfection, indeed, even if it could be found, would furnish a bad soil for love to strike deep roots in. It is only when we realize the highly complex nature of the elements which make up erotic love that we can understand how it is that love can constitute so tremendous a revelation and exert so profound an influence even in men of the greatest genius and intellect, and in the sphere of their most spiritual activity. It is not merely passion, nor any conscious skill in the erotic art important, as these may Bethet would serve to account for Goethe's relationship to Frau von Stein, or Wagner's to Mathilde Wessendonck, or that of Robert and Elizabeth Browning to each other. It may now be clear to the reader why it has been necessary, in a discussion of the sexual impulse, in its relationship to society, to deal with the art of love. It is true that there is nothing so intimately private and personal as the erotic affairs of the individual. Yet, it is equally true that these affairs lie at the basis of the social life, and furnish the conditions, good or bad as the case may be, of that procreative act which is a supreme concern of the state. It is because the question of love is of such purely private interest that it tends to be submerged in the question of breed. We have to realize not only that the question of love subserves the question of breed, but also that love has a proper and necessary, even a socially wholesome claim to stand by itself, and to be regarded for its own worth. In the profoundly suggestive study of love, which the distinguished sociologist Tard left behind at his Death Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, Locke, there are some interesting remarks on this point. Society, he says, has been far more and more intelligently preoccupied with the problem of answering the question of breed than the question of love. The first problem fills all our civil and commercial codes. The second problem has never been clearly stated or looked in the face, not even in antiquity, still less since the coming of Christianity. For merely to offer the solutions of marriage and prostitution is manifestly inadequate. Statesmen have only seen the side on which it touches population, hence the marriage law's sterile love they profess to disdain. Yet it is evident that though born as the serf of generation, love tends by civilization to be freed from it. In place of a simple method of procreation, it has become an end, it has created itself, a title, a royal title. Our gardens cultivate flowers that are all the more charming because they are sterile. Why is the double corolla of love held more infamous than the sterilized flowers of our gardens? Tard replies that the reason is that our politicians are merely ambitious persons thirsting for power and wealth, and even when they are lovers, they are Don Juans rather than Virgils. The future, he continues, is to the Virgilians, because if the ambition of power, the regal wealth of American or European millionairism, once seemed nobler, love now more and more attracts to itself the best and highest parts of the soul, where lies the hidden ferment of all that is greatest in science and art, and more those studious and artist souls multiply who, intent on their peaceful activities, hold in horror the businessmen and the politicians, and will one day succeed in driving them back. That assuredly will be the great and capital revolution of humanity, an active psychological revolution. The recognized preponderance of the meditative and contemplative, the lover's side of the human soul, over the feverish, expansive, rapacious, and ambitious side. And then it will be understood that one of the greatest of social problems, perhaps the most arduous of all, has been the problem of love. Questionum convivialium, lib Roman 3 Questio 6. E Roman 500 Cope, The Marriage Problem, Open Court, Nov 1888. Columbus Meeting of the American Medical Association, 1900. Ellen Key Uberlieb und FP 24. In an admirable article on Friedrich Schlegel's Loosened Mutterschutz, 1906 Heft 5 Heinrich Mayer Benfey, in pointing out that the Catholic sacramental conception of marriage licensed love, but failed to elevate it, regards loosened with all its defects as the first expression of the unity of the senses and the soul, and as such the basis of the new ethics of love. It must, however, be said that 400 years earlier Pontano had expressed this same erotic unity far more robustly and wholesomely than Schlegel, though the Latin verse in which he wrote fresh and vital, as it has remained without influence. Pontano's Carmina, including the Due Amore Conjugali, have at length been reprinted in a scholarly edition by Soldati. From the 13th to the 17th centuries, Ovid was in reality the most popular and influential classic poet. His works played a large part in molding Renaissance literature, not least in England, where Marlowe translated his Amores, and Shakespeare, during the early years of his literary activity, was greatly indebted to him. See for example Sidney Lee Ovid, and Shakespeare's Sonnets, Quarterly Review App 1909. This has already been discussed in Chapter 23, 82. By the age of 25, as G. Hirth remarks Weij zur Heimat p. 541, an energetic and sexually disposed man in a large city has for the most part already had relations with some 25 women, perhaps even as many as 50, while a well-bred and cultivated woman at that age is still only beginning to realize the slowly summating excitations of sex. In his study of conjugal aversion, Journal Nervous and Mental Disease, Sept. 1892, Smith Baker points out the value of adequate sexual knowledge before marriage in lessening the risks of such aversion. It may be said to the honor of men, Adler truly remarks op. Cit. p. 182, that it is perhaps not often their conscious brutality that is at fault in this matter, but merely lack of skill and lack of understanding. The husband, who is not specially endowed by nature and experience for psychic intercourse with women, is not likely through his earlier intercourse with Venus Vulgavaga to bring into marriage any useful knowledge, psychic or physical. The first night, writes a correspondent concerning his marriage, she found the act very painful and was frightened and surprised at the size of my penis. and at my suddenly getting on her, we had talked very openly about sex things before marriage, and it never occurred to me that she was ignorant of the details of the act. I imagined it would disgust her to talk about these things, but I now see I should have explained things to her before marrying. I had come to the conclusion that the respect owed to one's wife was incompatible with any talk that might seem indecent, and also I had made a resolve not to subject her to what I thought then were dirty tricks, even to be naked. And to have her naked, in fact, I was the victim of mock modesty. It was an artificial reaction from the life I had been living before marriage. Now, it seems to me to be natural if you love a woman to do whatever occurs to you, and to her, if I had not felt it wrong to encourage such acts between us, there might have been established a sexual sympathy, which would have bound me more closely to her. Montaigne Essays BK Roman 3 ch Roman 5. It is a significant fact that even in the matter of information, women, notwithstanding much ignorance and inexperience, are often better equipped for marriage than men, as Furbringer remarks, Senator and Caminer Health and Disease in relation to marriage vol. IP 212. Although the wife is usually more chaste at marriage than the husband, yet she is generally the better informed partner in matters pertaining to the married state, in spite of occasional astonishing confessions. She never loses her self-respect, nor my respect for her. A man writes in a letter simply because we are desperately in love with one another, and everything we do, some of which the lowest prostitute might refuse to dosems, but one attempt after another to translate our passion into action. I never realized before not that to the pure all things are pure indeed, but that to the lover nothing is indecent. Yes, I have always felt it. To love her is a liberal education. It is obviously only the existence of such an attitude as this that can enable a pure woman to be passionate. To be really understood, as Rafford Pike well says, to say what she likes, to utter her innermost thoughts in her own way, to cast aside the traditional conventions that gall her, and repress her, to have someone near her with whom she can be quite frank, and yet to know that not a syllable of what she says will be misinterpreted or mistaken, but rather felt just as she feels it all. How wonderfully sweet is this to every woman, and how few men are there who can give it to her. In more recent times, it has been discussed in relation to the frequency of spontaneous nocturnal emissions. See the phenomena of sexual periodicity, sect Roman 2 in volume 1 of these studies, and cf. Mr. Pericost's remarks on the annual rhythm in Appendix B of the same volume. See the sexual impulse in women vol. Roman 3 of these studies. Zenobia's practice is referred to by Gibbon Decline, and Fall ed. Berry vol. IP 302. The Queen of Aragon's decision is recorded by the Montpellier jurist Nicolas Boerius, in his Decisions, etc. ed. of 1579 p. 563. It is referred to by Montaigne Essays BK Roman 3 ch Roman 5392. Haller Elementa Physiology, 1778 vol. Roman 7 p. 57. Hammond Sexual Impotence p. 129. Furbringer Senator and Caminer Health and Disease, in relation to marriage vol. IP 221. Foral Disexual Frage p. 80. Guillaume Breviaire de Elimor Experimental p. 144. Herb Ziemson's Handbuch BD, Zy Roman 2 p. 148. Gutseat also considered that the very wide variations found are congenital and natural. It may be added that some believe that there are racial variations. Thus, it has been stated that the genital force of the Englishman is low, and that of the Frenchman, especially Provençal, Languedocian, and Gascon, high, while Lowenfeld believes that the Germanic race excels the French in aptitude to repeat the sex act frequently. It is probable that little weight attaches to these opinions, and that the chief differences are individual rather than racial. Ribbing Elhygen Sexual p. 75 Kish, in his Sexual Life of Woman, expresses the same opinion. Mohammed, who often displayed a consideration for women very rare in the founders of religions, is an exception. His prescription of once a week represented the right of the wife quite independently of the number of wives a man might possess. How fragile the claim of conjugal rights is may be sufficiently proved by the fact that it is now considered by many that the very term conjugal rights arose merely by a mistake for conjugal rights before 1733, when legal proceedings were in Latin. The term used was obsequies, and rights instead of rights seems to have been merely a typesetter's error. See notes and queries May 16, 1891, May 6, 1899. This explanation, it should be added, only applies to the consecrated term, for there can be no doubt that the underlying idea has an existence quite independent of the term. In most marriages that are not happy, it is said in Rafford Pike's thoughtful paper on Husbands and Wives, Cosmopolitan 1902, it is the wife rather than the husband who is oftenest disappointed. See analysis of the sexual impulse in Vol. Roman 3 of these studies. It is well recognized by erotic writers, however, that women may sometimes take a comparatively active part. Thus Vatsyayana says that sometimes the woman may take the man's position, and with flowers in her hair and smiles, mixed with sighs and bent head caressing him, and pressing her breasts against him, say, "You have been my conqueror, it is my turn to make you cry for mercy." Thus among the Swahili, it is on the third day after marriage that the bridegroom is allowed by custom to complete defloration, according to Zasch Zeitschrift für Ethnologie 1899, EEI p. 84. De Ellermerval Roman 2 p. 57. Robert Mitchell's Brotstensmoralgeschlecht, Ungesellschaft Jahrgang I Hef 12. I may refer once more to the facts brought together in Volume 3 of these studies, the analysis of the sexual impulse. This has been pointed out, for instance, by Rutgers Sexual Differenzierung die Neue Generation Deck, 1908. Thus among the Eskimo who practice temporary wife exchange, Rasmussen states that a man generally discovers that his own wife is in spite of all the best. I have always held with the late Professor Laycock, remarks Clouston Hygiene, of Mind p. 214, who was a very subtle student of human nature, that a married couple need not be always together to be happy, and that in fact reasonable absences and partings tend towards ultimate and closer union, that the prolongation of passion is only compatible with absence scarcely needs pointing out, as Mary Wollstonecraft long since said, Rights of Woman, Original ed. p. 61, it is only in absence, or in misfortune, that passion is durable. It may be added, however, that in her love letters to Imlay, she wrote, "I have ever declared that two people who mean to live together ought not to be long separated." Viewed broadly, says Arnold Roman 50 Jessel, in his interesting study of jealousy, American Journal of Psychology Oct. 1906, jealousy seems such a necessary psychological accompaniment to biological behavior amidst competitive struggle that one is tempted to consider it genetically among the oldest of the emotions, synonymous almost with the will to live, and to make it scarcely less fundamental than fear or anger. In fact, jealousy readily passes into anger, and is itself a brand of fear in sociability and mutual aid. We see the other side of the shield. But jealousy, however antisocial it maybe, retains a function in zoological economy, viz. To conserve the individual, as against the group. It is nature's great corrective for the purely social emotions. Many illustrations are brought together in Jessel's study of jealousy. Jealousy among lower races may be disguised or modified by tribal customs. Thus Rasmussen, People of the Polar North p. 65, says in reference to the Eskimo custom of wife exchange, "A man once told me that he only beat his wife when she would not receive other men, she would have nothing to do with anyone. But him, and that was her only failing." Rasmussen elsewhere shows that the Eskimo are capable of extreme jealousy. See for example Mal Sexuelleben des Kinds, p. 158, cf. Jessel's Study of Jealousy. Jealousy is notoriously common among drunkards, as K. Birnbaum points out. Does Sexuelleben der Alkoholisens Sexual Problem, Jan 1909. This jealousy is in most cases more or less well-founded, for the wife, disgusted with her husband, naturally seeks sympathy and companionship. Elsewhere, alcoholic jealousy, however, goes far beyond its basis of support in fact, and is entangled with delusions and hallucinations. See for example G. Dumas La Logique d'un Dement, Revue Philosophique, Feb 1908. Also Stefanowski, Morbid Jealousy, Alienist and Neurologist, July 1893. Ellen Key, Uberlieb und SP 335. Schrempf points out von Stella zu Klarchen Mutterschutz, 1906 Heft 7 p. 264, that Goethe strove to show in Egmont that a woman is repelled by the love of a man who knows nothing beyond his love to her, and that it is easy for her to devote herself to the man whose aims lie in the larger world beyond herself. There is profound truth in this view. A discussion on Platonic friendship of this kind, by several writers, mostly women whose opinions were nearly equally divided, may be found, for instance, in The Ladies' Realm, March 1900. There are no doubt important exceptions, Thus Merimie's famous friendship with Emil Jenny Daquin enshrined in the letters. A une in canoe was perhaps platonic throughout on Merimie's side. Emil, Daquin adapting herself to his attitude cf. A Lefebvre la célèbre inconnue de Merimie, 1908. The love letters of all these distinguished persons have been published. Rosa Merder zur Kritik der Weiblichkeit pp. 229, et seq. Discusses the question of the humble and absolute manner in which even men of the most masculine and impetuous genius abandon themselves to the inspiration of the beloved woman. The case of the Brownings, who have been termed the hero and heroine of the most wonderful love story that the world knows of, is specially notable. Ellen Key has written of the Brownings from this point of view. In mention and reference may be made to an article on the Brownings' love letters in the Edinburgh Review, April 1899. It is scarcely necessary to add that an erotic relationship may mean very much to persons of high intellectual ability, even when its issue is not happy. Of Mary Wollstonecraft, one of the most intellectually distinguished of women, it may be said that the letters which enshrine her love to the worthless Imlay are among the most passionate and pathetic love letters in English. Chapter Roman 12, The Science of Procreation. The relationship of the science of procreation to the art of love, sexual desire and sexual pleasure, as the conditions of conception reproduction, formerly left to caprice, and lust. The question of procreation, as a religious question. The creed of eugenics. Ellen Key and Sir Francis Galton. Our debt to posterity. The problem of replacing natural selection. The origin and development of eugenics. The general acceptance of eugenical principles. Today the two channels by which eugenical principles are becoming embodied in practice: the sense of sexual responsibility in women, the rejection of compulsory motherhood, the privilege of voluntary motherhood, causes of the degradation of motherhood, the control of conception now practiced by the majority of the population in civilized countries, the fallacy of racial suicide, are large families, a stigma of degeneration, procreative control, the outcome of natural and civilized progress, the growth of neo-Malthusian beliefs and practices, facultative sterility, as distinct from neo-Malthusianism, the medical and hygienic necessity of control of conception, preventive methods, abortion, the new doctrine of the duty to practice abortion. How far is this justifiable? Castration as a method of controlling procreation, negative eugenics and positive eugenics, the question of certificates for marriage, the inadequacy of eugenics by act of parliament, the quickening of the social conscience in regard to heredity, limitations to the endowment of motherhood, the conditions favorable to procreation, sterility, the question of artificial fecundation, the best age of procreation, the question of early motherhood, the best time for procreation, the completion of the divine cycle of life. We have seen that the art of love has an independent and amply justifiable right to existence apart altogether from procreation, even if we still believe it as all men must once have believed, and some Central Australians yet believe 421 that sexual intercourse has no essential connection with the propagation of the race. It would have full right to existence in its finer manifestations. As an art, it is required in civilization for the full development of the individual, and it is equally required for that stability of relationships which is nearly everywhere regarded as a demand of social morality. When we now turn to the second great constitutional factor of marriage, procreation, the first point we encounter is that the art of love here also has its place. In ancient times, the sexual congruence of any man with any woman was supposed to be so much a matter of course that all questions of love, and of the art of love, could be left out of consideration. The propagative act might, it was thought, be performed as impersonally, as perfunctorily, as the early Christian fathers imagined it had been performed. Paradise, that view is no longer acceptable. It fails to commend itself to men, and still less to women. We know that in civilization at all events, and it is often indeed the same among savage, Cerithism is not always easy between two persons selected at random, nor even when they are more specially selected, and we also know on the authority of very distinguished gynecologists that it is not in very many cases sufficient even to effect coitus. It is also necessary to excite orgasm if conception is to be achieved. Many primitive peoples, as well as the theologians of the Middle Ages, have believed that sexual excitement on the woman's part is necessary to conception, though they have sometimes mixed up that belief with false science and mere superstition. The belief itself is supported by some of the most cautious and experienced modern gynecologists, Thus Matthews Duncan in his lectures on sterility in women argued that the absence of sexual desire in women and the absence of pleasure in the sexual act are powerful influences making for sterility. He brought forward a table, based on his casebooks, showing that of nearly 400 sterile women, only about one-fourth experienced sexual desire, while less than half experienced pleasure in the sexual act. In the absence, however, of a corresponding table concerning fertile women, nothing is hereby absolutely proved, and at most only a probability established. Kish more recently in his Sexual Life of Woman has dealt fully with this question and reaches the conclusion that it is extremely probable that the active erotic participation of the woman in coitus is an important link in the chain of conditions producing conception. It acts, he remarks, in either or both of two ways, by causing reflex changes in the cervical secretions and so facilitating the passage of the spermatozoa, and by causing reflex erectile changes in the cervix itself with slight descent of the uterus, so rendering the entrance of the semen easier. Kish refers to the analogous fact that the first occurrence of menstruation is favored by sexual excitement. Some authorities go so far as to assert that until voluptuous excitement occurs in women, no impregnation is possible. This statement seems too extreme. It is true that the occurrence of impregnation during sleep or in anesthesia cannot be opposed to it, for we know that the unconsciousness of these states by no means prevents the occurrence of complete sexual excitement. We cannot fail, however, to connect the fact that impregnation frequently fails to occur for months, and even years after marriage, with the fact that sexual pleasure in coitus on the wife's part also frequently fails to occur for a similar period. Of all human instincts, Pinard has said that of reproduction is the only one which remains in the primitive condition, and has received no education. We procreate today, as they procreated in the Stone Age, the most important act in the life of man, the sublimest of all acts, since it is that of his reproduction man accomplishes today with as much carelessness as in the age of the caveman. And though Pinard himself, as the founder of puriculture, has greatly contributed to call attention to the vast destinies that hang on the act of procreation, there still remains a lamentable amount of truth in this statement. Future generations, writes Westermarck in his Great History of Moral Ideas, will, probably with a kind of horror, look back at a period when the most important, and in its consequences, the most far-reaching function which has fallen to the lot of man, was entirely left to individual caprice and lust. We are told in his table talk that the great Luther was accustomed to say that God's way of making man was very foolish, sair narish, and that if God had deigned to take him into his counsel, he would have strongly advised him to make the whole human race as he made Adam out of earth, and certainly, if applied to the careless and reckless manner in which procreation in Luther's day, as still for the most part in our own, was usually carried out, there was sound common sense in the Reformer's remarks. If that is the way procreation is to be carried on, it would be better to create and mold every human being afresh out of the earth in that way. We could at all events eliminate evil heredity. It was, however, unjust to place the responsibility on God. It is men and women who breed the people that make the world good or bad. They seek to put the evils of society on to something outside themselves. They see how large a proportion of human beings are defective, ill-conditioned, antisocial, incapable of leading a whole and beautiful human life. In old theological language, it was often said that such were children of the devil, and Luther himself was often ready enough to attribute the evil of the world to the direct interposition of the devil. Yet these ill-conditioned people who clog the wheels of society are, after all, in reality, the children of man. The only devil whom we can justly invoke in this matter is man. The command, "Be fruitful and multiply," which the ancient Hebrews put into the mouth of their tribal god, was, as Krakenthorpe points out, a command supposed to have been uttered when there were only 8 persons in the world. If the time should ever again occur when the inhabitants of the world could be counted on one's fingers, such an injunction as Krakenthorpe truly observes would again be reasonable. But we have to remember that today humanity has spawned itself over the world in hundreds and even thousands of millions of creatures, a large proportion of whom, as is but too obvious, ought never to have been born at all. And the voice of Jehovah is now making itself heard through the leaders of mankind in a very different sense. It is not surprising that as this fact tends to become generally recognized, the question of the procreation of the race should gain a new significance, and even tend to take on the character of a new religious movement. Mere morality can never lead us to concern ourselves with the future of the race, and in the days of old men used to protest against the tendency to subordinate the interests of religion to the claims of mere morality, there was a sound natural instinct underlying that protest so often and so vigorously made by Christianity, and again, revived today in a more intelligent form. The claim of the race is the claim of religion. We have to beware lest we subordinate that claim to our moralities. Moralities are indeed an inevitable part of our social order, from which we cannot escape. Every community must have its mores, but we are not entitled to make a fetish of our morality, sacrificing to it the highest interests entrusted to us. The nations which have done so have already signed their own death warrant. From this point of view, the whole of Christianity, rightly considered, with its profound conviction of the necessity for forethought and preparation for the life hereafter, has been a preparation for eugenics, a schoolmaster to discipline within us a higher ideal than itself taught, and we cannot therefore be surprised at the solidity of the basis on which eugenical conceptions of life are developing. The most distinguished pioneers of the new movement of devotion to the creation of the race seem independently to have realized its religious character. This attitude is equally marked in Ellen Key and Frances Galton. In her Century of the Child English translation 1909, Ellen Key entirely identifies herself with the eugenic movement. It is only a question of time. She elsewhere writes über Liebe und p. 445, when the attitude of society towards a sexual union will depend not on the form of the union, but on the value of the children created men and women, will then devote the same religious earnestness to the psychic and physical perfectioning of this sexual task, as Christians have devoted to the salvation of their souls. Sir Francis Galton, writing a few years later, but without doubt independently in 1905, on restrictions in marriage and eugenics, as a factor in religion's sociological papers of the Sociological Society, Vol. Roman II, pp. 1353, remarks religious precepts founded on the ethics and practice of older days require to be reinterpreted to make them conform to the needs of progressive nations. Ours are already so far behind modern requirements that much of our practice and our profession cannot be reconciled without illegitimate casuistry. It seems to me that few things are more needed by us in England than a revision of our religion to adapt it to the intelligence and needs of this present time. Evolution is a grand phantasmagoria, but it assumes an infinitely more interesting aspect under the knowledge that the intelligent action of the human will is in some small measure capable of guiding its course. Man has the power of doing this largely so far as the evolution of humanity is concerned. He has already affected the quality and distribution of organic life so widely that the changes on the surface of the earth merely through his disforestings and agriculture would be recognizable from a distance as great as that of the moon. Eugenics is a virile creed full of hopefulness and appealing to many of the noblest feelings of our nature. As will always happen in every great movement, a few fanatics have carried into absurdity the belief in the supreme religious importance of procreation. Love apart from procreation, writes one of these fanatics, Vacher de Lapouge, in the spirit of some of the early Christian fathers, c. ante p. 509, is an aberration comparable to sadism and sodomy. Procreation is the only thing that matters, and it must become a legally prescribed social duty, only to be exercised by carefully selected persons, and forbidden to others who must by necessity be deprived of the power of procreation, while abortion and infanticide must under some circumstances become compulsory. Romantic love will disappear by a process of selection, as also will all religion, except a new form of phallic worship. G. Vacher de Lapouge die Crisis, der sexuellen Moralpolitik. Anthropologisch Review No. 8, 1908. It is sufficient to point out that love is, and always must be, the natural portal to generation. Such excesses of procreative fanaticism cannot fail to occur, and they render the more necessary the emphasis which has here been placed on the art of love. What has posterity done for me that I should do anything for posterity? A cynic is said to have asked. The answer is very simple. The human race has done everything for him. All that he is and can be is its creation. All that he can do is the result of its laboriously accumulated traditions. It is only by working towards the creation of a still better posterity that he can repay the good gifts which the human race has brought him. Just as within the limits of this present life, many who have received benefits and kindnesses they can never repay to the actual givers, find a pleasure in vicariously repaying the like to others. So the heritage we have received from our ascendants, we can never repay save by handing it on in a better form to our descendants. It is undoubtedly true that the growth of eugenical ideals has not been for the most part due to religious feeling. It has been chiefly the outcome of a very gradual but very comprehensive movement towards social amelioration, which has been going on for more than a century, and which has involved a progressive effort towards the betterment of all the conditions of life. The ideals of this movement were proclaimed in the 18th century. They began to find expression early in the 19th century, in the initiation of the modern system of sanitation, in the growth of factory legislation, in all the movements which have been borne onwards by socialism hand in hand with individualism. The inevitable tendency has been slowly towards the root of the matter. It began to be seen that comparatively little can be effected by improving the conditions of life of adults. Attention began to be concentrated on the child, on the infant, on the embryo in its mother's womb. And this resulted in the fruitful movement of puriculture, inspired by Pinard. And finally, the problem is brought to its source at the point of procreation, and the regulation of sexual selection between stocks and between individuals. As the prime condition of life, here we have the science of eugenics, which Sir Francis Galton has done so much to make a definite, vital, and practical study, and which in its wider bearings he defines as the science which deals with those social eugenics that influence mentally or physically the racial qualities of future generations. In its largest aspect, eugenics is, as Galton has elsewhere said, man's attempt to replace natural selection by other processes that are more merciful and not less effective. In the last chapter of his Memories of My Life, 1908, on race improvement, Sir Francis Galton sets forth the origin and development of his conception of the science of eugenics. The term eugenics he first used in 1884 in his Human Faculty, but the conception dates from 1865, and even earlier. Galton has more recently discussed the problems of eugenics in papers read before the Sociological Society, Sociological Papers, Vols. I and Roman II, 1905, in the Herbert Spencer Lecture on Probability, The Foundation of Eugenics, 1907, and elsewhere. Galton's numerous memoirs on this subject have now been published in a collected form by the Eugenics Education Society, which was established in 1907 to further and to popularize the eugenical attitude towards social questions. The Eugenics Review is published by this society. On the more strictly scientific side, eugenic studies are carried on in the Eugenics Laboratory of the University of London, established by Sir Francis Galton, and now working in connection with Professor Karl Pearson's Biometric Laboratory in University College. Much of Professor Pearson's statistical work in this and allied directions is the elaboration of ideas and suggestions thrown out by Galton. See, for example, Karl Pearson's Robert Boyle Lecture, The Scope and Importance to the State of the Science of National Eugenics, 1907, Biometrica, edited by Karl Pearson, in association with other workers, contains numerous statistical memoirs on eugenics in Germany. The Archive für Rassen und Gesellschaftsbiologie and the Politische Anthropologische Review are largely occupied with various aspects of such subjects, and in America, the Popular Science Monthly from time to time publishes articles which have a bearing on eugenics. At one time, there was a tendency to scoff or to laugh at the eugenic movement. It was regarded as an attempt to breed men as men breed animals, and it was thought a sufficiently easy task to sweep away this new movement with the remark that love laughs at bolts and bars. It is now beginning to be better understood. None but fanatics dream of abolishing love in order to effect pairing by rule. It is merely a question of limiting the possible number of mates from whom each may select a partner, and that we must remember has always been done even by savages, for, as it has been said, eugenics is the oldest of the sciences. The question has merely been transformed, instead of being limited mechanically by caste. We begin to see that the choice of sexual mates must be limited intelligently by actual fitness. Promiscuous marriages have never been the rule. The possibility of choice has always been narrow, and the most primitive peoples have exerted the most marked self-restraint. It is not so merely among remote races, but among our own European ancestors. Throughout the whole period of Catholic supremacy, the canon law multiplied the impediments to matrimony, as by ordaining that consanguinity to the fourth degree, third cousins, as well as spiritual relationship, is an impediment, and by such arbitrary prohibitions limited the range of possible mates, at least as much as it would be limited by the more reasonable dictates of eugenic considerations. At the present day, it may be said that the principle of the voluntary control of procreation, not for the selfish ends of the individual, but in order to extinguish disease to limit human misery, and to raise the general level of humanity, by substituting the ideal of quality for the vulgar ideal of mere quantity, is now generally accepted alike by medical pathologists, embryologists, and neurologists, and by sociologists and moralists. It would be easy to multiply quotations from distinguished authorities on this point. Thus Mechnikov points out SI's Optimists p. 419 that orthobiosis seems to involve the limitation of offspring in the fight against disease. Ballantyne concludes his great treatise on antenatal pathology with the statement that eugenics, or well-begetting, is one of the world's most pressing problems. Dr. Louise Rabinovich, the editor of the Journal of Mental Pathology, in a brilliant and thoughtful paper read before the Rome Congress of Psychology in 1905, well spoke in the same sense nations have not yet elevated the energy of genesic function to the dignity of an energy. Other energies known to us even of the meanest grade have long since been wisely utilized, and their activities based on the principle of the strictest possible economy. This economic utilization has been brought about not through any enforcement of legislative restrictions, but through steadily progressive human intelligence. Economic handling of genesic function will, like the economic function of other energies, come about through a steady and progressive intellectual development of nations. There are circumstances, says Roman 100H. Hughes, Restricted Procreation, Alienist and Neurologist, May 1908, under which the propagation of a human life may be as gravely criminal as the taking of a life already begun. From the general biological as well as from the sociological side, the acceptance of the same standpoint is constantly becoming more general, for it is recognized as the inevitable outcome of movements which have long been in progress. Already wrote Haycraft Darwinism and Race Progress p. 160, referring to the law for the prevention of cruelty to children. Public opinion has expressed itself in the public rule that a man and woman in begetting a child must take upon themselves the obligation and responsibility of seeing that that child is not subjected to cruelty and hardship. It is but one step more to say that a man and a woman shall be under obligation not to produce children when it is certain that from their want of physique they will have to undergo suffering, and will keep up but an unequal struggle with their fellows. Professor J. Arthur Thomson, in his volume on Heredity 1908, vigorously and temperately pleads p. 528 for rational methods of eugenics, as specially demanded in an age like our own, when the unfit have been given a better chance of reproduction than they have ever been given in any other age. Bateson again, referring to the growing knowledge of heredity, remarks Mendel's Principles of Heredity 1909 p. 305, genetic knowledge must certainly lead to new conceptions of justice, and it is by no means impossible that in the light of such knowledge public opinion will welcome measures likely to do more for the extinction of the criminal and the degenerate than has been accomplished by ages of penal enactment. Adolescent youths and girls, said Anton von Menger, in his last book, The Pregnant New Sittenlayer 1905, must be taught that the production of children under certain circumstances is a crime. They must also be taught the voluntary restraint of conception, even in health. Such teaching, Menger rightly added, is a necessary preliminary to any legislation in this direction. Of recent years, many books and articles have been devoted to the advocacy of eugenic methods. Mention may be made, for instance, of Population and Progress, 1907, by Montague Crackenthorpe, president of the Eugenics Education Society. See also Havelock, Ellis, Eugenics, and St. Valentine, 19th century. And after May 1906, it may be mentioned that nearly 30 years ago Miss J. H. Clapperton, in her Scientific Meliorism, 1885 ch. Romans 17, pointed out that the voluntary restraint of procreation by neo-Malthusian methods, apart from merely prudential motives, they're clearly recognized, is a new key to the social position, and a necessary condition for national regeneration. Professor Carl Pearson's Groundwork of Eugenics, 1909, is perhaps the best brief introduction to the subject. Mention may also be made of Dr. Saleeby's Parenthood and Race Culture, 1909, writ in a popular and enthusiastic manner. How widely the general principles of eugenics are now accepted as the sound method of raising the level of the human race was well shown at a meeting of the Sociological Society in 1905, when after Sir Francis Galton had read papers on the question, the meeting heard the opinions of numerous sociologists, economists, biologists, and well-known thinkers in various lands who were present, or who had sent communications, some 21, expressed more or less unqualified approval, and only 3 or 4 had objections to offer, mostly on matters of detail. Sociological papers, published by the Sociological Society, Vol. Roman II, 1905. If we ask by what channels this impulse towards the control of procreation for the elevation of the race is expressing itself in practical life, we shall scarcely fail to find that there are at least 2 such channels: 1, the growing sense of sexual responsibility among women as well as men, and 2, the conquest of procreative control, which has been achieved in recent years by the general adoption of methods for the prevention of conception. It has already been necessary in a previous chapter to discuss the far-reaching significance of woman's personal responsibility as an element in the modification of the sexual life of modern communities. Here it need only be pointed out that the autonomous authority of a woman over her own person in the sexual sphere involves on her part a consent to the act of procreation, which must be deliberate. We are apt to think that this is a new and almost revolutionary demand. It is, however, undoubtedly a natural, ancient, and recognized privilege of women that they should not be mothers without their own consent. Even in the Islamic world of the Arabian Nights, we find that high praise is accorded to the virtue and courage of the woman who, having been ravished in her sleep, exposed and abandoned on the highway the infant that was the fruit of this involuntary union, not wishing, she said, to take the responsibility before Allah of a child that had been born without my consent. The approval with which this story is narrated clearly shows that to the public of Islam, it seemed entirely just and humane that a woman should not have a child, except by her own deliberate will. We have been accustomed to say in later days that the state needs children, and that it is the business and the duty of women to supply them, but the state has no more right than the individual to ravish a woman against her will. We are beginning to realize that if the state wants children, it must make it agreeable to women to produce them, as under natural and equitable conditions. It cannot fail to be the women will solve the question of mankind, said Ibsen, in one of his rare and pregnant private utterances, and they will do it as mothers. But it is unthinkable that any question should ever be solved by a helpless, unwilling, and involuntary act, which has not even attained to the dignity of animal joy. It is sometimes supposed, and even assumed, that the demand of women that motherhood must never be compulsory means that they are unwilling to be mothers on any terms. In a few cases, that may be so, but it is certainly not the case as regards the majority of sane and healthy women in any country. On the contrary, this demand is usually associated with the desire to glorify motherhood, if not indeed even with the thought of extending motherhood to many who are today shut out from it. It seems to me, wrote Lady Henry Somerset some years ago, The Welcome Child, Arena, April 1895, that life will be dearer and nobler the more we recognize that there is no indelicacy in the climax and crown of creative power, but rather that it is the highest glory of the race. But if voluntary motherhood is the crown of the race, involuntary compulsory motherhood is the very opposite. Only when both man and woman have learned that the most sacred of all functions given to women must be exercised by the free will alone can children be born into the world, who have in them the joyous desire to live, who claim that sweetest privilege of childhood, the certainty that they can expand in the sunshine of the love which is their due. Ellen Key similarly, while pointing out Uber Lieb and FPP 14-265, that the tyranny of the old Protestant religious spirit, which enjoined on women unlimited submission to joyless motherhood within the whited sepulchre of marriage, is now being broken, exalts the privileges of voluntary motherhood while admitting that there may be a few exceptional cases in which women may withdraw themselves from motherhood for the sake of the other demands of their personality, though as a general rule, the woman who refuses motherhood in order to serve humanity is like a soldier who prepares himself on the eve of battle for the forthcoming struggle by opening his veins. Helene Stocker likewise reckons motherhood as one of the demands, one of the growing demands, indeed, which women now make. If today, she says in the preface to Lieb und die Frauen, 1906, all the good things of life are claimed, even for women: intellectual training, pecuniary independence, a happy vocation in life, a respected social position, and at the same time, as equally matter of course and equally necessary, marriage and child, that demand no longer sounds as it sounded a few years ago the voice of a preacher in the wilderness. The degradation to which motherhood has in the eyes of many fallen is due partly to the tendency to deprive women of any voice in the question, and partly to what H. G. Wells calls socialism, and the family 1906, the monstrous absurdity of women discharging their supreme social function, bearing and rearing children in their spare time, as it were while they earn their living by contributing some half-mechanical element to some trivial industrial product. It would be impracticable, and even undesirable, to insist that married women should not be allowed to work for a work in the world. Is good for all it is estimated that over 30% of the women workers in England are married or widows. James Haslam, Englishwoman, June 1909, and in Lancashire factories alone in 1901, there were 120,000 married women employed, but it would be easily possible for the state to arrange in its own interests that a woman's work at a trade should always give way to her work as a mother. It is the more undesirable that married women should be prohibited from working at a profession, since there are some professions for which a married woman, or rather a mother, is better equipped than an unmarried woman. This is notably the case as regards teaching, and it would be a good policy to allow married women teachers special privileges in the shape of increased free time and leave of absence, while in many fields of knowledge, an unmarried woman may be a most excellent teacher. It is highly undesirable that children, and especially girls, should be brought exclusively under the educational influence of unmarried teachers. The second great channel through which the impulse towards the control of procreation for the elevation of the race is entering into practical life is by the general adoption, by the educated classes of all countrysand. It must be remembered that in this matter, at all events, all classes are gradually beginning to become educated off methods for the prevention of conception, except when conception is deliberately desired. It is no longer permissible to discuss the validity of this control, for it is an accomplished fact, and has become a part of our modern morality. If a course of conduct is habitually and deliberately pursued by vast multitudes of otherwise well-conducted people, forming probably a majority of the whole educated class of the nation, as Sidney Webb rightly puts it, we must assume that it does not conflict with their actual code of morality. There cannot be any doubt that so far as England is concerned, the prevention of conception is practiced from prudential or other motives by the vast majority of the educated classes. This fact is well within the knowledge of all who are intimately acquainted with the facts of English family life. Thus Dr. A. W. Thomas writes, British Medical Journal Oct. 2019, 06 p. 1066. From my experience as a general practitioner, I have no hesitation in saying that 90% of young married couples of the comfortably off classes use preventives. As a matter of fact, this rough estimate appears to be rather under than over the mark in the very able paper already quoted, in which Sidney Webb shows that the decline in the birth rate appears to be much greater in those sections of the population which give proofs of thrift and foresight that this decline is principally, if not entirely, the result of deliberate volition, and that a volitional regulation of the marriage state is now ubiquitous throughout England and Wales among apparently a large majority of the population. The results are brought forward of a detailed inquiry carried out by the Fabian Society. This inquiry covered 316 families selected at random from all parts of Great Britain and belonging to all sections of the middle class. The results are carefully analyzed, and it is found that 7 to 4 families were unlimited, and 204 to 2 voluntarily limited, when however the decade 189,099 is taken by itself. As the typical period, it is found that of 120 marriages, 107 were limited, and only 13 unlimited, while of these 13, 5 were childless at the date of the return in this decade. Therefore, only 7 unlimited fertile marriages are reported out of a total of 120. What is true of Great Britain is true of all other civilized countries, in the highest degree true of the most civilized countries, and it finds expression in the well-known phenomenon of the decline of the birth rate. In modern times, this movement of decline began in France, producing a slow but steady diminution in the annual number of births. And in France, the movement seems now to be almost or quite arrested, but it has since taken place in all other progressive countries, notably in the United States, in Canada, in Australia, and in New Zealand, as well as in Germany, Austro-Hungary, Italy, Spain, Switzerland, Belgium, Holland, Denmark, Sweden, and Norway. In England, it has been continuous since 1877, of the great countries Russia, is the only one in which it has not yet taken place. And among the masses of the Russian population, we find less education, more poverty, a higher death rate, and a greater amount of disease than in any other great or even small civilized country. It is sometimes said, indeed, that the decline of the birth rate is not entirely due to the voluntary control of procreation. It is undoubtedly true that certain other elements common under civilized conditions, such as the postponement of marriage in women to a comparatively late age, tend to diminish the size of the family, but when all such allowances have been made, the decline is still found to be real and large. This has been shown, for instance, by the statistical analyses made by Arthur Newsholme and T.H. Roman 100 Stevenson, and by G. Ewell, both published in Journal Royal Statistical Society, April 1906. Some have supposed that since the Catholic Church forbids incomplete sexual intercourse, this movement for the control of procreation will involve a relatively much greater increase among Catholic than among non-Catholic populations. This, however, is only correct under certain conditions. It is quite true that in Ireland there has been no fall in the birth rate, and that the fall is but little marked in those Lancashire towns, which possess a large Irish element. But in Belgium, Italy, Spain, and other mainly Catholic countries, the decline in the birth rate is duly taking place. What has happened is that the Church, always alive to sexual questions, realized the importance of the modern movement, and has adapted herself to it by proclaiming to her more ignorant and uneducated children that incomplete intercourse is a deadly sin, while at the same time refraining from making inquiries into this matter among her more educated members. The question was definitely brought up for papal judgment in 1842 by Bishop Bouvier of Le Mans, who stated the matter very clearly, representing to the Pope Gregory Roman XVI that the prevention of conception was becoming very common, and that to treat it as a deadly sin merely resulted in driving the penitent away from confession. After mature consideration, the Curia Sacra Ponitentiaria replied by pointing out, as regards the common method of withdrawal before emission, that, since it was due to the wrong act of the man, the woman who has been forced by her husband to consent to it has committed no sin further. The bishop was reminded of the wise dictum of Liguori, the most learned and experienced man in these matters, that the confessor is not usually called upon to make inquiry upon so delicate a matter as the debitum conjugale, and if his opinion is not asked, he should be silent. Bouvier Dissertatio, in Sextum Decalogi, PR Septem Supplementum, ad Tractatum de Matrimonio, 1849, pp. 179,182, quoted by Hans Ferdy, Sexual Problem Aug. 1908, p. 498. We see, therefore, that among Catholic as well as among non-Catholic populations, the adoption of preventive methods of conception follows progress and civilization, and that the general practice of such methods by Catholics with the tacit consent of the Church is merely a matter of time. From time to time, many energetic persons have noisily demanded that a stop should be put to the decline of the birth rate, for they argue it means race suicide. It is now beginning to be realized, however, that this outcry was a foolish and mischievous mistake. It is impossible to walk through the streets of any great city full of vast numbers of persons, who obviously ought never to have been born, without recognizing that the birth rate is as yet very far above its normal and healthy limit. The greatest states have often been the smallest so far as mere number of citizens is concerned, for it is quality not quantity that counts, and while it is true that the increase of the best types of citizens can only enrich a state, it is now becoming intolerable that a nation should increase by the mere dumping down of procreative refuse in its midst. It is beginning to be realized that this process not only depreciates the quality of a people, but imposes on a state an inordinate financial burden. It is now well recognized that large families are associated with degeneracy, and in the widest sense with abnormality of every kind. Thus, it is undoubtedly true that men of genius tend to belong to very large families, though it may be pointed out to those who fear an alarming decrease of genius, from the tendency to the limitation of the family, that the position in the family most often occupied by the child of genius is the firstborn. See Havelock, Ellis, A Study of British Genius, pp. 115,120, the insane, the idiotic, imbecile, and weak-minded, the criminal, the epileptic, the hysterical, the neurasthenic, the tubercular, all, it would appear, tend to belong to large families. See, for example, Havelock, Ellis, Op. Cit. p. 110 Toulouse, Les Causes de la Folie. p. 91 Harriet Alexander Malthusianism and Degeneracy Alienist and Neurologist, Jan 1901. It has indeed been shown by Heron Pearson and Goring that not only the eldest-born, but also the second-born are specially liable to suffer from pathological defect. Insanity, criminality, tuberculosis. There is, however, it would seem a fallacy in the common interpretation of this fact. According to Van den Velden, as quoted in Sexual Problem, May 1909 p. 381, this tendency is fully counterbalanced by the rising mortality of children from the firstborn onward. The greater pathological tendency of the earlier children is thus simply the result of a less stringent selection by death, so far as they show any really greater pathological tendency. Apart from this fallacy, it is perhaps due to premature marriage. There is another fallacy in the frequent statement that the children in small families are more feeble than those in large families. We have to distinguish between a naturally small family and an artificially small family. A family which is small merely as the result of the feeble procreative energy of the parents is likely to be a feeble family. A family which is small as the result of the deliberate control of the parents shows, of course, no such tendency. These considerations, it will be seen, do not modify the tendency of the large family to be degenerate. We may connect this phenomenon with the disposition, often shown by nervously unsound and abnormal persons, to believe that they have a special aptitude to procreate fine children. I believe that everyone has a special vocation, said a man to Maro La Puberta p. 459. I find that it is my vocation to beget superior children. He begat foreign epileptic, a lunatic, a dipsomaniac, and a valetudinarian, and himself died insane. Most people have come across somewhat similar, though perhaps less marked cases of this delusion, in a matter of such fateful gravity, to other human beings. No one can safely rely on his own unsupported impressions. The demand of national efficiency thus corresponds with the demand of developing humanitarianism, which, having begun by attempting to ameliorate the conditions of life, has gradually begun to realize that it is necessary to go deeper and to ameliorate life itself. For while it is undoubtedly true that much may be done by acting systematically on the conditions of life, the more searching analysis of evil environmental conditions only serves to show that, in large parts, they are based in the human organism itself, and were not only prenatal, but preconceptional, being involved in the quality of the parental or ancestral organisms. Putting aside, however, all humanitarian considerations, the serious error of attempting to stem the progress of civilization in the direction of procreative control could never have occurred if the general tendencies of zoological evolution had been understood. Even in their elements, all zoological progress is from the more prolific to the less prolific. The higher the species, the less fruitful are its individual members. The same tendency is found within the limits of the human species, though not in an invariable straight line. The growth of civilization involves a diminution in fertility. This is by no means a new phenomenon. Ancient Rome and later Geneva, the Protestant Rome, bear witness to it. No doubt it has occurred in every high center of moral and intellectual culture. Although the data for measuring the tendency no longer exist, when we take a sufficiently wide and intelligent survey, we realize that the tendency of a community to slacken its natural rate of increase is an essential phenomenon of all advanced civilization. The more intelligent nations have manifested the tendency first, and in each nation the more educated classes have taken the lead. But it is only a matter of time to bring all civilized nations and all social classes in each nation into line. This movement, we have to remember, in opposition to the ignorant outcry of certain wood moralists and politicians, is a beneficent movement. It means a greater regard to the quality than to the quantity of the increase. It involves the possibility of combating successfully the evils of high mortality, disease, overcrowding, and all the manifold misfortunes which inevitably accompany a too exuberant birth rate. For it is only in a community which increases slowly that it is possible to secure the adequate economic adjustment and environmental modifications necessary for a sane and wholesome civic and personal life. If those persons who raise the cry of race suicide in face of the decline of the birth rate really had the knowledge and intelligence to realize the manifold evils which they are invoking, they would deserve to be treated as criminals. On the practical side, a knowledge of the possibility of preventing conception has doubtless never been quite extinct in civilization. And even in lower stages of culture, though it has mostly been utilized for ends of personal convenience, or practiced in obedience to conventional social rules, which demanded chastity, and has only of recent times been made subservient to the larger interests of society, and the elevation of the race, the theoretical basis of the control of procreation on its social and economic as distinct from its eugenic aspects, may be said to date from Malthus' famous essay on population first published in 1798, an epoch-marking book though, its central thesis is not susceptible of actual demonstration since it not only served as the starting point of the modern humanitarian movement for the control of procreation, but also furnished to Darwin, and independently, to Wallace also the fruitful idea, which was finally developed into the great evolutionary theory of natural selection. Malthus, however, was very far from suggesting that the control of procreation, which he advocated for the benefit of mankind, should be exercised by the introduction of preventive methods into sexual intercourse. He believed that civilization involved an increased power of self-control, which would make it possible to refrain altogether from sexual intercourse when such self-restraint was demanded in the interests of humanity. Later thinkers realized, however, that while it is undoubtedly true that civilization involves greater forethought and greater self-control, we cannot anticipate that those qualities should be developed to the extent demanded by Malthus, especially when the impulse to be controlled is of so powerful and explosive a nature. James Mill was the pioneer in advocating neo-Malthusian methods, though he spoke cautiously in 1818 in the article Colony, in the supplement to the Encyclopaedia Britannica, after remarking that the means of checking the unrestricted increase of the population constitutes the most important practical problem to which the wisdom of the politician and moralist can be applied. He continued, if the superstitions of the nursery were discarded, and the principle of utility kept steadily in view, a solution might not be very difficult to be found. 4 years later, James Mill's friend, the radical reformer Francis Place, more distinctly expressed the thought that was evidently in Mill's mind, after enumerating the facts concerning the necessity of self-control in procreation, and the evils of early marriage, which he thinks ought to be clearly taught. Place continues, if 100th, perhaps 1,000th part of the pains were taken to teach these truths that are taken to teach dogmas, a great change for the better might in no considerable space of time be expected to take place in the appearance and the habits of the people if above all it were once clearly understood that it was not disreputable for married persons to avail themselves of such precautionary means as would, without being injurious to health or destructive of female delicacy, prevent conception. Sufficient check might at once be given to the increase of population, beyond the means of subsistence, vice, and misery, to a prodigious extent, might be removed from society, and the object of Mr. Malthus, Mr. Godwin, and of every philanthropic person be promoted by the increase of comfort, of intelligence, and of moral conduct in the mass of the population. The course recommended will, I am fully persuaded, at some period be pursued by the people even if left to themselves. It was not long before Place's prophetic words began to be realized, and in another half-century, the movement was affecting the birth rate of all civilized lands, though it can scarcely yet be said that justice has been done to the pioneers who promoted it in the face of much persecution from the ignorant and superstitious public, whom they sought to benefit. In 1831, Robert Dale, Owen the son of Robert Owen, published his Moral Physiology, setting forth the methods of preventing conception. A little later, the brothers George and Charles Drysdale, born 1825 and 1829, two ardent and unwearying philanthropists, devoted much of their energy to the propagation of neo-Malthusian principles. George Drysdale, in 1854, published his Elements of Social Science, which during many years had an enormous circulation all over Europe in 8 different languages. It was by no means in every respect a scientific or sound work, but it certainly had great influence, and it came into the hands of many who never saw any other work on sexual topics, although the neo-Malthusian propagandists of those days often met with much obloquy. Their cause was triumphantly vindicated in 1876, when Charles Bradlaugh and Mrs. Besant, having been prosecuted for disseminating neo-Malthusian pamphlets, the charge was dismissed, the Lord Chief Justice declaring that so ill-advised and injudicious a charge had probably never before been made in a court of justice. This trial, even by its mere publicity and apart from its issue, gave an enormous impetus to the neo-Malthusian movement, It is well known that the steady decline in the English birth rate begun in 1877. The year following the trial, there could be no more brilliant illustration of the fact that what used to be called the instruments of providence are indeed unconscious instruments in bringing about great ends, which they themselves were far from either intending or desiring. In 1877, Dr. Roman 100 R. Drysdale founded the Malthusian League and edited a periodical, The Malthusian, aided throughout by his wife Dr. Alice Drysdale Vickery. He died in 1907. The noble and pioneering work of the Drysdales has not yet been adequately recognized in their own country. An appreciative and well-informed article by Dr. Hermann Rolder, Dr. Roman 100 R. Drysdale der Hauptvortreter der Neumalthusianischen Lehre, appeared in the Zeitschrift für Sexualwissenschaft, March 1908. There are now societies and periodicals in all civilized countries for the propagation of neo-Malthusian principles, as they are still commonly called, though it would be desirable to avoid the use of Malthus' name in this connection. In the medical profession, the advocacy of preventive methods of sexual intercourse not on social, but on medical and hygienic grounds, began same 30 years ago, though in France, at an earlier date, Rasiborski advocated the method of avoiding the neighborhood of menstruation. In Germany, Dr. Menzinger, the gynecologist, is the most prominent advocate on medical and hygienic grounds of what he terms facultative sterility, which he first put forward about 1889 in Russia. About the same time, artificial sterility was first openly advocated by the distinguished gynecologist Professor Ott at the St. Petersburg Obstetric and Gynecological Society. Such medical recommendations in particular cases are now becoming common. There are certain cases in which a person ought not to marry at all. This is so, for instance, when there has been an attack of insanity. It can never be said with certainty that a person who has had one attack of insanity will not have another, and persons who have had such attacks ought not, as Blandford says. Lumley in Lectures on Insanity, British Medical Journal, April 20, 1895, to inflict on their partner for life the anxiety and even danger of another attack. There are other and numerous cases in which marriage may be permitted, or may have already taken place under more favorable circumstances, but where it is, or has become highly desirable that there should be no children. This is the case when a first attack of insanity occurs after marriage, the more urgently if the affected party is the wife, and especially if the disease takes the form of puerperal mania. What can be more lamentable, asks Blandford Locksit, than to see a woman break down in childbed, recover, break down again with the next child, and so on for 6, 7, or 8 children, the recovery between each being less and less, until she is almost a chronic maniac. It has been found, moreover, by Treadgold Lancet, May 17, 1902, that among children born to insane mothers, the mortality is twice as great as the ordinary infantile mortality in even the poorest districts. In cases of unions between persons with tuberculous antecedents, also it is held by many, for example by Massalongo, in discussing tuberculosis and marriage at the Tuberculosis Congress at Naples in 1900, that every precaution should be taken to make the marriage childless. In a third class of cases, it is necessary to limit the children to 1 or 2. This happens in some forms of heart disease, in which pregnancy has a progressively deteriorating effect on the Hartkisch Therapeutische Monatschrift, Feb 1898, and Sexual Life of Woman, Vinay Lyon, Medical Jan. 8, 1889. In some cases of heart disease, however, it is possible that though there is no reason for prohibiting marriage, it is desirable for a woman not to have any children. J. F. Blacker, Heart Disease in relation to pregnancy, British Medical Journal, May 25, 1907. In all such cases, the recommendation of preventive methods of intercourse is obviously an indispensable aid to the physician in emphasizing the supremacy of hygienic precautions. In the absence of such methods, he can never be sure that his warnings will be heard, and even the observance of his advice would be attended with various undesirable results. It sometimes happens that a married couple agree, even before marriage, to live together without sexual relations, but for various reasons, it is seldom found possible or convenient to maintain this resolution for a long period. It is the recognition of these and similar considerations which has led, though only within recent years, on the one hand, as we have seen, to the embodiment of the control of procreation into the practical morality of all civilized nations, and on the other hand to the assertion now perhaps without exception, by all medical authorities on matters of sex, that the use of the methods of preventing conception is under certain circumstances urgently necessary and quite harmless. It arouses a smile today when we find that less than a century ago it was possible for an able and esteemed medical author to declare that the use of various abominable means to prevent conception is based upon a most presumptuous doubt in the conservative power of the Creator. The adaptation of theory to practice is not yet complete, and we could not expect that it should be so, for as we have seen, there is always an antagonism between practical morality and traditional morality from time to time. Flagrant illustrations of this antagonism occur even in England, which played a pioneering part in the control of procreation attempts, are still made sometimes in quarters where we have a right to expect a better knowledgeto cast discredit on a movement, which since it has conquered alike scientific approval and popular practice, it is now idle to call in question. It would be out of place to discuss here the various methods which are used for the control of procreation or their respective merits and defects. It is sufficient to say that the condom or protective sheath, which seems to be the most ancient of all methods of preventing conception after withdrawal, is now regarded by nearly all authorities as, when properly used, the safest, the most convenient, and the most harmless method. This is the opinion of Kraft Ebing, of Moll, of Schrank-Notzing, of Lowenfeld, of Forl, of Kish, of Furbringer, to mention only a few of the most distinguished medical authorities. There is some interest in attempting to trace the origin and history of the condom. Though it seems impossible to do so with any precision, it is probable that, in a rudimentary form, such an appliance is of great antiquity in China and Japan. It would appear rounds of oiled silk paper are used to cover the mouth of the womb, at all events by prostitutes. This seems the simplest and most obvious mechanical method of preventing conception, and may have suggested the application of a sheath to the penis as a more effectual method in Europe. It is in the middle of the 16th century in Italy that we first seem to hear of such appliances in the shape of linen sheaths, adapted to the shape of the penis fallopius. Recommended the use of such an appliance. Improvements in the manufacture were gradually devised. The cecum of the lamb was employed, and afterwards isinglass. It appears that a considerable improvement in the manufacture took place in the 17th or 18th century, and this improvement was generally associated with England. The appliance thus became known as the English cape, or mantle, the capote anglaise, or the redingote anglaise, and under the latter name is referred to by Casanova in the middle of the 18th century. Casanova Memoirs, ed. Garnier Vol. Roman 4, p. 464. Casanova never seems, however, to have used these redingotes himself, not caring, he said, to shut myself up in a piece of dead skin, in order to prove that I am perfectly alive. These capotes, then made of goldbeater's skin, were also, it appears, known at an earlier period to Mme de Sévigné, who did not regard them with favor, for in one of her letters she refers to them as cuirasses contre la volupté étoiles d'araignée. Contre le mal. The name condom dates from the 18th century, first appearing in France, and is generally considered to be that of an English physician or surgeon who invented, or rather improved, the appliance. Condom is not, however, an English name, but there is an English name, condom, of which condom may well be a corruption. This supposition is strengthened by the fact that the word sometimes actually was written condom, thus in lines quoted by Bacamont in his Diary Dec 15 1773, and supposed to be addressed to a former ballet dancer who had become a prostitute. I find du condom cependant vous connaissez l'usage. Le condom c'est la loi ma filet les profits. The difficulty remains, however, of discovering any Englishman of the name of Condon who can plausibly be associated with the condom. Doubtless he took no care to put the matter on record, never suspecting the fame that would accrue to his invention, or the immortality that awaited his name. I find no mention of any Condon in the records of the College of Physicians, and at the College of Surgeons, also, where indeed the old lists are very imperfect. Mr. Victor Plar, the librarian, after kindly making a search, has assured me that there is no record of the name. Other varying explanations of the name have been offered with more or less assurance, though usually without any proofs. Thus Heidel Handbuch der Topographischen Anatomik 7th ed. Vol. Roman 2 p. 212 states that the condom was originally called gondom, from the name of the English discoverer, a cavalier of Charles II's court, who first prepared it from the amnion of the sheep. Gondom is however no more an English name than condom there happens to be a French town in Gascony called Condom and Bloc suggests, without any evidence, that this furnished the name. If so, however, it is improbable that it would have been unknown in France. Finally, Hans Ferdy considers that it is derived from condusthet, which preservasand in accordance with his theory. He terms the condom a conduise. The early history of the condom is briefly discussed by various writers, as by Proch die Vorbung der Venerischen, Krankheiten p. 48 Block, Sexual Life of Our Times chs. Roman 15, and Roman 28, Cabin's Indiscretions de l'Histoire p. 121, etc. The control of procreation by the prevention of conception has, we have seen, become a part of the morality of civilized peoples. There is another method not indeed for preventing conception, but for limiting offspring, which is of much more ancient appearance in the world, though it has at different times been very differently viewed, and still arouses widely opposing opinions. This is the method of abortion. While the practice of abortion has by no means, like the practice of preventing conception, become accepted in civilization, it scarcely appears to excite profound repulsion in a large proportion of the population of civilized countries. The majority of women, not excluding educated and highly moral women who become pregnant against their wish, contemplate the possibility of procuring abortion without the slightest twinge of conscience, and often are not even aware of the usual professional attitude of the church, the law, and medicine regarding abortion. Probably, all doctors have encountered this fact, and even so distinguished and correct a medicologist as Brouadel stated that he had been not infrequently solicited to procure abortion for themselves or their wet nurses by ladies who looked on it as a perfectly natural thing, and had not the least suspicion that the law regarded the deed as a crime. It is not therefore surprising that abortion is exceedingly common in all civilized and progressive countries. It cannot indeed unfortunately be said that abortion has been conducted in accordance with eugenic considerations, nor has it often been so much as advocated from the eugenic standpoint, but in numerous classes of cases of undesired pregnancy occurring in women of character and energy, not accustomed to submit tamely to conditions they may not have sought, and in any case consider undesirable abortion, is frequently resorted to. It is usual to regard the United States as a land in which the practice especially flourishes, and certainly a land in which the ideal of chastity for unmarried women, of freedom for married women, of independence for all, is actively followed, cannot fail to be favorable to the practice of abortion. But the way in which the prevalence of abortion is proclaimed in the United States is probably in large part due to the honesty of the Americans in setting forth and endeavoring to correct what rightly or wrongly they regard as social defects, and may not indicate any real preeminence in the practice. Comparative statistics are difficult, and it is certainly true that abortion is extremely common in England, in France, and in Germany. It is probable that any national differences may be accounted for by differences in general social habits and ideals. Thus, in Germany, where considerable sexual freedom is permitted to unmarried women, and married women are very domesticated, abortion may be less frequent than in France, where purity is stringently demanded from the young girl, while the married woman demands freedom for work and for pleasure. But such national differences, if they exist, are tending to be leveled down, and charges of criminal abortion are constantly becoming more common in Germany, though this increase again may be merely due to greater zeal in pursuing the offense. Brouadel op. Cit. p. 39 quotes the opinion that in New York, only 1 in every 1,000 abortions is discovered. Dr. J. F. Scott, The Sexual Instinct ch. Roman 8, who is himself strongly opposed to the practice, considers that in America, the custom of procuring abortion has today reached such vast proportions as to be almost beyond belief. While countless thousands of cases are never reported, it has increased so rapidly in our day and generation. Scott states that it has created surprise and alarm in the minds of all conscientious persons who are informed of the extent to which it has carried the assumption that those who approve of abortion are necessarily not conscientious persons is, as we shall see, mistaken. The change has taken place since 1840. The Michigan Special Committee on Criminal Abortion reported in 1881 that from correspondence with nearly 100 physicians, it appeared that there came to the knowledge of the profession 17 abortions to every 100 pregnancies. To these, the committee believe, may be added as many more that never came to the physician's knowledge. The committee further quoted, though without endorsement, the opinion of a physician who believed that a change is now coming over public feeling in regard to the abortionist, who is beginning to be regarded in America as a useful member of society and even a benefactor. In England, also, there appears to have been a marked increase of abortion during recent years, perhaps specially marked among the poor and hardworking classes. A writer in the British Medical Journal, April 9, 1904, p. 865, finds that abortion is wholesale and systematic, and gives 4 cases occurring in his practice during 4 months in which women either attempted to produce abortion or requested him to do so. They were married women, usually with large families and in delicate health, and were willing to endure any suffering if they might be saved from further childbearing. Abortion is frequently effected or attempted by taking female pills, which contain small portions of lead and are thus liable to produce very serious symptoms, whether or not they induce abortion. Professor Arthur Hall of Sheffield, who has especially studied this use of lead, the increasing use of lead, as an abortifacient, British Medical Journal, March 18, 1905, finds that the practice has lately become very common in the English Midlands, and is gradually, it appears, widening its circle. It occurs chiefly among married women with families belonging to the working class, and it tends to become specially prevalent during periods of trade depression. C.F.G. Newman, Infant Mortality, p. 81. Women of better social class resort to professional abortionists, and sometimes go over to Paris. In France also, and especially in Paris, there has been a great increase during recent years in the practice of abortion. See, for example, a discussion at the Paris Société de Médecine Legal Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, May 1907. Dolris has shown Bulletin de la Société d'Obstétrique, Feb. 1905, that in the Paris Maternites the percentage of abortions in pregnancies doubled between 1898 and 1904, and Dolris estimates that about half of these abortions were artificially induced. In France, abortion is mainly carried on by professional abortionists. One of these, Mme Thomas, who was condemned to penal servitude in 1891, acknowledged performing 10,000 abortions during 8 years. Her charge for the operation was 2 francs and upwards. She was a peasant's daughter brought up in the home of her uncle, a doctor whose medical and obstetrical books she had devoured. A Ham in La France, in 1891, pp. 629,631. French public opinion is lenient to abortion, especially to women who perform the operation on themselves. Not many cases are brought into court, and of these 40% are acquitted. Eugene Bosset, L'avortement criminel these de Paris, 1907. The professional abortionist is, however, usually sent to prison. In Germany, also, abortion appears to have greatly increased during recent years, and the yearly number of cases of criminal abortion brought into the courts was in 1903 more than double as many as in 1885. See also Elisabeth Zanzinger Geschlecht und Gesellschaft BD Roman 2 Heft 5, and Sexual Problem, Jan 1908, p. 23. In view of these facts, it is not surprising that the induction of abortion has been permitted, and even encouraged, in many civilizations. Its unqualified condemnation is only found in Christendom, and is due to theoretical notions. In Turkey, under ordinary circumstances, there is no punishment for abortion. In the classic civilization of Greece and Rome, likewise, abortion was permitted, though with certain qualifications and conditions. Plato admitted the mother's right to decide on abortion, but said that the question should be settled as early as possible in pregnancy. Aristotle, who approved of abortion, was of the same opinion. Zeno and the Stoics regarded the fetus as the fruit of the womb, the soul being acquired at birth. This was in accordance with Roman law, which decreed that the fetus only became a human being at birth. Among the Romans, abortion became very common, but in accordance with the patriarchal basis of early Roman institutions, it was the father, not the mother, who had the right to exercise it. Christianity introduced a new circle of ideas, based on the importance of the soul, on its immortality, and the necessity of baptism, as a method of salvation from the results of inherited sin. We already see this new attitude in St. Augustine, who, discussing whether embryos that died in the womb will rise at the resurrection, says, "I make bold neither to affirm nor to deny, although I fail to see why, if they are not excluded from the number of the dead, they should not attain to the resurrection of the dead." The criminality of abortion was, however, speedily established, and the early Christian emperors, in agreement with the Church, edicted many fantastic and extreme penalties against abortion. This tendency continued under ecclesiastical influence unrestrained, until the humanitarian movement of the 18th century, when Beccaria Voltaire Rousseau and other great reformers succeeded in turning the tide of public opinion against the barbarity of the laws, and the penalty of death for abortion was finally abolished. Medical science and practice at the present day, although it can scarcely be said that it speaks with an absolutely unanimous voice on the whole, occupies a position midway between that of the classic lawyers and that of the later Christian ecclesiastics. It is on the whole in favor of sacrificing the fetus whenever the interests of the mother demand such a sacrifice. General medical opinion is not, however, prepared at present to go further, and is distinctly disinclined to aid the parents in exerting an unqualified control over the fetus in the womb, nor is it yet disposed to practice abortion on eugenic grounds. It is obvious, indeed, that medicine cannot in this matter take the initiative, for it is the primary duty of medicine to save life. Society itself must assume the responsibility of protecting the race. Dr. S. McVie, Mother versus Child Transactions, Edinburgh Obstetrical Society, Vol. Roman 24, 1899, elaborately discusses the respective values of the fetus and the adult on the basis of life expectancy, and concludes that the fetus is merely a parasite, performing no function whatever, and that, unless the life expectancy of the child covers the years in which its potentiality is converted into actuality, the relative values of the maternal and fetal life will be that of actual as against potential. This statement seems fairly sound. Ballantine Manual of Antenatal Pathology. The fetus p. 459 endeavors to make the statement more precise by saying that the mother's life has a value because she is what she is, while the fetus only has a possible value on account of what it may become. Derlacher, among others, has discussed in careful and cautious detail the various conditions in which the physician should or should not induce abortion in the interests of the mother. Der Künstliche Abort Wiener Klinik AG, and Sept. 1906, so also Eugen Wilhelm Diebtreibung und des Recht des Arztes zur Vernichtung der Lebensfrucht Sexual Problem, May and June 1909. Wilhelm further discusses whether it is desirable to alter the laws in order to give the physician greater freedom in deciding on abortion. He concludes that this is not necessary, and might even act injuriously by unduly hampering medical freedom. Any change in the law should merely be, he considers, in the direction of asserting that the destruction of the fetus is not abortion, in the legal sense, provided it is indicated by the rules of medical science, with reference to the timidity of some medical men in inducing abortion. Wilhelm remarks that even in the present state of the law, the physician who conscientiously effects abortion, in accordance with his best knowledge, even if mistakenly, may consider himself safe from all legal penalties, and that he is much more likely to come in conflict with the law if it can be proved that death followed as a result of his neglect to induce abortion. Pinard, who has discussed the right to control the fetal life, Annals de Gynecologie, Vols Lie, and Lie 1899 and 1900, inspired by his enthusiastic propaganda for the salvation of infant life, is led to the unwarranted conclusion that no one has the rights of life and death over the fetus. The infant's right to his life is an imprescriptible and sacred right which no power can take from him. There is a mistake here unless Pinard deliberately desires to place himself, like Tolst, in opposition to current civilized morality, so far from the infant having any imprescriptible right to life. Even the adult has in human societies no such inalienable right, and very much less the fetus, which is not strictly a human being at all. We assume the right of terminating the lives of those individuals whose antisocial conduct makes them dangerous, and in war we deliberately terminate, amid general applause and enthusiasm, the lives of men who have been specially selected for this purpose, on account of their physical and general efficiency. It would be absurdly inconsistent to say that we have no rights over the lives of creatures that have as yet no part in human society at all, and are not so much as born. We are here in presence of a vestige of ancient theological dogma, and there can be little doubt that on the theoretical side, at all events, the imprescriptible right of the embryo will go the same way as the imprescriptible right of the spermatozoon. Both rights are indeed imprescriptible. Of recent years, a new, and it must be admitted somewhat unexpected aspect of this question of abortion has been revealed. Hitherto, it has been a question entirely in the hands of men, first following the Roman traditions in the hands of Christian ecclesiastics, and later in those of the professional castes. Yet the question is in reality very largely, and indeed mainly, a woman's question, and now more especially in Germany, it has been actively taken up by women. The Gräfin Gisela Streitberg occupies the pioneering place in this movement with her book Das Recht zur Beiseitigung kommenden Lebens, and was speedily followed from 1897 onwards by a number of distinguished women who occupy a prominent place in the German women's movement, among others Helene Stocker, Oda Alberg, Elisabeth Zanzinger, Camilla Jelinek. All these writers insist that the fetus is not yet an independent human being, and that every woman, by virtue of the right over her own body, is entitled to decide whether it shall become an independent human being. At the Women's Congress, held in the autumn of 1905, a resolution was passed demanding that abortion should only be punishable when effected by another person against the wish of the pregnant woman herself. The acceptance of this resolution by a representative assembly is interesting proof of the interest now taken by women in the question, and of the strenuous attitude they are tending to assume. Elisabeth Zanzinger Verbrechen gegen die Lebensfruchtgeschlecht und Gesellschaft BD Roman II, Heft 5 1907 ably, and energetically condemns the law which makes abortion a crime. A woman herself is the only legitimate possessor of her own body and her own health, just as it is a woman's private right and most intimate concern to present her virginity as her best gift to the chosen of her heart. So it is certainly a pregnant woman's own private concern, if for reasons which seem good to her, she decides to destroy the results of her action. A woman who destroys the embryo which might become a burden to the community or is likely to be an inferior member of society, this writer urges is doing a service to the community, which ought to reward her perhaps by granting her special privileges as regards the upbringing of her other children. Oda Alberg, in a thoughtful paper, Über den Juristischen Schutz des kommenden Lebens die neue Generation, June 1908, endeavors to make clear all that is involved in the effort to protect the developing embryo against the organism that carries it, to protect a creature that is against itself and its own instincts. She considers that most of the women who terminate their pregnancies artificially would only have produced undesirables, for the normal, healthy, robust woman has no desire to effect abortion. There are women who are psychically sterile, without being physically so, and who possess nothing of motherhood, but the ability to bring forth these when they abort, are simply correcting a failure of nature. Some of them, she remarks, by going on to term, become guilty of the far worse offense of infanticide. As for the women who desire abortion merely from motives of vanity or convenience, Oda Alberg points out that the circles in which these motives rule are quite able to limit their children without having to resort to abortion. She concludes that society must protect the young life in every way, by social hygiene, by laws for the protection of the workers, by spreading a new morality on the basis of the laws of heredity. But we need no law to protect the young creature against its own mother, for 1,000 natural forces are urging the mother to protect her own child, and we may be sure that she will not disobey these forces without very good reasons. Camilla Jelinek again, Die Strafrechtsreform, etc. Heidelberg, 1909, in a powerful and well-informed address before the Associated German Frauenverein at Breslau, argues in the same sense. The lawyers very speedily came to the assistance of the women in this matter, the more readily, no doubt, since the traditions of the greatest and most influential body of law already pointed on one side, at all events, in the same direction. It may indeed be claimed that it was from the side of Lowend, in Italy, the classic land of legal reform, that this new movement first begun in 1888. Bailstrani published at Turin his Aborto Infanticidio ed Esposizini di Infante, in which he argued that the penalty should be removed from abortion. It was a very able and learned book, inspired by large ideas and a humanitarian spirit, but though its importance is now recognized, it cannot be said that it attracted much attention on publication. It is especially in Germany that during recent years lawyers have followed women reformers by advocating more or less completely the abolition of the punishment for abortion. So distinguished an authority as von List, in a private letter to Camilla Jelinek op Cit, states that he regards the punishment of abortion as very doubtful, though he considers its complete abolition impracticable. He thinks abortion might be permitted during the early months of pregnancy, thus bringing about return of the old view. Hans Gross states his opinion, Archive für Criminal Anthropology, BD Roman 12 p. 345, that the time is not far distant when abortion will no longer be punished. Radbruch, and von Lilienthal speak in the same sense. Weinberg has advocated a change in the law. Mutterschutz 1905 Heft 8, and Kurt Hiller Die New Generation, April 1909, also from the legal side argues that abortion should only be punishable when effected by a married woman without the knowledge and consent of her husband. The medical profession, which took the first step in modern times in the authorization of abortion, has not at present taken any further step. It has been content to lay down the principle that when the interests of the mother are opposed to those of the fetus, it is the latter which must be sacrificed. It has hesitated to take the further step of placing abortion on the eugenic basis, and of claiming the right to insist on abortion whenever the medical and hygienic interests of society demand such a step. This attitude is perfectly intelligible. Medicine has in the past been chiefly identified with the saving of lives, even of worthless and worse than worthless lives. Keep everything alive, nervously cried Sir James Paget. Medicine has confined itself to the humble task of attempting to cure evils, and is only today beginning to undertake the larger and nobler task of preventing them. The step from killing the child in the womb to murdering a person when out of the womb is a dangerously narrow one, sagely remarks a recent medical author, probably speaking for many others, who somehow succeed in blinding themselves to the fact that this dangerously narrow step has been taken by mankind only too freely for thousands of years, past long before abortion was known in the world. Here and there, however, medical authors of repute have advocated the further extension of abortion with precautions and under proper supervision as an aid to eugenic progress. Thus, Professor Max Flesch, Die New Generation, April 1909, is in favor of a change in the law permitting abortion provided it is carried out by the physician in special cases, as when the mother's pregnancy has been due to force, when she has been abandoned, or when in the interest of the community it is desirable to prevent the propagation of insane criminal alcoholic or tuberculous persons. In France, a medical man, Dr. Jean Derricarer, has written a remarkable novel, Le Droit d'Avortement, 1906, which advocates the thesis that a woman always possesses a complete right to abortion and is the supreme judge as to whether she will or not undergo the pain and risks of childbirth. The question is here, however, obviously placed not on medical, but on humanitarian and feminist grounds. We have seen that alike on the side of practice and of theory, a great change has taken place during recent years in the attitude towards abortion. It must, however, clearly be recognized that unlike the control of procreation by methods for preventing conception, facultative abortion has not yet been embodied in our current social morality. If it is permissible to interpolate a personal opinion, I may say that to me, it seems that our morality is here fairly reasonable. I am decidedly of opinion that an unrestricted permission for women to practice abortion in their own interests, or even for communities to practice it in the interests of the race, would be to reach beyond the stage of civilization we have at present attained, as Ellen Key very forcibly argues, a civilization which permits without protest the barbarous slaughter of its carefully selected adults in war, has not yet won the right to destroy deliberately even its most inferior vital products in the womb. A civilization guilty of so reckless a waste of life cannot safely be entrusted with this judicial function. The blind and aimless anxiety to cherish the most hopeless and degraded forms of life, even of unborn life, may well be weakness, and since it often leads to incalculable suffering, even a crime. But as yet there is an impenetrable barrier against progress in this direction. Before we are entitled to take life deliberately for the sake of purifying life, we must learn how to preserve it by abolishing such destructive influences where disease, bad industrial conditions, are easily within our social power as civilized nations. There is further another consideration, which seems to me to carry weight. The progress of civilization is in the direction of greater foresight, of greater prevention, of a diminished need for struggling with the reckless lack of prevision. The necessity for abortion is precisely one of those results of reckless action which civilization tends to diminish. While we may admit that in a sounder state of civilization, a few cases might still occur when the induction of abortion would be desirable, it seems probable that the number of such cases will decrease rather than increase, in order to do away with the need for abortion. And to counteract the propaganda in its favor, our main reliance must be placed on the one hand on increased foresight in the determination of conception, and increased knowledge of the means for preventing conception, and on the other hand on a better provision by the state for the care of pregnant women, married and unmarried alike, and a practical recognition of the qualified mother's claim on society, there can be little doubt that in many a charge of criminal abortion, the real offense lies at the door of those who have failed to exercise their social and professional duty of making known the more natural and harmless methods for preventing conception, or else, by their social attitude, have made the pregnant woman's position intolerable. By active social reform in these two directions, the new movement in favor of abortion may be kept in check, and it may even be found that by stimulating such reform that movement has been benefited. We have seen that the deliberate restraint of conception has become a part of our civilized morality, and that the practice and theory of facultative abortion has gained a footing among us. There remains a third, and yet more radical method of controlling procreation, the method of preventing the possibility of procreation altogether by the performance of castration or other slighter operation having a like inhibitory effect on reproduction. The other two methods only affect a single act of union or its results, but castration affects all subsequent acts of sexual union and usually destroys the procreative power permanently. Castration for various social and other purposes is an ancient and widespread practice carried out on men, and on animals. There has, however, been on the whole a certain prejudice against it when applied to men. Many peoples have attached a very sacred value to the integrity of the sexual organs. Among some primitive peoples, the removal of these organs has been regarded as a peculiarly ferocious insult, only to be carried out in moments of great excitement, as after a battle. Medicine has been opposed to any interference with the sexual organs. The oath taken by the Greek physicians appears to prohibit castration. I will not cut. In modern times, a great change has taken place. The castration of both men and women is commonly performed in diseased conditions. The same operation is sometimes advocated and occasionally performed in the hope that it may remove strong and abnormal sexual impulses. And during recent years, castration has been invoked in the cause of negative eugenics to a greater extent, indeed on account of its more radical character, than either the prevention of conception or abortion. The movement in favor of castration appears to have begun in the United States, where various experiments have been made in embodying it in law. It was first advocated merely as a punishment for criminals, and especially sexual offenders, by Hammond of Ertz, Lidston and others. From this point of view, however, it seems to be unsatisfactory and perhaps illegitimate in many cases. Castration is no punishment at all, and indeed a positive benefit in other cases, when inflicted against the subjects, while it may produce very disturbing mental effects, leading in already degenerate or unbalanced persons to insanity, criminality, and antisocial tendencies, generally much more dangerous than the original state eugenic considerations, which were later brought forward, constitute much sounder argument for castration. In this case, the castration is carried out by no means in order to inflict a barbarous and degrading punishment, but with the subject's consent, in order to protect the community from the risk of useless or mischievous members. The fact that castration can no longer be properly considered a punishment is shown by the possibility of deliberately seeking the operation, simply for the sake of convenience, as a preferable and most effective substitute for the adoption of preventive methods in sexual intercourse. I am only at present acquainted with one case in which this course has been adopted. This subject is a medical man of Puritan New England ancestry, with whose sexual history, which is quite normal, I have been acquainted for a long time past. His present age is 39. A few years since, having a sufficiently large family, he adopted preventive methods of intercourse. The subsequent events I narrate in his own words. The trouble, forethought, etc., rendered necessary by preventive measures grew more and more irksome to me as the years passed by, and finally I laid the matter before another physician, and on his assurances, and after mature deliberation with my wife, was operated on some time since, and rendered sterile by having the vas deferens on each side exposed through a slit in the scrotum, then tied in two places with silk, and severed between the ligatures. This was done under cocaine infiltrative anesthesia, and was not so extremely painful, though what pain there was dragging the cord out through the slit, etc., seemed very hard to endure. I was not out of my office a single day, nor seriously disturbed in any way in 6 days. All stitches in the scrotum were removed, and in 3 weeks I abandoned the suspensory bandage that had been rendered necessary by the extreme sensitiveness of the testicles and cord. The operation has proved a most complete success in every way. Sexual functions are absolutely unaffected in any way whatsoever. There is no sense of discomfort or uneasiness in the sexual tract. And what seems strangest of all to me is the fact that the semen, so far as one can judge by ordinary means of observation, is undiminished in quantity and unchanged in character. Of course, the microscope would reveal its fatal lack. My wife is delighted at having fear banished from our love, and taken all in all, it certainly seems as if life would mean more to us. Both incidentally, the health of both of us seems better than usual, particularly so in my wife's case. And this she attributes to a soothing influence that is attained by allowing the seminal fluid to be deposited in a perfectly normal manner and remain in contact with the vaginal secretions until it naturally passes off. This operation being comparatively new, and as yet not often done on others than the insane criminal, etc., I thought it might be of interest to you if I shed even the faintest ray of light on this greatest of all human problems. I shall be glad indeed. Such a case, with its so far satisfactory issue, certainly deserves to be placed on record, though it may well be that at present it will not be widely imitated. The earliest advocacy of castration, which I have met with as a part of negative eugenics for the specific purpose of prophylaxis, as applied to race improvement, and the protection of society, is by Dr. F. E. Daniel of Texas, and dates from 1,893,447. Daniel mixed up, however, somewhat inextricably castration as a method of purifying the race, a method which can be carried out with the concurrence of the individual operated on, with castration as a punishment, to be inflicted for rape, sodomy, bestiality, pederasty, and even habitual masturbation. The method of its performance, moreover, to be the extremely barbarous and primitive method of total ablation of the sexual organs. In more recent years, somewhat more equitable, practical, and scientific methods of castration have been advocated, not involving the removal of the sexual glands or organs, and not as a punishment, but simply for the sake of protecting the community and the race from the burden of probably unproductive and possibly dangerous members. Naki has from 1899 onwards repeatedly urged the social advantages of this measure, the propagation of the inferior elements of society. Naki insists brings unhappiness into the family and is a source of great expense to the state. He regards castration as the only effective method of prevention, and concludes that it is therefore our duty to adopt it, just as we have adopted vaccination, taking care to secure the consent of the subject himself or his guardian of the civil authorities, and if necessary of a committee of experts. Professor Angelo Zuccherli of Naples has also from 1899 onwards emphasized the importance of castration in the sterilization of the epileptic, the insane of various classes, the alcoholic, the tuberculous, and instinctive criminals, the choice of cases for operation to be made by a commission of experts who would examine schoolchildren candidates for public employments or persons about to marry. This movement rapidly gained ground, and in 1905, at the annual meeting of Swiss alienists, it was unanimously agreed that the sterilization of the insane is desirable, and that it is necessary that the question should be legally regulated. It is in Switzerland, indeed, that the first steps have been taken in Europe to carry out castration as a measure of social prophylaxis. The 16th Yearly Report 1907 of the Cantonal Asylum at Will describes 4 cases of castration, 2 in men and 2 in women, performed with the permission of the patients and the civil authorities for social reasons. Both women had previously had illegitimate children who were a burden on the community, and all 4 patients were sexually abnormal. The operation enabled the patients to be liberated and to work, and the results were considered in every respect satisfactory to all concerned. The introduction of castration as a method of negative eugenics has been facilitated by the use of new methods of performing it without risk, and without actual removal of the testes or ovaries for men. There is the simple method of vasectomy, as recommended by Naki, and many others for women. There is the corresponding and almost equally simple and harmless method of Kara, bisection and ligation of the fallopian tubes through the vagina, as recommended by Kish or Rose's. Very similar procedure, easily carried out in a few minutes by an experienced hand, as recommended by Zuccherli. It has been found that repeated exposure to the X-rays produces sterility in both sexes alike in animals, and men and X-ray workers have to adopt various precautions to avoid suffering from this effect. It has been suggested that the application of the X-rays would be a good substitute for castration. It appears that the effects of the application are only likely to last a few years, which in some doubtful cases might be an advantage. See British Medical Journal Aug. 13 1904, Ib March 11 1905, Ib July 6 1907. It is scarcely possible, it seems to me, to view castration as a method of negative eugenics, with great enthusiasm, the recklessness, moreover, with which it is sometimes proposed to apply it, by allowing no doubt to the fact that it is not so obviously repulsive as the less radical procedure of abortion ought to render us very cautious. We must too dismiss the idea of castration as a punishment. As such, it is not merely barbarous but degrading, and is unlikely to have a beneficial effect. As a method of negative eugenics, it should never be carried out, except with the subject's consent. The fact that in some cases it might be necessary to enforce seclusion in the absence of castration would doubtless be a fact exerting influence in favor of such consent. But the consent is essential if the subject of the operation is to be safeguarded from degradation. A man who has been degraded and embittered by an enforced castration might not be dangerous to posterity, but might very easily become a dangerous member of the society in which he actually lived. With due precautions and safeguards, castration may doubtless play a certain part in the elevation and improvement of the race. The methods we have been considering, in so far as they limit the procreative powers of the less healthy and efficient stocks in a community, are methods of eugenics. It must not, however, be supposed that they are the whole of eugenics, or indeed that they are in any way essential to a eugenic scheme. Eugenics is concerned with the whole of the agencies which elevate and improve the human breed. Abortion and castration are methods which may be used to this end, but they are not methods of which everyone approves, nor is it always clear that the ends they effect would not better be attained by other methods. In any case, they are methods of negative eugenics. There remains the field of positive eugenics, which is concerned not with the elimination of the inferior stocks, but with ascertaining which are the superior stocks, and with furthering their procreative power. While the necessity of refraining from procreation is no longer a bar to marriage, the question of whether two persons ought to marry each other still remains, in the majority of cases, a serious question from the standpoint of positive, as well as of negative eugenics. For the normal marriage cannot fail to involve children, as indeed its chief and most desirable end. We have to consider not merely what are the stocks or the individuals that are unfit to breed, but also what are these stocks or individuals that are most fit to breed, and under what conditions procreation may best be effected. The present imperfection of our knowledge on these questions emphasizes the need for care and caution in approaching their consideration. It may be fitting at this point to refer to the experiment of the Oneida community in establishing a system of scientific propagation under the guidance of a man whose ability and distinction as a pioneer are only today beginning to be adequately recognized. John Humphrey Noyes was too far ahead of his own day to be recognized at his true worth. At the most, he was regarded as the sagacious and successful founder of a sect, and his attempts to apply eugenics to life only aroused ridicule and persecution, so that he was unfortunately compelled by outside pressure to bring a most instructive experiment to a premature end. His aim and principle are set forth in an essay on scientific propagation, printed some 40 years ago, which discusses problems that are only now beginning to attract the attention of the practical man, as within the range of social politics, when Noyes turned his vigorous and practical mind to the question of eugenics. That question was exclusively in the hands of scientific men, who felt all the natural timidity of the scientific man towards the realization of his proposals, and who were not prepared to depart a hair's breadth from the conventional customs of their time. The experiment of Noyes at Oneida marked a new stage in the history of eugenics, whatever might be the value of the experiment, and a first experiment cannot well be final. With Noyes, the questions of eugenics passed beyond the purely academic stage in which from the time of Plato they had peacefully reposed. It is becoming clear, Noyes states at the outset, that the foundations of scientific society are to be laid in the scientific propagation of human beings. In doing this, we must attend to two things: blood or heredity and training, and he puts blood first in that he was at one with the most recent biometrical eugenists of today. The nation has for years been putting its money on environment when heredity wins in a canter, as Carl Pearson prefers to put it, and at the same time revealed the breadth of his vision in comparison with the ordinary social reformer, who in that day was usually a fanatical believer in the influence of training and surroundings. Noyes sets forth the position of Darwin on the principles of breeding, and the step beyond Darwin which had been taken by Galton. He then remarks that, when Galton comes to the point where it is necessary to advance from theory to the duties, the theory suggests he subsides into the meekest conservatism. It must be remembered that this was written at an early stage in Galton's work. This conclusion was entirely opposed to Noyes' practical end. Religious temperament duty is plain. We say we ought to do it, we want to do it, but we cannot. The law of God urges us on, but the law of society holds us back. The boldest course is the safest. Let us take an honest and steady look at the law. It is only in the timidity of ignorance that the duty seems impracticable. Noyes anticipated Galton in regarding eugenics as a matter of religion. Noyes proposed to term the work of modern science in propagation stirpiculture, in which he has sometimes been followed by others. He considered that it is the business of the stirpiculturist to keep in view both quantity and quality of stocks, and he held that without diminishing quantity, it was possible to raise the quality by exercising a very stringent discrimination in selecting males. At this point, Noyes has been supported in recent years by Karl Pearson and others who have shown that only a relatively small portion of a population is needed to produce the next generation, and that in fact 12% of one generation in man produces 50% of the next generation. What we need to ensure is that this small reproducing section of the population shall be the best adapted for the purpose. The quantity of production will be in direct proportion to the number of fertile females, as Noyes saw the question, and the value produced, so far as it depends on selection, will be nearly in inverse proportion to the number of fertilizing males. In this matter, Noyes anticipated Ehrenfels. The two principles to be held in mind were breed from the best and breed inandon, with a cautious and occasional introduction of new strains. It may be noted that Riebmer in his recent Entwicklungsgeschichte des Genix und Talents argues that the superior races and superior individuals in the human species have been produced by an unconscious adherence to exactly these principles by segregating superior families, and by breeding these inandon superior varieties of human beings might be produced, which would be comparable to the thoroughbreds in all the domestic races. He illustrates this by the early history of the Jews. Noyes finally criticizes the present method, or lack of method, in matters of propagation. Our marriage system, he states, leaves mating to be determined by a general scramble, by ignoring also the great difference between the sexes in reproductive power. It restricts each man, whatever may be his potency and his value, to the amount of production of which one woman chosen blindly may be capable. Moreover, he continues, practically it discriminates against the best and in favor of the worst, for while the good man will be limited by his conscience to what the law allows, the bad man, free from moral check, will distribute his seed beyond the legal limits as widely as he dares. We are safe every way in saying that there is no possibility of carrying the two precepts of scientific propagation into an institution which pretends to no discrimination, allows no suppression, gives no more liberty to the best than to the worst, and which in fact must inevitably discriminate the wrong way so long as the inferior classes are most prolific and least amenable to the admonitions of science and morality. In modifying our sexual institutions, Noyes insists there are two essential points to remember: the preservation of liberty and the preservation of the home. There must be no compulsion about human scientific propagation. It must be autonomous, directed by self-government, by the free choice of those who love science well enough to make themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake. The home also must be preserved, since marriage is the best thing for man as he is, but it is necessary to enlarge the home, for if all could learn to love other children than their own, there would be nothing to hinder scientific propagation in the midst of homes far better than any that now exist. This memorable pamphlet contains no exposition of the precise measures adopted by the Oneida community to carry out these principles. The two essential points were, as we know, male continence, see ante p. 553, and the enlarged family, in which all the men were the actual or potential mates of all the women, but no union for propagation took place, except as the result of reason and deliberate resolve. The community, says H. J. Seymour, one of the original members, the Oneida Community 1894 p. 5, was a family, As distinctly separated from surrounding society as ordinary households, the tie that bound it together was as permanent, and at least as sacred as that of marriage. Every man's care and the whole of the common property was pledged for the maintenance and protection of the women, and the support and education of the children. It is not probable that the Oneida community presented in detail the model to which human society generally will conform, but even at the lowest estimate, its success showed, as Lord Morley has pointed out, Didrat vol. Roman 2 p. 19, how modifiable are some of these facts of existing human character, which are vulgarly deemed to be ultimate and ineradicable, and that the discipline of the appetites and affections of sex, on which the future of civilization largely rests, is very far from an impossibility. In many respects, the Oneida community was ahead of its time, and even of ours, but it is interesting to note that in the matter of the control of conception our marriage system has come into line with the theory and practice of Oneida. It cannot indeed be said that we always control conception in accordance with eugenic principles, but the fact that such control has now become a generally accepted habit of civilization to some extent deprives noise criticism of our marriage system of the force it possessed half a century ago. Another change in our customs advocacy, and even the practice of abortion and castration, would not have met with his approval. He was strongly opposed to both, and with the high moral level that ruled his community, neither was necessary to the maintenance of the stirpiculture that prevailed. The Oneida community endured for the space of one generation and came to an end in 1879, by no means through a recognition of failure, but by a wise deference to external pressure. Its members, many of them highly educated, continued to cherish the memory of the practices and ideals of the community. Noyes Miller, the author of The Strike of a Sex and Zeugassen's discovery, to the last looked with quiet confidence to the time when, as he anticipated, the great discovery of noise would be accepted and adopted by the world at large. Another member of the community, Henry J. Seymour, wrote of the community long afterwards that it was an anticipation and imperfect miniature of the kingdom of heaven on earth. Perhaps the commonest type of proposal or attempt to improve the biological level of the race is by the exclusion of certain classes of degenerates from marriage, or by the encouragement of better classes of the community to marry. This seems to be at present the most popular form of eugenics, and in so far as it is not affected by compulsion, but is the outcome of a voluntary resolve to treat the question of the creation of the race with the jealous care and guardianship which so tremendously serious, so godlike a task involves, it has much to be said in its favor and nothing against it. But it is quite another matter when the attempt is made to regulate such an institution as marriage by law. In the first place, we do not yet know enough about the principles of heredity and the transmissibility of pathological states to enable us to formulate sound legislative proposals on this basis. Even so comparatively simple a matter as the relationship of tuberculosis to heredity can scarcely be said to be a matter of common agreement, even if it can yet be claimed that we possess adequate material on which to attain a common agreement, supposing, moreover, that our knowledge on all these questions were far more advanced than it is. We still should not have attained a position in which we could lay down general propositions regarding the desirability or the undesirability of certain classes of persons procreating. The question is necessarily an individual question, and it can only be decided when all the circumstances of the individual case have been fairly passed in review. The objection to any legislative and compulsory regulation of the right to marry is, however, much more fundamental than the consideration that our knowledge is at present inadequate. It lies in the extraordinary confusion in the minds of those who advocate such legislation between legal marriage and procreation. The persons who fall into such confusion have not yet learnt the alphabet of the subject they presume to dictate about, and are no more competent to legislate than a child who cannot tell A from B is competent to read. Marriage, in so far as it is the partnership for mutual help and consolation of two people who in such partnership are free, if they please, to exercise sexual union, is an elementary right of every person who is able to reason, who is guilty of no fraud or concealment, and who is not likely to injure the partner selected. For in that case, society is entitled to interfere by virtue of its duty to protect its members. But the right to marry, thus understood, in no way involves the right to procreate, for, while marriage per se only affects the two individuals concerned, and in no way affects the state, procreation, on the other hand, primarily affects the community which is ultimately made up of procreated persons, and only secondarily affects the two individuals, who are the instruments of procreation, so that just as the individual couple has the first right in the question of marriage, the state has the first right in the question of procreation. The state is just as incompetent to lay down the law about marriage as the individual is to lay down the law about procreation. That, however, is only one half of the folly committed by those who would select the candidates for matrimony by statute. Let us suppose it is not indeed easy to suppose that a community will meekly accept the abstract prohibitions of the statute book and quietly go home again when the registrar of marriages informs them that they are shut out from legal matrimony by the new table of prohibited degrees. An explicit prohibition to procreate within marriage is an implicit permission to procreate outside marriage. Thus, the undesirable procreation, instead of being carried out under the least dangerous conditions, is carried out under the most dangerous conditions, and the net result to the community is not a gain but a loss. What seems usually to happen in the presence of a formal legislative prohibition against the marriage of a particular class is a combination of various evils. In part, the law becomes a dead letter. In part, it is evaded by skill and fraud. In part, it is obeyed to give rise to worse evils. This happened, for instance, in the Terek district of the Caucasus, where on the demand of a medical committee priests were prohibited from marrying persons among whose relatives or ancestry any cases of leprosy had occurred so much, and such various mischief was caused by this order that it was speedily withdrawn. If we remember that the Catholic Church was occupied for more than 1,000 years in the attempt to impose the prohibition of marriage on its priesthood and educated and trained body of men, who had every spiritual and worldly motive to accept the prohibition, and were moreover brought up to regard asceticism as the best ideal in life, 453, we may realize how absurd it is to attempt to gain the same end by mere casual prohibitions issued to untrained people with no motives to obey such prohibitions and no ideals of celibacy. The hopelessness and even absurdity of effecting the eugenic improvement of the race by merely placing on the statute book prohibitions to certain classes of people to enter the legal bonds of matrimony, as at present constituted, reveals the weakness of those who undervalue the eugenic importance of environment. Those who affirm that heredity is everything and environment nothing seem strangely to forget that it is precisely the lower classes, those who are most subjected to the influence of bad environment, who procreate most copiously, most recklessly, and most disastrously. The restraint of procreation and a concomitant regard for heredity increase pari passu with improvement of the environment and rise in social well-being, if even already it can be said that probably 50% of sexual intercourse, perhaps the most procreatively productive moieties, place outside legal marriage. It becomes obvious that statutory prohibition to the unfit classes to refrain from legal marriage merely involves their joining the procreating classes outside legal matrimony. It is also clear that if we are to neglect the factor of environment and leave the lower social classes to the ignorance and recklessness which are the result of such environment, the only practical method of eugenics left open is that by castration and abortion. But this method, if applied on a wholesale scale, as it would need to be, and without reference to the consent of the individuales, entirely opposed to modern democratic feeling. Thus those short-sighted eugenists who overlook the importance of environment are overlooking the only practical channel through which their aims can be realized. Attention to procreation and attention to environment are not, as some have supposed, antagonistic, but they play harmoniously into each other's hands. The care for environment leads to a restraint on reckless procreation, and the restraint of procreation leads to improved environment. Legislation on marriage, to be effectual, must be enacted in the home, in the school, in the doctor's consulting room. Force is helpless here. It is education that is needed, not merely instruction, but the education of the conscience and will and the training of the emotions. Legal action may come in to further this process of education, though it cannot replace it. Thus, it is very desirable that, when there has been a concealment of serious disease by a party to a marriage, such concealment should be a ground for divorce. Epilepsy may be taken as typical of the diseases which should be a bar to procreation, and their concealment equivalent to an annulment of marriage. In the United States, the Supreme Court of Errors of Connecticut laid it down in 1906 that the Superior Court has the power to pass a decree of divorce when one of the parties has concealed the existence of epilepsy. This weighty deliverance, it has been well said, marks a forward step in human progress. There are many other seriously pathological conditions in which divorce should be pronounced, or indeed occur automatically. Except when procreation has been renounced, for in that case, the state is no longer concerned in the relationship, except to punish any fraud committed by concealment. The demand that a medical certificate of health should be compulsory on marriage has been especially made in France in 1858. Didet of Lyon proposed indeed that all persons without exception should be compelled to possess a certificate of health and disease, a kind of sanitary passport. In 1872, Berthelin Art, Demographic Dictionnaire, Encyclopédique des Sciences Médicales, advocated the registration at marriage of the chief anthropological and pathological traits of the contracting party's height, weight, color of hair, and eyes, muscular force, size of head, condition of vision, hearing, etc., deformities and defects, etc. Not so much, however, for the end of preventing undesirable marriages, as to facilitate the study and comparison of human groups at particular periods. Subsequent demands, of a more limited and partial character, for legal medical certificates, as a condition of marriage, have been made by Fournier, Syphilis et Marriage 1890, Cazalis La Science, et la Marriage 1890, and Julian Blenneragi, et Marriage 1898, in Austria Haskovic of Prague Contrat Matrimonial, et L. Hygiene Publique Comtesse Rendus Congers International de Médecine, Lisbon 1906, section 7 p. 600, argues that on marriage a medical certificate should be presented showing that the subject is exempt from tuberculosis, alcoholism, syphilis, gonorrhea, severe mental or nervous or other degenerative state likely to be injurious to the other partner or to the offspring. In America, Rosenberg and Arenstam argue that every candidate for marriage, male or female, should undergo a strict examination by a competent board of medical examiners concerning one family and past history, syphilis, consumption, alcoholism, nervous and mental diseases, and two, status presents thorough examination of all the organs. If satisfactory, a certificate of matrimonial eligibility would then be granted. It is pointed out that a measure of this kind would render unnecessary the acts passed by some states for the punishment by fine or imprisonment of the concealment of disease. Ellen Key also considers Lieb und p. 436 that each party at marriage should produce a certificate of health. It seems to me just as necessary, she remarks elsewhere, Century of the Child ch. I, to demand medical testimony concerning capacity for marriage, as concerning capacity for military service in the one case. It is a matter of giving life, in the other of taking it, although certainly the latter occasion has hitherto been considered as much the more serious. The certificate, as usually advocated, would be a private but necessary legitimation of the marriage in the eyes of the civil and religious authorities, such a step being required for the protection alike of the conjugal partner and of posterity, would involve a new legal organization of the matrimonial contract. That such demands are so frequently made is a significant sign of the growth of moral consciousness in the community, and it is good that the public should be made acquainted with the urgent need for them, but it is highly undesirable that they should at present or perhaps ever be embodied in legal codes. What is needed is the cultivation of the feeling of individual responsibility and the development of social antagonism towards those individuals who fail to recognize their responsibility. It is the reality of marriage, and not its mere legal forms, that it is necessary to act upon. The voluntary method is the only sound way of approach in this matter. Ducklocks considered that the candidate for marriage should possess a certificate of health in much the same way as the candidate for life assurance, the question of professional secrecy, as well as that of compulsion, no more coming into one question than into the other. There is no reason why such certificates of an entirely voluntary character should not become customary among those persons who are sufficiently enlightened to realize all the grave personal, family, and social issues involved in marriage. The system of eugenic certification, as originated and developed by Galton, will constitute a valuable instrument for raising the moral consciousness. In this matter, Galton's eugenic certificates would deal mainly with the natural virtues of superior hereditary breed, public recognition of a natural nobility, but they would include the question of personal health and personal aptitude. To demand compulsory certificates of health at marriage is indeed to begin at the wrong end. It would not only lead to evasions and antagonisms, but would probably call forth a reaction it is first necessary to create an enthusiasm for health, a conscience in matters of procreation together with, on the scientific side, a general habit of registering the anthropological, psychological, and pathological data concerning the individual from birth onwards. Altogether, apart from marriage, the earlier demands of Diday and Bertolin were thus not only on a sounder, but also a more practicable basis. If such records were kept from birth for every child, there would be no need for special examination at marriage, and many incidental ends would be gained. There is difficulty at present in obtaining such records from the moment of birth, and so far as I am aware, no attempts have yet been made to establish their systematic registration. But it is quite possible to begin at the beginning of school life, and this is now done at many schools and colleges in England, America, and elsewhere, more especially as regards anthropological, physiological, and psychological data, each child being submitted to a thorough and searching anthropometric examination, and thus furnished with a systematic statement of his physical condition. This examination needs to be standardized and generalized, and repeated at fixed intervals every individual child, as is truly stated by Dr. Dukes, the physician to Rugby School, on his entrance to a public school, should be as carefully and as thoroughly examined as if it were for life insurance. If this procedure were general from an early age, there would be no hardship in the production of the record at marriage, and no opportunity for fraud. The dossier of each person might well be registered by the state, as wills already are, and as in the case of wills become freely open to students when a century had elapsed. Until this has been done during several centuries, our knowledge of eugenics will remain rudimentary. There can be little doubt that the eugenic attitude towards marriage and the responsibility of the individual for the future of the race is becoming more recognized. It is constantly happening that persons about to marry approach the physician in a state of serious anxiety on this point. Urquhart, indeed, Journal of Mental Science, April 1907, p. 277, believes that marriages are seldom broken off on this ground. This seems, however, too pessimistic a view, and even when the marriage is not broken off, the resolve is often made to avoid procreation. Clouston, who emphasizes hygiene of the mind, p. 74, the importance of inquiries by each of the parties to the life contract by their parents and their doctors as to heredity, temperament, and health, is more hopeful of the results than Urquhart. I have been very much impressed of late years. He writes, Journal of Mental Science, Oct. 1907, p. 710, with the way in which this subject is taking possession of intelligent people, by the number of times one is consulted by young men and young women proposing to marry, or by their fathers or mothers. I used to have the feeling in the back of my mind, when I was consulted, that it did not matter what I said, it would not make any difference. But it is making a difference, and I and others could tell of scores of marriages which were put off in consequence of psychiatric medical advice. Ellen Key also refers to the growing tendency, among both men and women, to be influenced by eugenic consideration in forming partnerships for life century of the child. The recognition of the eugenic attitude towards marriage, the quickening of the social and individual conscience in matters of heredity, as also the systematic introduction of certification and registration, will be furthered by the growing tendency to the socialization of medicine, and indeed in its absence would be impossible. See, for example, Havelock, Ellis, The Nationalization of Health. The growth of the state medical organization of health is steady and continuous, and is constantly covering a larger field. The day of the private practitioner of medicine who was treated, as Ducklock's L. Hygiene Social, p. 263, put it, like a grocer whose shop the customer may enter and leave as he pleases, and when he please will doubtless soon be over. It is now beginning to be felt that health is far too serious a matter, not only from the individual, but also from the social point of view, to be left to private caprice. There is indeed a tendency in some quarters to fear that some day society may rush to the opposite extreme and bow before medicine with the same unreasoning deference that it once bowed before theology. That danger is still very remote, nor is it likely indeed that medicine will ever claim any authority of this kind. The spirit of medicine has notoriously been rather towards the assertion of skepticism than of dogma, and the fanatics in this field will always be in a hopelessly small minority. The general introduction of authentic personal records, covering all essential data, hereditary, anthropometric, and pathological, cannot fail to be a force on the side of positive as well as of negative eugenics, for it would tend to promote the procreation of the fit, as well as restrict that of the unfit, without any legislative compulsion. With the growth of education, a regard for such records as a preliminary to marriage would become as much matter of course as once was the regard to the restrictions imposed by canon law, and as still is a regard to money, or to caste. A woman can usually refrain from marrying a man with no money and no prospects. A man may be passionately in love with a woman of lower class than himself, but he seldom marries her. It needs but a clear general perception of all that is involved in heredity and health to make eugenic considerations equally influential. A discriminating regard to the quality of offspring will act beneficially on the side of positive eugenics by substituting the pernicious tendency to put a premium on excess of childbirth by the more rational method of putting a premium on the quality of the child. It has been one of the most unfortunate results of the mania for protesting against that decline. The birth rate, which is always and everywhere the result of civilization, that there has been a tendency to offer special social or pecuniary advantages to the parents of large families, since large families tend to be degenerate, and to become a tax on the community, since rapid pregnancies in succession are not only a serious drain on the strength of the mother, but are now known to depreciate seriously the quality of the offspring, and since moreover it is in large families that disease and mortality chiefly prevail, all the interests of the community are against the placing of any premium on large families, even in the case of parents of good stock. The interests of the state are bound up not with the quantity, but with the quality of its citizens, and the premium should be placed not on the families that reach a certain size, but on the individual children that reach a certain standard. The attainment of this standard could well be based on observations made from birth to the 5th year. A premium on this basis would be as beneficial to a state as that on the merely numerical basis is pernicious. This consideration applies with still greater force to the proposals for the systematic endowment of motherhood, of which we hear more and more. So moderate and judicious a social reformer as Mr. Sidney Webb writes, we shall have to face the problem of the systematic endowment of motherhood and place, this most indispensable of all professions, upon an honorable economic basis. At present, it is ignored as an occupation unremunerated, and in no way honored by the state. True as this statement is, it must always be remembered that an indispensable preliminary to any proposal for the endowment of motherhood by the state is a clear conception of the kind of motherhood which the state requires to endow the reckless and indiscriminate motherhood which we see around us, to encourage, that is, by state aid, the production of citizens, a large proportion of whom the state, if it dared, would like to destroy as unfit, is too ridiculous a proposal to deserve discussion. The only sound reason, indeed, for the endowment of motherhood is that it would enable the state in its own interests to further the natural selection of the fit. As to the positive qualities which the state is entitled to endow in its encouragement of motherhood, it is still too early to speak with complete assurance. Negative eugenics tends to be ahead of positive eugenics. It is easier to detect bad stocks than to be quite sure of good stocks, both on the scientific side and on the social side. However, we are beginning to attain a clearer realization of the end to be attained and a more precise knowledge of the methods of attaining it. Even when we have gained a fairly clear conception of the stocks and the individuals which we are justified in encouraging to undertake the task of producing fit citizens for the state, the problems of procreation are by no means at an end before we can so much as inquire what are the conditions under which selected individuals may best procreate. There is still the initial question to be decided whether those individuals are both fertile and potent. For this is not guaranteed by the fact that they belong to good stocks, nor is even the fact that a man and a woman are fertile with other persons any positive proof that they will be fertile with each other among the large masses of the population who do not seek to make their unions legal until those unions have proved fertile. This difficulty is settled in a simple and practical manner. The question is, however, a serious and hazardous one in the present state of the marriage law in most countries for those classes which are accustomed to bind themselves in legal marriage without any knowledge of their potency and fertility. With each other the matter is mostly left to chance, and as legal marriage cannot usually be dissolved on the ground that there are no offspring, even although procreation is commonly declared to be the chief end of marriage, the question assumes much gravity. The ordinary range of sterility is from 7 to 15% of all marriages, and in a very large proportion of these, it is a source of great concern. This could be avoided in some measure by examination before marriage, and almost altogether by ordaining that, as it is only through offspring that a marriage has any concern for the state, a legal marriage could be dissolved after a certain period at the will of either of the parties, in the absence of such offspring. It was formerly supposed that when a union proved infertile, it was the wife who was at fault. That belief is long since exploded. But even yet, a man is generally far more concerned about his potency, that is, his ability to perform the mechanical act of coitus, than about his fertility, that is, his ability to produce living spermatozoa, though the latter condition is a much more common source of sterility. Any man, says Arthur Cooper, British Medical Journal, May 11, 1907, who has any sexual defect or malformation, or who has suffered from any disease or injury of the genitourinary organs, even though comparatively trivial or one-sided, and although his copulative power may be unimpaired, should be looked upon as possibly sterile, until some sort of evidence to the contrary has been obtained. In case of a sterile marriage, the possible cause should first be investigated in the husband, for it is comparatively easy to examine the semen and to ascertain if it contains active spermatozoa. Prinzing in a comprehensive study of sterile marriages, Die sterilen Ehen Zeitschrift, für Sozialwissenschaft, 1904 Heft 1 and 2 states that in 2/5 of sterile marriages, the man is at fault. 1/3 of such marriages are the result of venereal diseases in the husband himself, or transmitted to the wife. Gonorrhea is not now considered so important a cause of sterility as it was a few years ago. Schenck makes it responsible for only about 13% sterile marriages. Cf. Kish, The Sexual Life of Woman. Pincus Archive für Gynecology, 1907, found that of nearly 500 cases, in which he examined both partners, in 24% cases, the sterility was directly due to the husband, and in 15% cases, indirectly due because caused by gonorrhea with which he had infected his wife. When sterility is due to a defect in the husband's spermatozoa and is not discovered, as it usually might be before marriage, the question of impregnating the wife by other methods has occasionally arisen. Divorce on the ground of sterility is not possible, and even if it were, the couple, although they wish to have a child, have not usually any wish to separate under these circumstances in order to secure the desired end without departing from widely accepted rules of morality. The attempt is occasionally made to effect artificial fecundation by injecting the semen from a healthy male. Attempts have been made to effect artificial fecundation by various distinguished men from John Hunter to Schwalbe, but it is nearly always very difficult to effect, and often impossible. This is easy to account for if we recall what has already been pointed out ante p. 577 concerning the influence of erotic excitement in the woman in securing conception. It is obviously a serious task for even the most susceptible woman to evoke erotic enthusiasm. Apropos of a medical syringe, Schwalbe, for instance, records a case Deutsche Medizinisches Wochenschrift, Aug 1908 p. 510, in which, in consequence of the husband's sterility and the wife's anxiety with her husband's consent to be impregnated by the semen of another man, made repeated careful attempts to effect artificial fecundation. These attempts were, however, fruitless, and the three parties concerned finally resigned themselves to the natural method of intercourse, which was successful. In another case, recorded by Schwalbe, in which the husband was impotent, but not sterile, 6 attempts were made to effect artificial fecundation, and further efforts abandoned on account of the disgust of all concerned. Opinion on the whole has been opposed to the practice of artificial fecundation, even apart from the question of the probabilities of success. Thus in France, where there is a considerable literature on the subject, the Paris Medical Faculty, in 1885, after some hesitation, refused Girard's thesis on the history of artificial fecundation. Afterwards, published independently in 1883, the Bordeaux Legal Tribunal declared that artificial fecundation was illegitimate and a social danger. In 1897, the Holy See also pronounced that the practice is unlawful. Artificial fecundation, before the Inquisition. British Medical Journal, March 5, 1898. Apart altogether from this attitude of medicine, law, and church, it would certainly seem that those who desire offspring would do well as a rule to adopt the natural method, which is also the best, or else to abandon to others the task of procreation, for which they are not adequately equipped. When we have ascertained that two individuals both belong to sound and healthy stocks, and further, that they are themselves both apt for procreation, it still remains to consider the conditions under which they may best effect procreation. There arises, for instance, the question often asked, what is the best age for procreation? The considerations which weigh in answering this question are of two different orders: physiological and social, or moral. That is to say that it is necessary on the one hand that physical maturity should have been fully attained, and the sexual cells completely developed, while on the other hand it is necessary that the man shall have become able to support a family, and that both partners shall have received a training in life adequate to undertake the responsibilities and anxieties involved in the rearing of children. While there have been variations at different times, it scarcely appears that on the whole the general opinion as to the best age for procreation has greatly varied in Europe during many centuries. Hesiod, indeed, said that a woman should marry about 15, and a man about 30, but obstetricians have usually concluded that in the interests alike of the parents and their offspring, the procreative life should not begin in women before 20, and in men before 25, after 30 in women, and after 35 or 40 in men. It seems probable that the best conditions for procreation begin to decline at the present time in England and several other civilized countries. The tendency has been for the age of marriage to fall at an increasingly late age, on the average, some years later than that usually fixed as the most favorable age for the commencement of the procreative life. But on the whole the average seldom departs widely from the accepted standard, and there seems no good reason why we should desire to modify this general tendency. At the same time, it by no means follows that wide variations under special circumstances may not only be permissible, but desirable. The male is capable of procreating in some cases from about the age of 13 until far beyond 80, and at this advanced age the offspring, even if not notable for great physical robustness, may possess high intellectual qualities. See, for example, Havelock, Ellis, a study of British genius, pp. 120 et. Sec. The range of the procreative age in women begins earlier, sometimes at 8, though it usually ceases by 50 or earlier, in only rare cases, continuing to 60 or beyond. Cases have been reported of pregnancy or childbirth at the age of 59, for example, Lancet Aug. 5 1905 p. 419, Lepage Comtesse Rendus Societ. d'Obstétrique de Paris Oct. 1903, reports a case of a primipara of 57. The child was stillborn. Kish, Sexual Life of Woman Part 2, refers to cases of pregnancy in elderly women, and various references are given in British Medical Journal, Aug. 8 1903 p. 325. Of more importance is the question of early pregnancy. Several investigators have devoted their attention to this question. Thus Spitta, in a Marburg inaugural dissertation, 1895, reviewed the clinical history of 260 labors in primipar of 18, and under as observed at the Marburg maternity he found that the general health during pregnancy was not below the average of pregnant women, while the mortality of the child at birth and during the following weeks was not high, and the mortality of the mother was by no means high. Picard, in a Paris thesis, 1903, has studied childbirth in 38 mothers below the age of 16. He found that although the pelvis is certainly not yet fully developed in very young girls, the joints and bones are much more yielding than in the adult, so that parturition, far from being more difficult, is usually rapid and easy. The process of labor itself is essentially normal in these cases, and even when abnormalities occur, low insertion of the placenta is a common anomaly. It is remarkable that the patients do not suffer from them in the way common among older women. The average weight of the child was 3 kilograms, or about 6 pounds 9 ounces. It sometimes required special care during the first few days after birth, perhaps because labor in these cases is sometimes slow. The recovery of the mother was in every case absolutely normal, and the fact that these young mothers become pregnant again more readily than primipar of a more mature age further contributes to show that childbirth below the age of 16 is in no way injurious to the mother. Annals de Gynecologie et d'Obstétrique Dec. 1904 has attended 91 labors of mothers under 17 in the Rawson Hospital, Buenos Aires. They were of so-called Latin race, mostly Spanish or Italian. Gash found that these young mothers were by no means more exposed than others to abortion or to other complications of pregnancy, except in 4 cases of slightly contracted pelvis. Delivery was normal, though rather longer than in older primipar. Damage to the soft parts was, however, rare, and, when it occurred in every case, rapidly healed. The average weight of the child was 30-39 grams, or nearly 634 pounds. It may be noted that most observers find that very early pregnancies occur in women who begin to menstruate at an unusually early age, that is some years before the early pregnancy occurs. It is clear, however, that young mothers do remarkably well, while there is no doubt whatever that they bear unusually fine infants kleinwächter. Indeed, found that the younger the mother the bigger the child, it is not only physically that the children of young mothers are superior. Morrow has found Puberta p. 257 that the children of mothers under 21 are superior to those of older mothers, both in conduct and intelligence, provided the fathers are not too old or too young. The detailed records of individual cases confirm these results both as regards mother and child. Thus Milner Lancet, June 7, 1902, records a case of pregnancy in a girl of 14. The labor pains were very mild, and delivery was easy. E.B. Wales of New Jersey has recorded the history reproduced in medical reprints, Sept 15, 1890, of a colored girl who became pregnant at the age of 11. She was of medium size, rather tall and slender but well developed, and began to menstruate at the age of 10. She was in good health and spirits during pregnancy, and able to work. Delivery was easy and natural, not notably prolonged, and apparently not unduly painful, for there were no moans or agitation. The child was a fine, healthy boy weighing not less than 11 pounds. Mother and child both did well, and there was a great flow of milk. Whiteside Robertson, British Medical Journal, Jan 18, 1902, has recorded a case of pregnancy at the age of 13 in a colonial girl of British origin in Cape Colony, which is notable. From other points of view during pregnancy, she was anemic and appeared to be of poor development and doubtfully normal pelvic conformation. Yet delivery took place naturally at full term without difficulty or injury, and the Lingen period was in every way satisfactory. The baby was well proportioned and weighed 712 pounds. I have rarely seen a primipara enjoy easier labor, concluded Robertson, and I have never seen one look forward to the happy realization of motherhood with greater satisfaction. The facts brought forward by obstetricians concerning the good results of early pregnancy as regards both mother and child have not yet received the attention they deserve. They are, however, confirmed by many general tendencies, which are now fairly well recognized. The significant fact is known, for instance, that in mothers over 30, the proportion of abortions and miscarriages is twice as great as in mothers between the ages of 15 and 20, who also are superior in this respect to mothers between the ages of 20 and 30. Statistischer, Jawbuch, Budapest, 1905. It was again proved by Matthews Duncan, in his Galstonian lecture, that the chances of sterility in a woman increase with increase of age. It has further been shown, Kish, Sexual Life of Woman, Part 2, that the older a woman at marriage, the greater the average interval before the first delivery, a tendency which seems to indicate that it is the very young woman who is in the condition most apt for procreation. Kish is not indeed inclined to think that this applies to women below 20, but the fact observed by other obstetricians that mothers under 18 tend to become pregnant again at an unusually short interval goes far to neutralize the exception made by Kish. It may also be pointed out that among children of very young mothers, the sexes are more nearly equal in number than is the case with older mothers. This would seem to indicate that we are here in presence of a normal equilibrium, which will decrease as the age of the mother is progressively disturbed in an abnormal direction. The facility of parturition at an early age, it may be noted, corresponds to an equal facility in physical sexual intercourse, a fact that is often overlooked in Russia, where marriage still takes place early. It was formerly common, when the woman was only 12 or 13, and Gutsiet Drasig Jar Praxis, Vol. IP 324, says that he was assured by women who married at this age that the first coitus presented no especial difficulties. There is undoubtedly at the present time a considerable amount of prejudice against early motherhood. In part, this is due to a failure to realize that women are sexually much more precocious than men, physically as well as psychically. See anti-P 30. 5. The difference is about 5 years. This difference has been virtually recognized for thousands of years in the ancient belief that the age of election for procreation is about 20 or less for women, but about 25 for men, and it has more lately been affirmed by the discovery that while the male is never capable of generation, before 13, the female may in occasional instances become pregnant at 8. Some of the recorded examples are quoted by Kish in part. Also, there is an objection to the assumption of responsibilities so serious as those of motherhood by a young girl. And there is the very reasonable feeling that the obligations of a permanent marriage tie ought not to be undertaken at an early age, on the other hand, apart from the physical advantages, as regards both mother and infant, on the side of early pregnancies. It is an advantage for the child to have a young mother who can devote herself sympathetically and unreservedly to its interests, instead of presenting the pathetic spectacle we so often witness in the middle-aged woman who turns to motherhood when her youth and mental flexibility are gone, and her habits and tastes have settled into other grooves. It has sometimes been a great blessing even to the very greatest men like Goethe to have had a youthful mother. It would also in many cases be a great advantage for the woman herself, if she could bring her procreative life to an end well before the age of 25, so that she could then, unhampered by childbearing and mature in experience, be free to enter on such wider activities in the world as she might be fitted for. Such an arrangement of the procreative life of women would obviously only be a variation, and would probably be unsuited for the majority. Every case must be judged on its own merits. The best age for procreation will probably continue to be regarded as being for most women around the age of 20. But at a time like the present, when there is an unfortunate tendency for motherhood to be unduly delayed, it becomes necessary to insist on the advantages, in many cases, of early motherhood. There are other conditions favorable or unfavorable to procreation, which it is now unnecessary to discuss in detail, since they have already been incidentally dealt with in previous volumes of these studies. There is, for instance, the question of the time of year, and the time of the menstrual cycle, which may most properly be selected for procreation. The best period is probably that when sexual desire is strongest, which is the period when conception would appear as a matter of fact most often to occur. This would be in spring or early summer, and immediately after or shortly before the menstrual period. The Chinese have observed that the last day of menstruation and the 2 following days corresponding to the period of stress constitute the most favorable time for fecundation, and Bossi of Genoa has found that the great majority of successes, in both natural and artificial fecundation, occur at this period. Soranus, as well as the Talmud, assign the period about menstruation as the best for impregnation and susruta. The Indian physician said that at this time pregnancy most readily occurs, because then the mouth of the womb is open like the flower of the water lily to the sunshine. We have now at last reached the point from which we started the moment of conception, and the child again lies in its mother's womb. There remains no more to be said. The divine cycle of life is completed. Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, p. 330. Academy of Medicine of Paris, March 30, 1908. The Origin and Development of the Moral Ideas, Vol. Roman 2, p. 405. Population and Progress, p. 41. Cf. Riebmer and Twicklingsgeschichte des Talents und Genix, BD, Roman 2, p. 30. The debt that we owe to those who have gone before us, says Haycraft, Darwinism and Race Progress, p. 160, we can only repay to those who come after us. Mardrus Les Milnewitz, Vol. Roman 16, p. 158. Sydney Webb, Popular Science, Monthly, 1906, p. 526, previously published in the London Times Oct. 11/16/1906, in ch. Roman 9 of the present volume. It has already been necessary to discuss the meaning of the term morality. Thus in Paris in 1906, in the rich quarters, the birth rate per 1,000 inhabitants was 19, in well-to-do quarters 22, and in poor quarters 29. Here, we see that while the birth rate falls and rises with social class, even among the poor and least restrained class, the birth rate is still but little above the general average for England, where prevention is widespread, and very considerably lower than the average, now rapidly falling in Germany. It is evident that even among the poor class, there is a process of leveling up to the higher classes in this matter. I have developed these points more in detail in 2 articles in the Independent Review, November 1903 and April 1904. See also Bushy, The Declining Birth Rate and Its Causes, Popular Science, Monthly, Aug. 1903. Francis Place, Illustrations and Proofs of the Principle of Population, 1822, p. 165. See, for example, a weighty chapter in the Sexualleben und Nervenleiden of Lohenfeld, one of the most judicious authorities on sexual pathology. 25 years ago, as many will remember, the medical student was usually taught that preventive methods of intercourse, led to all sorts of serious results at that time. However, reckless and undesirable methods of prevention seem to have been more prevalent than now. Michael Ryan Philosophy of Marriage, p. 9, to enable the conservative power of the Creator to exert itself on the myriads of germinal human beings secreted during his lifetime, by even one man would require a world full of women, while the corresponding problem as regards a woman is altogether too difficult to cope with the process, by which life has been built up far from being a process of universal conservation, has been a process of stringent selection and vast destruction. The progress effected by civilization merely lies in making this blind process intelligent. Thus in Belgium in 1908, Sexual Problem Feb 1909 p. 136, a physician Dr. Mascox, who had been prominent in promoting a knowledge of preventive methods of conception, was condemned to 3 months' imprisonment for offense against morality. In such a case, Dr. Helene Stocker comments, Die New Generation Jan 1909 p. 7 Morality is another name for ignorance, timidity, hypocrisy, prudery, coarseness, and lack of conscience. It must be remembered, however, in explanation of this iniquitous judgment, that for some years past the clerical party has been politically predominant in Belgium. It has been objected that the condom cannot be used by the very poorest on account of its cost, but Hans Ferdy, in a detailed paper Sexual Problem Dec 1908, shows that the use of the condom can be brought within the means of the very poorest if care is taken to preserve it under water when not in use. Nystrom Sexual Problem, Nov 1908 p. 736, has issued a leaflet for the benefit of his patients and others recommending the condom and explaining its use. Thus Kish in his Sexual Life of Woman, after discussing fully the various methods of prevention, decides in favor of the condom. Furbringer similarly, Senator, and Kaminer Health and Disease, in relation to marriage vol. IPP 232, et seq., concludes that the condom is relatively the most perfect anticonceptual remedy for all die. Sexual Frage pp. 457, et seq., also discusses the question at length. Any aesthetic objection to the condom for all, adds p. 544, is due to the fact that we are not accustomed to it. Eyeglasses are not specially aesthetic, but the poetry of life does not suffer excessively from their use, which in many cases cannot be dispensed with. L. Avortment p. 43. There are some disputed points in Roman law and practice concerning abortion. They are discussed in Bailstroni's valuable book, Aborto pp. 30 et seq. Augustine de Civitate de Bique, Roman 22, ch. Roman 13,440. The development of opinion and law concerning abortion has been traced by Eugene Bosset L. Avortment Criminal, These de Paris, 1907. For a summary of the practices of different peoples regarding abortion, see W. G. Sumner Folkways, ch. Roman 80 441. Die New Generation, May 1908 p. 192. It may be added that in England, the attachment of any penalty at all to abortion practiced in the early months of pregnancy, before quickening has taken place, is merely a modern innovation. Even Bailstroni, who is opposed to the punishment of abortion, is no advocate of it. Whenever abortion becomes a social custom, he remarks op. cit. p. 191, it is the external manifestation of a people's decadence, and far too deeply rooted to be cured by the mere attempt to suppress the external manifestation. Cf. Ellen Key Century of the Child ch. Roman 1 Herth Weege zur Heimat p. 526, is likewise opposed to the encouragement of abortion, though he would not actually punish the pregnant woman who induces abortion. I would especially call attention to an able and cogent article by Anna Papritz Die Vernichtung des Kommenden Lebens Sexual Problem, July 1909, who argues that the woman is not the sole guardian of the embryo she bears, and that it is not in the interests of society, nor even in her own interests, that she should be free to destroy it at will. Anna Papritz admits that the present barbarous laws in regard to abortion must be modified, but maintains that they should not be abolished. She proposes a greatly reduced punishment for abortion too, this punishment to be extended to the father, whether married or unmarried, a provision already carried out in Norway both for abortion and infanticide. 3. Permission to the physician to effect abortion when there is good reason to suspect hereditary degeneration, as well as when the woman has been impregnated by force. cf. Dr. Max Hirsch Sexual Problem Jan 1908 p. 23. Bosset Opsit sets forth various social measures for the care of pregnant and childbearing women, which would tend to lessen criminal abortion. Gompers Greek Thinkers Vol. IP 564. F. E. Daniel, President of the State Medical Association of Texas, should insane criminals or sexual perverts be allowed to procreate? Medical Journal Dec. 1893 Roman 499. The Cause and Prevention of Rape Texas Medical Journal, May 1904. Pinaki die Castration bei Gewissen Klassen von degeneriert als ein wirksamer sozialer Schutz. Archive für Kriminalanthropologie, BD Roman 3 1899, p. 58, Roman 499, Castration, in Gewissen Fallen von Geisteskrankheit, Psychiatrisch Neurologisch Wochenschrift, 1905, No. 29. Angelo Zuckerli Assidualizazioni o Sterilizazioni de Degenerati l'Anomalo, 189,899, No. 6 Roman 499. Sur la nécessite, et sur les moyens d'empêcher la reproduction des hommes les plus dégénères, International Congress Criminal Anthropology, Amsterdam 1901. Naki Neurologisches Centralblatt March 1, 1909. The original account of these operations is reproduced in the Psychiatrisch Neurologische Wochenschrift, No. 2 1909, with an approving comment by the editor Dr. Bressler. As regards castration in America, see Flood Castration of Idiot Children American Journal Psychology, Jan 1899, also Alienist and Neurologist, Aug 1909 p. 348. It is probable that castration may prove especially advantageous in the case of the feeble-minded in Somersetshire, says Treadgold. The Feeble Mind as a Social Danger Eugenics, Review July 1909. I found that out of a total number of 167 feeble-minded women, nearly 2/5, 61, had given birth to children for the most part illegitimate. Moreover, it is not uncommon, but rather the rule, for these poor girls to be admitted into the workhouse maternity wards again and again, and the average number of offspring to each one of them is probably 3 or 4, although even 6 is not uncommon in his work on mental deficiency, pp. 280, 8292. The same author shows that propagation by the mentally deficient is in England both a terrible and extensive evil. This example is brought forward by Letterman Skin Diseases and Marriage in Senator and Kaminer Health and Disease in relation to marriage. I may here again refer to Lee's instructive history of sacerdotal celibacy. In England, 35,000 applicants for admission to the Navy are annually rejected, and although the physical requirements for enlistment in the Army are nowadays extremely moderate, it is estimated by General Morris that at least 60% of recruits and would recruits are dismissed as unfit. See, for example, William Coates' The Duty of the Medical Profession in the Prevention of National Deterioration, British Medical Journal, May 1, 1909. It can scarcely be claimed that men who are not good enough for the Army are good enough for the great task of creating the future race. The recognition of epilepsy as a bar to procreation is not recent. There is said to be a record in the archives of the town of Lucan, in which epilepsy was adjudged to be a valid reason for the cancellation of a betrothal. British Medical Journal, Feb. 1419, 03 p. 383. British Medical Journal, April 14, 1906. In California and some other states, it appears that deceit regarding health is a ground for the annulment of marriage. Sir F. Galton Inquiries into Human Faculty, Everyman's Library edition, pp. 211, et seq. Cf. Galton's Collected Essays in Eugenics, recently published by the Eugenics Education Society. For some account of the methods and results of the work in schools, see Bertram Roman 100a Windle Anthropometric Work in Schools Medical Magazine, Feb. 1894. The most notable steps in this direction have been taken in Germany for an account of the experiment at Karlsruhe. See Die Neue Generation Dec. 1908. Wyeth Knudsen, as quoted in Sexual Problem Dec. 1908 p. 837, speaks strongly, but not too strongly, concerning the folly of any indiscriminate endowment of procreation. On the scientific side, in addition to the fruitful methods of statistical biometrics, which have already been mentioned, much promise attaches to work along the lines initiated by Mendel. C. W. Bateson, Mendel's Principles of Heredity 1909, Also Havelock recent progress in the study of variation, heredity, and evolution, and R. Roman 100 Punit Mendelism, 1907, American edition, with interesting preface by Gaylord Wilshire, from the Socialistic Point of View 1909. The study of the right conditions for procreation is very ancient. In modern times we find that even the very first French medical book in the vulgar tongue, the Régime du Corps, written by a Lebrand of Florence, who was physician to the King of France in 1256, is largely devoted to this matter, concerning which it gives much sound advice. See J.B. Solhet les idées de Maistre Lebrand de Florence sur la puriculture these de Paris, 1908. Hesiod Works and Days, Roman 2, 690,700. This has long been the accepted opinion of medical authorities, as may be judged by the statements brought together 2 centuries ago by Schurig Parthenologia pp. 22-25. The statement that on the average the best age for procreation in men is before rather than after 40 by no means assumes the existence of any critical age in men, analogous to the menopause in women. This is sometimes asserted, but there is no agreement in regard to it. Restif de la Bretonne Monsieur Nicolas Val XP 176 said that at the age of 40 delicacy of sentiment begins to go. Furbringer believes Senator and Camener Health and Disease, in relation to marriage Vol IP 222, that there is a decisive turn in a man's life in the 6th decade, or the middle of the 5th, when desire and potency diminish. J. F. Sutherland also states Comtesse Rendus Conger's International de Médecine, 1900 section de Psychiatrie p. 471, that there is in men about the 55th year a change analogous to the menopause in women, but only in a certain proportion of men. It would appear that in most men, the decline of sexual feeling and potency is very gradual, and at first manifests itself in increased power of control. See in Vol I the study of the phenomena of sexual periodicity. Among animals, also spring litters are often said to be the best. Bossis results are summarized in Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, Sept 1891, a Lebrand of Florence. The French king's physician in the 13th century also advised intercourse a day after the end of menstruation. Postscript. The work that I was born to do is done, a great poet wrote, when at last he had completed his task, and although I am not entitled to sing any nunc dimittis, I am well aware that the task that has occupied the best part of my life can have left few years and little strength for any work that comes after. It is more than 30 years ago since the first resolve to write the work now here concluded began to shape itself, still dimly, though insistently. The period of study and preparation occupied over 15 years, ending with the publication of Man and Woman, put forward as a prolegomenon to the main work, which in the writing and publication has occupied the 15 subsequent years. It was perhaps fortunate for my peace that I failed at the outset to foresee all the perils that beset my path. I knew indeed that those who investigate severely and intimately any subject which men are accustomed to pass by on the other side lay themselves open to misunderstanding and even obloquy, but I supposed that a secluded student who approached vital social problems with precaution, making no direct appeal to the general public, but only to the public's teachers, and who wrapped up the results of his inquiries in technically written volumes open to few, I supposed that such a student was at all events secure from any gross form of attack on the part of the police or the government, under whose protection he imagined that he lived. That proved to be a mistake when only one volume of these studies had been written and published in England. A prosecution instigated by the government put an end to the sale of that volume in England, and led me to resolve that the subsequent volumes should not be published in my own country. I do not complain. I am grateful for the early and generous sympathy with which my work was received in Germany and the United States, and I recognize that it has had a wider circulation, both in English and the other chief languages of the world, than would have been possible by the modest method of issue, which the government of my own country induced me to abandon. Nor has the effort to crush my work resulted in any change in that work, by so much as a single word. With help or without it, I have followed my own path to the end. For it so happens that I come on both sides of my house from stocks of Englishmen who nearly 300 years ago had encountered just these same difficulties and dangers before in the 17th century. Indeed, the battle was around the problem of religion, as today it is around the problem of sex. Since I have of late years realized this analogy, I have often thought of certain admirable and obscure men who were driven out, robbed, and persecuted, some by the church because the spirit of Puritanism moved within them, some by the Puritans because they clung to the ideals of the church, yet both alike quiet and unflinching, both alike fighting for causes of freedom, or of order, in a field which has now forever been one that victory has often seemed of good augury to the perhaps degenerate child of these men, who has today sought to maintain the causes of freedom and of order in another field. It sometimes seems indeed a hopeless task to move the pressure of inert prejudices, which are at no point so obstinate as this of sex. It may help to restore the serenity of our optimism, if we would more clearly realize that in a very few generations, all these prejudices will have perished, and be forgotten. He who follows in the steps of nature after a law that was not made by man, and is above and beyond man, has time as well as eternity on his side, and can afford to be both patient and fearless. Men die, but the ideas they seek to kill live. Our books may be thrown to the flames, but in the next generation, those flames become human souls. The transformation is effected by the doctor in his consulting room, by the teacher in the school, the preacher in the pulpit, the journalist in the press. It is a transformation that is going on slowly but surely around us. I am well aware that many will not feel able to accept the estimate of the sexual situation as here set forth, more especially in the final volume. Some will consider that estimate too conservative, others too revolutionary, for there are always some who passionately seek to hold fast to the past. There are always others who passionately seek to snatch at what they imagine to be the future. But the wise man standing midway between both parties, and sympathizing with each, knows that we are ever in the stage of transition. The present is in every age merely the shifting point at which past and future meet, and we can have no quarrel with either. There can be no world without traditions, neither can there be any life without movement. As Heraclitus knew at the outset of modern philosophy, we cannot bathe twice in the same stream, though, as we know today, the stream still flows in an unending circle. There is never a moment when the new dawn is not breaking over the earth, and never a moment when the sunset ceases to die. It is well to greet serenely even the first glimmer of the dawn, when we see it not hastening towards it with undue speed, nor leaving the sunset without gratitude for the dying light that once was dawn. In the moral world, we are ourselves the light-bearers, and the cosmic process is in us made flesh. For a brief space it is granted to us, if we will, to enlighten the darkness that surrounds our path, as in the ancient torch race, which seemed to Lucretius to be the symbol of all life. We press forward, torch in hand, along the course. Soon from behind comes the runner, who will outpace us all. Our skill lies in giving into his hand the living torch, bright and unflickering, as we ourselves disappear in the darkness. Havelock, Ellis.